First of all, I didn't vote for Trump. I could care less that Trump didn't win the election. The thing that I care about is honesty in media, and that you got to admit that media. Story.
Trump was saying the election was going to be rigged 8 months in advance.
Yeah,
on his
true.
He's going off like crazy.
What we can do is socially stigmatize them, and that is an effective form of rhetoric. After the civil rights...
Like, it can be. I mean, certainly. I suppose you got to be really careful on who you pull the trigger on stigmatizing, right?
No, I give this the same argument all the time. I think when we stigmatize things, we assume people are changing their beliefs, but what's actually happening is we're just not looking at it anymore. I think that part of the reason why Trump caught everybody by surprise, me included, was because we stigmatized somebody that believes so much, we assume that no one else in society could have held them anymore, but that isn't the case. What actually happened is you just didn't see it anymore. And then when Trump came out, there were like 4 different points during his campaign where we were like, this is it. Like, he can't survive this.
Today we'll be watching some, this was highly requested for weeks, but we didn't want to cover it because we had just done a Vaush video and we don't like to do 2 in a row. And this is Vaush. Is he advocating for violence? I'm not sure. Or he's at least advocating that the Republicans, if they control all 3 houses of government, that they will enact some type of LGBT genocide.
Yeah, should we get into it? You've covered this already, Destiny, didn't you? This is like...
Yeah, I sure did. Wait, also, just hold on. I'm trying to figure out what I just signed up for.
That's not fair. He's already covered this.
Am I committed to like an 8-hour show, or can I take
You
off
can
whenever?
leave
No,
whenever you want.
yeah, you can...
My name is like,
yeah.
oh, we're going to be here for 8 hours.
Just making sure, just making sure.
You can skip out, and thanks for asking ahead of time. At least, you know, you might want to say goodbye to us before you leave.
Yeah, just sneak out of the room quietly. Did you, you gotta join the watch together though, Destiny.
Do I have to?
Well, if you want to watch the video with us.
I remember all of it.
Okay. No.
He's gonna
Like,
be on
video
listen
games are
together.
serious business, okay?
Just don't let the watch together link in your stream, for heaven's sake.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just
That game
don't
looks
know.
kind of lit. Destiny, how is that? Is it good?
Everybody's playing it. Seems to be good.
What game?
The V
Like
Rising
V or
game.
something?
Okay, hold on. I'll join you.
Oh.
I'll join your thing. Where is the?
Thank you.
Was it Rose? What's the Rose
Yes.
Wrist? Is that the YouTuber? So Rose Wrist is a bread tuber, I believe, who's responding to this video, and Vaush decides he's going to jump in and defend his take on this video to Rose Wrist. And I believe, Destiny, you were in the chat.
Well, hold on.
Kind
to
of-
be, just because I want to, especially if I'm involved in Vaush, I want to make sure the facts are accurate. I thought, didn't Rose Wrist reach out to Vaush? And
Well,
he said he
I
wanted-
I thought it was the other way
so,
around,
yeah.
but I'm not sure. So.
Yeah. We like to get accurate facts here too. So I appreciate that. We don't want to, Vaush, if we're misrepresenting you in any way, I know that you would never misrepresent anybody on the internet. So
Right.
I would just like to formally, not going to apologize, but if we get it wrong, you know,
Acknowledge that you got it wrong.
acknowledge that we get
There
it
you go.
wrong. Yeah, okay.
Anyway.
So the thing that I didn't know, Destiny, was, did Rose Wrist ask one of your questions, or that was unclear to me?
There was one question that I wanted him to ask Vaush because I thought Vaush was being a little bit cagey, but
Right. So, and he did ask that question.
yeah, he did, and he told Vaush which question it was. So.
What was the response? Do you recall?
I don't even remember the question.
Stephen, fuck all that
Okay.
politics
But
shit.
whatever it was unsatisfying.
Do a Last of Us 2 playthrough.
Yeah. All
It's
right.
not that bad, I promise.
So let's get into it.
Let's get into the video.
NPR's Melissa Block reports.
Now, there must be an initial assumption here. Kindergarten to 3rd grade, that's so little. It's about...
So the name of this video is Republicans Want Queer Kids Dead and They're Winning. And this is in response to the DeSantis Don't Say Gay bill.
There's a bit of an echo on the watch together. Is that Doomer or Rags, perhaps? I'm not sure.
I don't think it shouldn't be me.
All right.
I mean, I have headphones in. Is there any other way that would happen?
I have headphones in as well.
Yeah, I've had headphones as well. So
Maybe it's you.
Maybe
No.
watch together.
I didn't hear an
fucked up
echo,
again.
but
you didn't hear an echo?
no.
Oh, I
About-
did.
Just
Yeah,
look
the
and see
stream
if the
opens-
box lights up when the video starts, and you'll be able to tell who's echoing if there is an echo.
Right.
Stones. Keep in mind, the real position that most Republican politicians have is that, well, okay, just let's get this out.
There's definitely an echo.
Yeah, I do hear it now.
And it's definitely not me.
Okay, well, I don't hear an echo, which makes it feel like it might be me. Is it me?
I don't hear an echo
It
either.
was you.
Oh, shit. Well, wait, hold on now.
Yeah.
Well,
It even echoed like after we paused the video.
the other guy said he didn't hear an echo, so fuck you guys.
Vaush was still talking.
Rag,
Who's the other
stop
guy?
covering, okay?
Covering. I'm uncovered entirely.
I also don't hear an echo. I don't know what's going on.
You guys don't have like a stream open in the background or two watch together windows open or something, right?
I don't have any other stream open.
No, the guy the people that are saying they're hearing echoes.
Yeah, I do hear the echo. I don't have anything open.
Yeah, I don't have anything open either.
We'll get to the bottom of this eventually.
Maybe.
Hope so. For those who are being bothered by an echo, because I don't hear it, so I don't.
Let's try again. It's
out of the way.
Might be better to search for it while it's going on.
Right to begin with, okay? Legitimately, most Republican politicians...
Completely fixed now. Whatever you did, it worked.
I didn't know
Doomer.
that, so
I
it
don't
wasn't
think
me.
they care about trans people, okay?
It's my
What Republican politicians care about is letting the world die to climate change by not doing...
All right, it's back, Doomer.
all right.
Wait. Doomer, mute yourself. Doomer, mute yourself for a second.
Wait, I don't hear any echo, so I don't know. I don't think there can be anybody in here echoing. Are you guys in another group call or something?
No, this is the only call we're in. Hold on.
Legitimately, most Republican politicians, I don't think they care about trans
Okay, wait. Okay, it's not Doomer.
I do hear it now. Now that I'm really kind of
Okay,
Yeah.
Steve.
filling my ears.
Destiny, mute yourself for like a second on Zoom.
I think it's you, Sitch.
Wait, okay, here, play again and we'll see whose box lights up. Go.
Okay.
people. Okay? What Republican politicians care about is letting the world die to climate change by not doing anything about the oil, gas, and,
It's Adam.
Only Adam's box.
Yeah, I
is
see
lit
Adam's
up.
box lighting up, but
No,
I
it
still
was-
don't hear an
it
echo.
was,
It was him all along.
It was Destiny.
I muted it.
How?
and
It was Adam's
Wait.
box literally lighting up.
coal
Yeah,
only Adam's
lobbies
box
that
was
they
lit
are
up.
bought out by.
But the
And
echo's
two,
gone.
cutting taxes for wealthy people. Now, those two
Okay, you can unmute Destiny. Did you mute him in the call? Okay. It's you. It's Steven.
How is this possible?
Wait, is it actually me or
It is
It
actually
is
you.
you.
Yeah.
my box isn't even lighting up?
I know, but
maybe
you were muted,
maybe
the
he's
echo went
in
away.
maybe he's in the watch together as with the mic in the watch
Oh,
together.
yeah.
Oh,
you're
wait,
probably
I
right.
absolutely am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Jesus fuck.
You're in two calls.
Yes.
This has happened before.
Oh, wait, is it? Hold on. My microphone and my webcam are not activated.
Gonna be 8 hours of this.
Guys, just bear with
know
us.
that
Also, if
Steven's
that
in
was
there.
the thing, then muting me in this fucking call shouldn't affect that either. Motherfuckers.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Well, no, you're muting in one, but you're still open in the other. But we don't hear the
Oh.
echo because you're only in one. Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. That's not a good point.
I
Wait,
wonder
what
if-
echo?
can I-
What are you hearing an echo of?
Can I just mute him? Can I just
We're
mute
hearing
him
it-
and watch together?
Well,
Yeah.
we're hearing echo of the watch together, not of you.
Mute me. Just mute me. Do what you must. I accept.
Continue.
position that most
have
Republican
manufacturers.
politicians have is that, well, okay, just let's get this out of the way right to begin with, okay?
All right.
Legitimately, most Republican politicians, I don't think they care about trans people, okay? What Republican politicians care about is letting the world die to climate change by not doing anything
Definitely.
about the oil, gas, and,
Yeah,
coal
that's true.
lobbies
That's
that they are
definitely
bought
true.
out by. And two, cutting taxes for wealthy people. Now,
Yeah.
those two positions are really bad politically if you are...
So I want to play this
Is that just
like
it?
for a minute before.
That's
just
all
to
they care about, Rag. Shut up.
Well, no, just to this is very interesting because this is right as the "Don't Say Gay" bill gets passed, and he's kind of saying, "Oh, Republicans don't really care about the trans issue," and you'll see a month later this transitions into Republicans are going to enact an LGBT genocide. So I just thought
Right.
that transition seems
Okay.
very extreme.
So they went from not caring to being like, we have to get rid of all these people.
Well, like he's saying they don't care. They're just going to use it cynically for ulterior purposes. And that transitions into the genocide. So
All right.
I would imagine most of them are like what? Like I bet a lot of people are just apathetic to it. It's just not something that they generally discuss or hear about or talk about.
Well, I mean, I think people care about the gender identity being taught in school and things of that nature, more so than other issues.
Yeah, I think there's a fear or worry about like stuff going on in school. I think that's a really easy thing to get people worked up on relating to gender stuff. For some reason, you can't do it with mass shootings, but you can.
That's true. Well, there's the fear. There's the fear that they're gonna have their children be trans,
Something like that.
essentially. But
Well, there is also the fear that they're being taught an untested ideology. This idea that gender assigned at birth is a pretty radical idea for a lot of people, and I don't think that's really been scientifically vetted, and I'm not sure it belongs in public schools for that reason.
yeah, no, I agree.
So,
Explicit
but
about
that concern seems lost on people on the left, like especially Vaush. I mean, we talked to Matt Binder and Lance a couple days ago, and I mean that seemed lost on them. That people are concerned that their kids are being taught this untested ideology as fact. Which how do you have that debate if they don't even accept that's what they're concerned about?
The thing that was interesting to me when we talked to them was that not that it was untested, but they don't even see it as being a political question.
Right.
They're like, this isn't a
Right.
like we said, we don't want politics and things of this nature to be taught in schools, and they're like, this isn't political. This is just civil rights issues, and it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know about
Anytime the word politics is invoked, it's a little weird because I mean, like technically everything is political, right? Really?
that. Well,
No, not.
I
I mean,
wouldn't say
not
that.
really. Yeah.
I think
mean,
so. Unless we're moving out of like once you've left like physics, chemistry, and math, like what you teach in every history class is going to be political. What you teach in every sociology class is going to be political. Like sex ed is
Well,
political.
those are political topics, yes, because they have to do with social arrangements. But if it's something that there is no, like you said, like math isn't generally a social topic, so it isn't political because there's no moral component.
Kind of, yeah. But then even some conservative parents can turn these topics into big political ones as well. Like Common Core, for instance, is something that people have really strong feelings about.
Sure.
So yeah,
but chemistry is not, and reading is not really. Well, I guess maybe you can.
I
voice
learned I learned a
becomes
saying
political.
I like a long time ago, which is political things are things that I don't like, which basically means that like if you don't like something, it becomes political. And I think that's a good thing to keep in mind because there's a lot of things that don't seem quote unquote political, but what might not be political to one person, if another person disagrees with it, it becomes political, Not to get like too hardcore, but even for something like chemistry, if you've got like a flat earth creationist, that's going to be a political topic, or evolution will,
Sure, totally.
Right.
Yeah. There's a lot of contention around almost fucking everything in the United States. So yeah.
I mean, I think that's fair to say that anything you disagree with is political. And I guess when we've talked about this before, we sort of landed on that, public education should be sort of based around being as uncontroversial as possible and fulfilling the needs as many people possible. And I think there's a good balance of I mean, like technically anything can be political, sure, but how many people are really flat earth creationists versus
Unfortunately, I think
not?
in the United States, isn't it like a decent chunk of people, like over like
don't-
what isn't it like
flat earthers or creationists? I guess we conflate.
well, in terms of creationists, I think isn't it like 46% of Americans? Fuck, I don't know how old this data is, but I thought it was like past 40% of Americans still believe in like God creating shit. So yeah, I'm not trying to say that like some things are clearly more controversial than other things,
Right.
But I think it behooves you to understand that
older it's split.
you can't just dismiss something by saying like, oh, well, this isn't political. Because I think that's a big folly that a lot of people on the left have made. We're like, oh, well, this is an uncontroversial, absolutely established scientific fact. And it's like, well, from where? Well, from gender studies and sociology. It's like, okay, well, there's going to be a lot of contention here. And I think it's important to recognize that because when you just blow past it and say, oh, well, I don't think this is contentious, you kind of miss the whole field of people that do think it's contentious. That's all I'm just saying.
Where are you at on that question, Destiny?
Yeah, do you think the Earth is flat?
The
gender ideology stuff in schools, I guess.
it's gender assigned at birth. Is that a thing in your lexicon?
So I feel like everybody just tackles these conversations like dog shit. I think the problem is that contentious. I think a lot of the LGBT stuff has kind of like ran away into like very, very, very activist groups, such that I wouldn't trust a lot of activist trans people to talk about trans issues now. So it makes it really hard to say like, where am I at on it? Like I have my feelings and thoughts on it that I would argue are about as close to true as I think they should be. Although everybody feels that way, of course, right? But some of the more kind of like radical conversations that feel like they're leading the dialogue sometimes feel a little bit wacky. You know, like anytime you got somebody talking about like xenogenders or neo-pronouns or, you know, like all this stuff, it's like, I don't feel like any of that should even be talked about because it's so ridiculous. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's gonna depend, I guess, on what the question is more specifically.
I get that.
I guess when it comes to a lot of the school stuff, I think a lot of parents have a particular desire to keep sexuality conversations, and I guess that would probably bleed into gender related conversations to ones that they have with their kids, not ones that they kind of have this degree of separation with. It's got this personal kind of nature to it,
for sure,
I think.
Although I will say I'm super out of sympathy for parents because it seems like, especially for boomers, like they just don't have those conversations at all. So like, yeah, fuck you. If like there are so many girls that have like their first period that never even knew periods were a thing until they started bleeding around in class. There are a lot of boys and girls that don't ever get any conversations about STDs or birth control, like real conversations, not the ones where like if you smoke marijuana, get a blowjob, your dick is gonna fall off, like stupid shit like that. So it's hard to be sympathetic towards parents that are like, we want to have these conversations. Well, you're not. But I mean, yeah, they're complicated topics. Yeah.
Well, I think they probably were comfortable with them learning that in, you know, 5th or 6th grade, whenever it's appropriate, whenever sex ed is appropriate.
Yeah,
well,
but even that question, when is it appropriate, right? Because some people would say that like kids at 6th grade having sex or sexual feelings, that's fucking disgusting. So.
Well, no, they teach them teach them the sex ed. They don't necessarily assume that they're having sex.
Right. I mean, that's when you start to physically go through puberty. So.
I mean, that's what it was for me when I went to school. I think it was like 6th-ish grade. We got into the biology topic of, you know, reproduction and everything, and we all got this note from the teacher that explained everything we're going to be talking about, and we had to get our parents to sign it that they were okay with that, and then we brought it back to the school and teachers and everything, and then we had all of that school stuff. So. And again, I went to Catholic schools pretty much always, elementary and high school. So.
Wow, and they taught sex ed in Catholic school?
Yeah.
Catholic grade school they did, but it was really bad for me. I don't know what it was like for you, but for us, it was basically like talking about how if you like, we learned about like shadow partners. If you have sex with like three people that have had sex with 3 people, you're really having sex with like 9 people or 27 people every single time you fuck somebody. Yeah, so all
that
of
sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah. We learned the tape analogy where, you know, you take a piece of tape and you stick it on your arm and you take it off over and over again. You go, this is what it's like to try to bond with your family once you've had sex with multiple people. You can't do it anymore. We saw the pictures of like fucking like rotting genitalia, but this is Catholic school though. I'm hoping that.
Jesus Christ!
I can't remember what mine was. I think we sort of delved into. I think because it was so long ago, and I legit can't remember a lot of it. Maybe it was because they didn't talk about it much, but I do remember seeing some of the pictures of that stuff they'd show. There was a clear, very strong encouragement that you don't have sex until you're married and stuff.
Aren't the pictures kind of good to warn people like this is kind of what you're signing up?
I mean, it depends on what the conversation is around the pictures.
Right.
Also, the chance of an STD, like making your dick fall off, like no, we got a very bad. I'm so embarrassed to say this, especially given my level of sexual activity. I think I was like 30 when I learned things about like chlamydia and gonorrhea that I didn't even know before. Like in terms of like how permanent these things are, or like do they clear up with like one bout of antibiotics? Like even for me, I didn't know a ton of shit. And like and then same thing with drugs too. We did like the DARE stuff. I was 30 before I finally like started
I did
to
DARE.
Do
hell yeah.
Yeah. So the way that we educate our children around these topics is so dog shit. And the problem with too, and people know this or they understand it even if they don't know it. Once you lose somebody's trust because you lied to them about some things, they're not going to believe you about anything. And we do that to our kids a ton when we talk about topics. It's so stupid.
How do you feel on that being said? How do you feel about the Santa question?
Which I don't like to lie to my kid ever. But I mean, some people like Santa. If you want to do it, that's fine. But I think fairy tale shit like that is stupid as fuck. There's plenty of cool shit to appreciate in the real world. Like why?
Buzzkill.
Flying Santa isn't real.
No Tooth Fairy.
Jeez.
I mean, the present's just But they're there. I don't know.
About them. So instead what they do is they maintain power by keeping their voting base distracted by a non-stop series of culture war battles. They are meaning.
This is such projection, like off the charts here.
Distracting?
Well, it's not. It's true, but it's happening on both sides. Both sides seem to be focusing a lot on culture war issues that kind of detract from not really having answers about a lot of economic problems right now.
Of course, turning the bill into "Don't Say Gay" is exactly what he's describing here.
Also, this is a huge mistake that a lot of people make on the left and right. People will say things like, people just care about economic issues, like they don't care about these weird culture things. That's a distraction. That is absolutely not true. People absolutely care about culture shit. The idea that it's just a distraction, you think they only care about economic issues, that is just, it couldn't be further from reality.
Yeah, I was about to say, with the whoever the right-wing Vaush is, would he or she be saying the same thing about whatever the Democrats might be doing? It's just a distraction. It's not really real. That issue doesn't really matter. It's just a distraction.
Yeah. Well, most people understand on some level that like the economy is so complicated, it's hard to have an opinion about it, right? It's like, do I really know enough to
about it? As I've discovered.
It is, but I think that's part of why people don't care as much. But with like culture issues, there's no barrier. There's like, it's not like read 64 textbooks. It's just like, you know, what are your intrinsic moral values, right? And then that just manifests itself as your opinion. So everyone has an opinion.
They're teaching what to my kids? I totally understand.
Yeah.
Teaching economics to my kids?
How dare they?
In my school.
True.
Well, that's what was weird when we talked to Matt, is that that was basically his perception. I guess he seemed like he was kind of very much in a left-wing bubble about, you know, why does anyone care about this culture war issues? Why don't they just vote about, you know, public health care and things of that nature? And it's just, I feel like the left's never going to move. They're never going to gain politically if that's the attitude.
Yeah,
they hold. They're never going to gain any pick up any votes. And I don't think it's true, because at least publicly, like a lot of Democrats are focusing on these culture war issues, and they're obviously doing it because they think it's effective.
Yeah, you have to. It is.
People are very effective.
People are far more likely to vote their moral interests than their economic interests, especially in terms of, I mean, unless you're talking about a huge tax cut. I mean, the things that you're voting on don't really affect your economics very much anyway.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of people don't know what's in their economic interest, so it's really easy to convince them that whatever it is that they want is going to be in their economic interest.
True.
And they are done expressly to distract Americans from the fact that their real positions are really, really bad. Now, Republican voters, I think...
That's an interesting... a part of me doesn't think that the secret... Because they're in the castle on the hill, and it's always lightning behind it. And they're like, all right, we need to distract our voter base because we're actually really evil, and they're going to know we're evil if we don't distract them with these issues. It's like, I don't know, maybe they actually care, you know, because I think that, you know, I think everyone on most sides probably actually cares about this sort of thing. You don't have to imply they don't actually care. And they're being
I think with the Republicans, it's more that most Republican politicians are still technically neoconservative neoliberals from like the Bush era, and they have to appeal to the sort of new Trump populist movement. And so instead of focusing on economic issues where there actually would be probably some pretty strong disagreements, it's easier for them to just focus on these cultural issues, which they would generally agree upon. And then like all these Don't Say Gay bills or the CRT bills, they don't really, like, it's very easy to pass these bills. It doesn't cost the government really much to do any of this stuff. So it makes much more sense for them politically to focus on this stuff.
And parents are reliable voters. If they can step in and pass some policy that's going to make parents happy, they're down to do that. They're totally down to do that. It's like a gift.
Yeah, exactly. It's free money.
Care about trans people sincerely because they're told to, because they consume media, they watch news articles, or they watch news bits, they read articles, you know, which are telling them essentially that the world is ending because children can think that they're the gender that they don't think that they think they are. So on and so on. Now, again, I want to be clear. I don't think Republican politicians, for the most part, care about this stuff. I also don't think they care about the consequences of pushing down that road. Meaning that if this is just step 1 to 10 years from now, like police doing mass roundups and executions of trans people, I don't think Republican politicians...
Does he think that, like, is that a meme or is that something he's... Like,
Rex, have you seen this before?
Well,
I haven't seen this sort of thing. I'm not super big political dog, man.
He's serious, but I mean, he admits he engages in gross hyperbole, his own words. So,
oh, okay, that's gross hyperbole. I hope the people who hear that know it's gross hyperbole.
Because I'm like, man, I guess because I don't know I don't know how crazy because I've heard I hear all the crazy stuff, but
I don't think it's hyperbole. I mean, maybe this is a spoiler, but like he's repeated these statements like so many times in so many ways, like to pretend it's hyperbole. I mean, it's not being taken as hyperbole if it is, right?
Right.
I might have to get the
Tim Pool sort of thing.
I might have to get the Tim Pool beanie out here. I feel like we're drifting towards
the Civil War.
Tim Pool Civil War here.
Well, he spends the majority of the debate with the guy that we're going to watch just saying that basically the Republicans are going to become the Nazi party if they control all houses of government in the next election. So if he's speaking hyperbolically, he's being consistent.
If he's speaking what?
Hyperbolically.
Okay.
Hyperbolically. Sorry.
Yeah.
Politicians would care. Lead all the way down that road and back. I do not think they care that much. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, like maybe they don't care enough to do it. Like that seems more like they just actually don't care that much.
Well, that's what's even weird too, because he's saying like the Republicans are going to accidentally round up gay people. Like what? Or they're just going to do it. They don't care about it, yet they're going to expend all this energy to put the gay people in camps or something. Like this doesn't make any sense.
Well, I guess the implication is the semi-apathy of step 1 is going to eventually turn into full-blown like hatred and concentration camps.
Okay. Here's a serious question, because I don't know the answer to this. Would he consider legislation that would like block trans kids from transitioning as a genocide? Because he might.
Any single piece of legislation that does anything regarding trans people that isn't like completely 100% reaffirming them is genocidal to him.
Jeez.
Okay. Well then, I mean that might clear up the confusion, right? Because
when
I think of a genocide, that's not what I think.
He said round up, didn't he? Specifically.
And executions of trans people. I don't think for consequences of pushing down that road. Meaning that if this is just step 1 to 10 years from now, like police doing mass roundups and executions of trans people.
Okay, so he says specifically mass roundups and executions.
What this implies is that there are meetings of police officers and SWAT teams who are sitting in a meeting, and one of them has the big whiteboard, and he's telling him this is what a trans person looks like, and he cuts through all the slides.
Yeah,
this is how you can tell.
We've got all the people with picker avatars from Twitter. We've got their addresses. Let's go get them.
Well, and Doomer, like, to my knowledge, there's only one state that tried to enact what you're talking about. They tried to say no kids are allowed to transition. It was Texas. And Vaush never brings that example up, even though it would be technically would be his strongest example, though I guess it would also be undermined because a Texas state court blocked it on the grounds that it's probably going to be unconstitutional. So,
well, that's probably why he doesn't bring it up.
Yeah, I guess. But that's the problem with this conversation. He never brings up the specific legislation he's talking about. That's like the one step away from enacting the LGBT genocide.
Well, I think right now the legislation they bring up is, I think in Florida, they're trying to remove trans people from the ability to do like Medicaid type stuff.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he knows that example or not, but yeah.
I mean, it's a problem if you think that he's trying to make a persuasive argument to a neutral and biased observer, but I don't think that's ever what he's trying to do, really.
He's preaching to an extremist audience now. Is his goal.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
Seems that way with this kind of genocide talk. You generally want to lead up to that.
Yeah, well.
Ooh. I don't know. You don't want to go there.
Just jump
the
in.
joke, is that you don't. Is that you don't.
Yeah, joke, sure, Rags. Yeah.
I don't think Republican politicians would care. They will lead all the way down that road and back. I do not think they care that much. It doesn't really matter the degree of sincerity they have on this issue, because this kindergarten to third grade thing is only a stepping stone to any elementary or middle school, to any schooling or public institution at all.
I don't know. That doesn't seem like some crazy unreasonable thing to say, to make distinctions between younger kids and older kids, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think a lot of people,
transitioning.
Yeah,
yeah,
like,
of course.
Really,
you
many
should make
issues.
distinctions. Yeah,
I don't think that it's necessarily to jump to, oh, this is just their stepping stone to the whole kit and caboodle is, I don't know. I think that both sides and pretty much everyone can agree that there is some line in between the young and the old that we could sort of put some line on somewhere. I think it's reasonable to do so.
I think the only thing is that if we're talking about a line that should be put there, then the line should, I feel like the line should just be decided medically. I don't like the idea of like state legislatures trying to figure this out. Like, why not just leave it up to hospitals? Like, it feels like a conversation that happens between like a doctor, a patient, and then like a child if they're involved, and that should be it.
Okay.
How do you feel though about there being sort of ideological capture around the therapeutic industry and the medical industry around trans issues? Like, there really aren't unbiased doctors. The doctors that are in this space are really political actors.
I mean, yeah, that could be a case, but then you fix the political institution. You don't bring in another political institution to regulate it, right? Because political capture obviously describes our political system too, right? Like, because doctors might be political, the state legislature is going to make these decisions. And then also, even if there is some amount of political capture, I would still want the right as a parent to make these choices irregardless of some state legislature. Like, if there's a decision that needs to be made medically between me and my child and a doctor, I don't want DeSantis standing in between me and my doctor, my child's health. Like, I would never, ever, ever imagine any parent would want to have to deal with that.
But if you had, let's say you had Christian conservatives pitching affirmation care as like a way to deal with homosexuality, obviously we would jump in and say, no, that's wrong. Right? I mean,
Sitch wouldn't, but
what?
You were just echoing a little bit there.
I think that once you hit like certain levels of like evidence for things, I think it's okay to say that this is something that like shouldn't be done anymore. So like, let's say that it was the case that we were a bit further along in the future and we were to see that like, hey, like these types of trans healthcare things don't actually help. Then yeah, we would say like, okay, well maybe this isn't something that should be, recommended for people. But I would still hope it would come from the medical institutions and not like legislatively. But
right.
Well, the state does. I mean, medical licensing boards and stuff like that, they're somewhat state regulated, right? I mean, sooner or later, the state gets involved.
Does the state get involved in approving medical I guess you could argue like the FDA kind of does.
Sure, that's a state organization as well.
But still, the FDA runs like
Consumer Protection Agency is a...
Yeah, but these things run kind of independently. Like you might nominate like a head, but it's not like we're taking votes in the Senate to decide.
Yeah, it's state adjacent.
Yeah.
Well, I think you go to the Consumer Protection Agency. If you, and this is with any operation, if you have an operation that you don't get informed consent on, you got a doctor that's just like, oh, this is going to change your life, it's going to be great, and it turns out to be terrible, then you would go to the Consumer Protection Agency, I believe, to say, listen, I didn't get informed consent, I'm suing this doctor.
Yeah,
medical malpractice.
True.
Yeah, from a doctor, especially because hospitals in that whole field is probably very, very, they're used to having those kinds of considerations, maybe more so than the government. Would it be easier to get that kind of restitution in whatever form it is from a hospital or a medical organization than it would be from something that maybe the government has more fingers in?
This is why I think the informed consent is where this battle is really going to be fought. And I think this is why so many of the trans doctors are ideologically captured, because I think like sensible surgeons probably see this coming down the road, and they just it's like a nightmare for them. I don't, how do you give someone informed consent when there's such little research on something like this? I just think a lot of legal wrangling is going to be coming down the line in the near future.
I mean, you can tell people that like stuff is experimental, right? I think, wasn't that something that Trump actually legalized? I thought conservatives praised him for it. I think Trump made it so that if you were facing like life or death circumstances, you had an easier time accessing experimental medication.
Right.
I mean, like, what is the informed consent around that? Like.
Well, I guess that's part of the case. Well, that's the case that they're making in trans issues. They're definitely saying, your son or daughter is suicidal, therefore they are somewhat in a terminally ill situation, and therefore promoting.
Yeah, I think the left needs to get away from that shit because it's cancerous to conversations. That the constant like they're all going to kill themselves if we don't approve everything right now. This has to be the case, or they're all suicide. Like that, the left needs to move away from that messaging because it's really toxic.
I agree, 100. I totally
but
agree.
I don't think they can't though, because that's kind of the medical justification for everything that follows.
Well, the medical justification doesn't have to be you're gonna fucking kill yourself, right? Like giving children amphetamines is relatively controversial, but like ADHD doesn't make people commit suicide, right?
Right, but if like to my knowledge, I think the puberty blockers and a lot of the cross-sex hormones and a lot of this stuff is still, it's not FDA approved. It's all off-label, and the justification for it is like, well, it's better than death. As long as that's the criteria, it makes it very easy for any of the stuff to be justified.
You don't want
medically.
them to die, do you?
If people are saying that, I would disagree with that. But it doesn't have to just be death. There's a lot of other markers we can look at for like improved quality of life that are going to be important as well, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. It would be better if they moved away from it. I don't think they will, because I think it serves too much. It benefits the medical conversation too much to justify what's kind of going on unquestioningly.
To the Speak Up Anti-Grooming Act, where they establish a hotline to inform the state if a parent is found to be queer in any way, shape, or form, because there's a higher risk, according to their data, of abuse to their children. And
is that true?
No. He's saying he's predicting there's going to be narking on people for being gay or queer, essentially.
My bad, that just sounded pretty well.
Then the police show up and, and it goes and it goes and it goes. So, yeah, that's why they're focusing on it. It has nothing to do with harm reduction. It has nothing to do with protecting kids. Republican politicians love raping kids. That's like one of their top things next to cutting taxes. They're hugely in favor of it.
Well, you're laughing, so that obviously seems like hyperbole, right?
Well, I mean, it's well known, Republicans are in favor of raping kids, right?
Jesus.
I think it's funny that Vaush does everything in this video that he accuses Republicans of doing. Like, he basically says all Republicans do is scare.
Well, isn't Vaush the embodiment of it's okay when we do it?
I guess so.
I mean, yeah.
You have to keep in mind for a lot of these people, I say on the left, but it's true on the right as well. When it comes to politics, people will lay out like a set of principles that they believe in, like we should do this or we shouldn't treat people like this. But when they look at their opponents, they view their enemies, their ideological enemies, as actually being evil. So like those same rules don't apply, like obviously we should treat people with respect, blah, 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 but this person is engaged in an action that is actually like an aggressive attack against me. So therefore I can act in this manner,
Yeah, I don't condone calling people evil.
Right. No, but that's the classic.
Doomer, what are you talking about? Unironically evil, maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Guilty.
It's just
Doomer is the author of the Vaush's unironically evil video. So that's why that's funny.
I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that video.
Okay, so
it's
that was just video. So now we'll move on.
Oh wait, are you the Doomer? Are you that Doomer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Doomer. Yes.
Oh,
I'm surprised you didn't know that.
Oh, I didn't. I don't know if I've ever
different
heard you
Doomer.
talk before. Okay.
Did you cover that video, Destiny?
Yeah, we watched the whole thing, of course.
It's a great video. Yeah, Vaush totally lost his shit over it.
I thought you were a different stoat.
Well, he wasn't a stoat back then. He was the Wojak Doomer. So
yes.
Yeah.
But yes, and then he was like, I really want Vaush to hate me, so I'm going to put a monocle in my avatar. Just to convince everyone.
Against
this was a top troll. This was a top
deep
troll.
lore I'm not aware of.
Well, it makes him a rich bougie.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
There was a bunch of cringe Twitter drama you don't need to get into, but everybody was calling me an elitist when I'm like a fucking 99th percentile economic left sockdom. So I was like, fuck it, lean into it. Put a monocle on my avatar.
You missed the opportunity to give yourself the big long Cruella de Vil cigarette holder thing. You need to have one of those to really go all the way. I only associate those with Cruella de Vil. I don't know what they're really called.
CT, get on it.
He would have to go with a 16:9 avatar.
Yeah, her lighter is like a little dragon, right? They went full evil with her. I'll call Cruella de Vil evil. I will take that lead.
Wow.
what I meant was Vaush is definitely scaring his voters to the polls in the same way that they always accuse Republicans of. Republicans are just fear mongers. They just want to scare you to the polls. That's all they care about. All this manufactured outrage. When Vaush is basically saying here, they're going to round you all up and execute you. How is that any different?
I mean, that's like politics 101 these days, right? It's like everything is genocidal, everything is an existential threat, everything is on the verge of like killing and destroying everybody. Like that's just kind of how people.
Yes, but I don't like that.
No, yeah, it's really bad. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah, but.
How do you have a conversation with someone when they are basically accusing you of being a mass murderer before you even talk to them?
You can't, but that's the point. That's the point, is that you can't. Like it self-selects in people who are just completely unwilling to have conversations with people.
Let's label and dismiss. You know, if we label them as a thing, we don't have to talk to them. We don't have to engage with them because we've already labeled and defined them as being this thing that can't be reasoned with, and they're evil.
To be fair, yeah, but you see, Republicans will do this on the other side, right? Like all trans people are groomers, teachers that talk about these things are trying to like groom kids into doing things that pedophiles. Like it's all the same shit. Everybody plays these games.
I don't necessarily think that's true, though. I think the groomer thing is kind of political payback for being called racist, Nazi, homophobes for the last 6 years.
I mean, you can say that, but like
hit on something.
Conservatives have been calling gay people groomers for the past like 20 or 30 years. That's been
a
stereotype since the 60s of gay guys. Well, yeah, but I'm saying it's been a stereotype of gay people for a long time that they're just trying to like find children to molest. Like that's been
But Destiny, that's the homophobes and definitely the homophobes on the right are doing that indiscriminately, right?
We can't just say it's a minority when it took a little boy dying of AIDS from a blood transfusion to finally get Republicans to care about AIDS, right? Like it was a pretty mainstream opinion of the Republican Party.
You're talking, what is that, 30 years ago, 40 years ago? I'm talking about today. When was this blood transfusion thing? Was that before I was born?
What's his name? Ryan Hart?
It's probably in the 80s.
I'm just saying that when AIDS
was
a big
talking about
thing,
the 80s?
I'm just saying that when because you were saying,
you can't bring up an example from 40 years ago. I'm talking about now.
No, I understand what you're talking about, but you're saying like, well, this is payback for this. And what I'm saying is like this kind of quote unquote payback goes back a long time.
But I would like to think that the Republican Party has worked on its homophobia in the last 40 years. I don't see conservatives being the party of homophobia anymore. So I think that example
I would
is
agree.
just,
we've moved left socially for sure. But I'm
but
only responding to you saying that like this was payback for this. And I'm saying, yeah, but the payback's been going back and forth for a long time.
There are still homophobes in the Republican Party, okay? But I think they're very, very rare in this day and age. And that's a good thing, I would say.
Well, I would say these things do go back and forth. It's sort of like, okay, so they're calling the left groomers now, and then the left was calling them racist before then, and before then the Republicans were calling
communists.
They made liberal a dirty word and basically started with communists. So these things continue, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Right. But what I am saying is there are a bunch of rank and file Republicans who are like, I'm not homophobic, I'm not transphobic, I'm not racist. But they're being called racist, Nazi, homophobes every single day. And if you say to yourself, listen, they're mislabeling me, then you're going to be more inclined to start mislabeling them groomers. And where you had at one point, only the homophobes would be using this terminology. Now you have so many people who are just moderates who are like, yeah, they've been lying about me forever, so now I'm going to lie about them. I mean, I'm not doing this. I'm not going out calling people groomers. I'm just saying that morally speaking, it's become kind of a tit for tat thing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, of course.
Well, but I do believe, and they're saying this now. They're trying to say anybody who uses
what's
the term
happening
groomer
right
is
now
a homophobe.
Yes,
which I don't believe that's remotely true.
You don't believe? Wait, say that last thing again.
They're trying to say, the Vaushes of the world are trying to say right now that anybody who calls anybody a groomer is a homophobe.
A homophobe, no, but it is really weird. If you're using like groomer, like I don't know if a lot of people even know what groomer means. I mean, it feels like a reiteration of like prior attacks on LGBT people to just call people like groomers is kind of strange. Unless you actually see somebody grooming, right?
I'm so glad we're having this conversation. Yeah, because Destiny, it seems like you're not in the know about the groomer thing. Sitch, you want to?
Well, no, I'll just say it's weird because, to my knowledge, the first person to really push the groomer label was James Lindsay, and he meant it specifically in this kind of specific context that he's arguing that a lot of the queer theory stuff is sort of independent of gay rights and trans rights and is used to deconstruct, liberalism and normative values and all that stuff. And he did mean it in a somewhat, he talked about how the idea was to sexualize children, not in order to, have sex with underage children, but was that sexualizing them for some reason would open them up to basically being able to be more willing to accept sort of, socialist Marxist rhetoric and ideology. And when he was talking about grooming, he meant it in a kind of political way. And that was, to me, I think that's really how it started. So
that's
obviously
pretty big. So we're assuming that the whole reason why people are pushing for certain types of LGBT stuff is to get children more in line with being able to accept Marxist thought in the future? Or
no. Well, first of all, I don't think that's what's going on. I think he's only referring to, and what I would agree with, is that the academic literature behind it, that's the intention. And then it gets picked up by people because they feel like, they're continuing the civil rights movement, basically.
Well, I mean, it feels kind of like equivocation, like a Mott and Bailey, right? Because you can call someone a groomer and you mean they're like fucking kids. That's the intention that you have. And if someone calls you, you're like, oh, I don't mean that.
That's definitely, I'm not going to
about trans shit.
I'm going to agree with you that that's definitely happening. And that's part of the power of labeling people a groomer, is that it kind of allows that meaning of like, oh, you're a pedophile. Then when someone says, oh, you're a homophobe, you're calling all gay people pedophiles, they can kind of smug Pepe face, be like, oh no, actually I'm just talking about political grooming. And I understand that's all happening, but I think there's some truth to the label.
Well, so some truth meaning that in academic circles, certain ideologies are pushed to groom children to be more warm towards Marxist ideology in the future. Is that that's where you're saying it's applicable, or?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is political grooming, and I think if they want to be more specific, they should say that. But obviously, they want to have that incendiary pedophile implication.
Well, it feels kind of to me like how racism went from being, having malice for people of different races to like you support society and
systemic racism.
Yeah. Well, right. No, I mean, I just mean the equivocation of changing the underlying representation of what a word means.
Yeah, like if we were to ask the average conservative what grooming means, out of 100 people surveyed, how many do you think would give that academic answer? Because I would guess less than 2.
Very, very few. Yes.
Yeah. So that's what it. Yeah, that's yeah.
So anyway, we'll move on to the second lead into the debate for the Vaush video.
Okay, listen up, people. I understand the urge to engage in sociological analysis, but first and foremost, it is critical to understand the fact
What's on his ear? Did
Republicans
he get a piercing,
are demons.
That's his marshmallow.
He had, surgery to remove.
It's a bandage because he has keloids on his ears.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So this video is called "Why Pro-Life Republicans Want You to Suffer," and this was immediately after the Roe v. Wade leak, I believe.
Okay.
I understand the urge to engage in sociological analysis, but first and foremost, it is critical to understand the fact that Republicans are demons wearing human flesh. You can fault Democrats for being incompetent or maliciously incompetent. I mean, and you should, by the way. I encourage you to. But most Democrats, I don't feel they're actual envoys of Satan wearing human flesh. Republicans, however, this is a requirement for entry, and
I'd like to point out really quickly. People said I was being hyperbolic about his rhetoric, so
wow,
man.
Are we responding to chat now? Because I have a lot.
Hey, you made your video too early.
Yeah, what the fuck, Doomer? You need a part 2. Get busy.
Destiny's muted.
Should have learned it.
Sorry, fuck yeah.
I know.
Are we responding to chat now? Because if so, I've got a lot of things I could say. No, I'm just fucking with you. But okay.
I muted you, Destiny, just to avoid the echo. So.
Yeah, I got you. Sorry.
Yeah. Somehow I know that it has to do with the watch together. I feel like if you left the watch together and came back in, you might fix it. So.
Okay. Wait, do you want to leave it unmuted and see if it echoes again? And then if it does, I'll just keep muting.
It does. It is.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I don't know how. Good question. All right, well, I'll mute.
Usually we're used to dealing with professionals here.
You have
people who've streamed more than once. So.
Well, something is happening with the watch together window that I don't use this watch together thing, but like I can look on Zoom and I see that my thing's not lighting up, so I can't be leaking audio in there. But also I don't have my microphone approved for.
But Zoom, if you enter the watch together room incorrectly, somehow you can talk through the watch together room.
Okay, I'll refresh it. We'll see if that does anything.
Yeah.
What's happened?
Okay, I refreshed it. You can tell me if it does anything there. But
see, I heard it. I heard my voice come through the watch together room.
Oh yeah, you could toggle your microphone on the watch together. Yeah.
Yeah, mute yourself in the watch together room. Activate your microphone. Click on that button and go block.
Smash that mic button.
Oh, it shows a symbol when you're activated. So he was not speaking through watch together. That wasn't the issue.
So
because he didn't have the
I
issue.
turned it on and
it isn't.
But
oh, okay. Maybe it's going through. Maybe the watch together's going through your speakers into your room or something, and you're hearing it in your headphones and in your room. I don't know.
Who knows? Okay, try one more time. If it echoes, I'll just keep muting myself in here.
I want it to be known, and I talked about this a little bit on Twitter, but I think it's very important to insist on this. Anti-abortion, pro-forced birth.
Yeah, I can hear it bouncing right off that wall in back of you.
Well, I see it echoing now. I don't know. Okay, I'll just mute myself. Go for it.
There's a little tinny sound coming off the saxophone.
Tinny, don't say that word.
Birth advocates do not give a single shit about the unborn. This can be evidenced in a variety of ways. First of all,
I will say, as someone who grew up Catholic and was surrounded by them for much of my life, they absolutely do care, whether you agree with it or not. They really do care. They care a lot.
Yeah, they do.
What are two very basic, common sense policies that everyone who sincerely cares about fetuses would support? Anyone who doesn't want abortions, right?
Do we need to guess and then see how our guesses compare with?
Sure, Rags. You got a guess?
I'll have to put myself in the Vaush mindset. It already tastes terrible.
My condolences.
Oh yeah. With him, I actually don't know. I was thinking that maybe we could pull some together, make a game of it, but I legit.
It's got to be. It's got to be like child care.
It's like if you
welfare, something like that. Free baby formula.
Something that he would think everybody would agree on. Which is tough because you want to think that it's crazy, but he also thinks Republicans are Satan. So, I'm going to go with abortions allowed after second trimester and mandatory or like big what?
How is that?
I don't know.
Policy.
I don't know why he thinks. I don't know how this person I don't know.
Rags, we're using our brains today, okay?
No, we have to role play not doing that.
So, that's true.
That's true. Then he thinks.
Oh, I got you. You're right. No, obviously, it's going to be some sort of child care.
I think so.
Or free college, or who knows what he's going to say.
Yeah, free child. Ooh, he might go into free college too. Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, are we talking about why he's going to say they're anti-child or?
Why
they don't
policies
really
he's going to say Republicans would be in favor of if they actually cared about fetuses.
Oh, sure. I mean, like these are going to be super standard like Democrat arguments, not even wild ones. Is that like Republicans care about a child until the moment it comes out of the womb, and then they're opposed to things like welfare or opposed to anything that would help like further along the life of a child after they've been born, of course, right?
Right. Free child care. Yeah.
You guys are missing the obvious one.
What? So we'll say it. Tell us.
Well, you'll see. I've watched this video.
Okay.
Things. You would
Sitch
want access to free contraception because
contraception.
you want every birth to be deliberate, because if it's not deliberate, that increases the likelihood of abortion.
Of course, that completely goes against Catholicism, but who cares about their religion, right? They probably don't care about their religion at all. What a dumb.
Well, it's more just, I mean, the right's just against, public funding as much as possible anyway, generally.
Yeah, but they're not going to give up their principles. What kind of person says, oh, here, let me give up my principles?
I will say that like the majority of religious people are having premarital sex and stuff. I do think it's a little bit strange. If you're so opposed to abortions, why wouldn't you be pushing contraception is bad and it's a sin, but it's probably better than murdering a baby in the womb, right?
Because they can't do it because of their principles. They would look like hypocrites, and they know that. So, on the down low, they'll promote it, but they're not going to come out and support a bill in Congress.
Well, sure, I guess, but then it makes it harder
to
feel like you have a principled stance towards protecting fetuses. Like now, your principled stance is going to be more like aligned towards following whatever religious idea you have. More so.
No, they just circumvent it by saying abstinence only. That's why they are in the abstinence only position. Yeah, I know it doesn't work. I know it doesn't work. It doesn't matter though that it doesn't work as long as they maintain their principles.
Well,
That's what they're worried about.
I don't even think they need to push abstinence only. I mean, people can buy condoms.
Right.
You know, people can get condoms, you know, relatively easily.
That's what I'm saying. Every Catholic family in America is telling their kids secretly, use condoms.
Well, I think
but they're not going to support a bill.
A lot of religious people are. They do have that bit of a, if they want to do it, then that's their right to sin or something like that. There's probably enough of them to where it's a sizable chunk where as long as it doesn't cross particularly strong lines, which I don't think contraception does for a lot of them, they would be all right with, it's fine if it's out there, but we don't like it. But it's the right to do it.
There's a difference too between saying like, if someone wants to use a condom, that's up to them versus saying like, oh, my tax dollars are going to be paying for this.
Yeah.
But I mean that's really short-sighted because you're paying one way or another. You're either going to
I understand like consequentially, but I'm saying like the way people perceive it, the whole situation.
How they imagine it,
Factually, nothing lifts people out of poverty like capitalism. Do you think Vaush is going to go? No, I was going to say capitalism. You think Vaush is willing to abandon his principles just because that's a fact? Of course not.
Well, he's not going to accept that as a fact in the first place.
Right. Yeah, of course.
And you want prenatal care. Those are the two big ones. Sex ed as well. No, three big ones. Sex ed, prenatal care, subsidized by the government, free. I
got that one right, by the way.
The way civilized countries do. And access to contraception. Republicans support none of these. In fact, they're opposed to all.
Got him. Proof. Proof.
All three. Republicans are against access to contraception. They are against sex education.
Access
and they
to
are
it?
against.
I don't know about they're against access to it.
Yeah, don't you know that? The Republican Party hates condoms.
Well, and okay, to be fair, he did say provided free by the government. Okay, they are against
now
that.
He's saying
also I think a lot of Republicans would actually say they don't want like teenagers have no business accessing contraception, or at least I've heard my mom say this a ton, and I feel like I've heard other Republicans say that like they shouldn't even be for teenagers. You're encouraging them to have sex and stuff. Maybe it depends on the flavor of Republican you're talking to. But.
Maybe, yeah.
I think the Republican Party
this is PolitiFact true.
Well, yeah, but do we focus on like what we think like boomer parents are saying, or do we focus on what the party's actually pushing for?
I mean, the party's more productive, but
yeah, totally. Party
against any kind of
what happened to Vaush? What happened to Vaush here? Vaush used to be no verbal tics, none of this verbal garbage. What happened? I feel like the confidence level here has been eviscerated.
He needs to ameliorate his oratory.
As the preeminent expert on Vaush videos, I disagree with that.
Vaush, do you realize that you're speaking? Do you realize you're doing public speaking right here? And all this.
You're being. Well, Doomer's saying that he was always like this. He just saw edited clips.
He did. Plus, it's fucking hard. It's not, if I go back and listen to myself talking, I sound like a fucking moron. So like, I don't know.
Well, edit that shit out.
What do you mean go back?
Positive changes to our healthcare system. They do not care. What is prenatal care? Care for a pregnant, like making sure the womb's healthy and everything. Making sure everything's going on.
I didn't know they didn't.
They do not care, okay? The reason they care is because they want to control women. That is it. That is, at the end of the day, that is it. Okay.
This is...
why
is this so... This is so dumb because there's so many people. I'm pro-choice, but there's so many people that are pro-life, and they, for whatever reason, they really have strong feelings about, protecting the life of the child. I've never heard this, mythical Republican be like, listen, I don't give a fuck about fetuses. I just want to make sure the women,
he's not making the argument that they don't actually not care about fetuses. He's making the argument that consequentially through the policies that they enforce, that they're essentially implicitly condoning more abortions happening rather than explicitly saying I don't care about the life of the fetus, right?
No, I don't think that's what he said. They just want to control women. They don't care about the fetus.
I know.
That's
I
what
hear
he
that
just
all
said.
the time about.
Yeah, he
like,
gets into weird
Republicans.
territory there as well, for sure. But I mean, I think that there are like it's always been like a classic question of conservatives. Although apparently we're not allowed to talk about all conservatives, but it's always been like a classic question of conservatives where it's like, okay, you guys want less abortions. We know how to do this. You do it through sex ed and you do it through contraception. And both of these things are things that historically, at least, conservatives have been dramatically opposed to. Like they'll die on the cross of like not having sex ed, like good sex ed for kids or contraceptives available to teenagers. So I mean, I think it's a fair thing to point out. But yeah, he gets into some weird territory later where it's like, oh well, it's just about controlling women's bodies and stuff, right?
Does anyone really, like the average person, really look at politics in that like logical, consequentialist way? Because I don't think that. They usually just rely on their their moral feelings to guide them.
Well, that's the thing is
of course.
But that's what I mean. Like, so it's not like Republicans are being hypocritical or in that they're not supporting sex ed because that would reduce teenage pregnancy. It's just they're not even thinking about that from that consequentialist lens. They're like, well, I'm against teenage pregnancies, I'm against sex ed for all these moral reasons.
Right. I mean, I think it's fair to say that they have a position that's like pretty stupid considering what you would expect to happen, right? It's like your stated priorities do not line up with your policy objectives. What you're proposing
that's
is
like
not
everybody
going to accomplish. Okay,
yeah, but I think this is like
you can call them out for being dumb as fuck.
It is dumb.
You can, sure.
People will criticize it, but it's kind of like Democrats who say they want more affordable housing, or progressives who say they want more affordable housing, and then they dick ride the fuck out of rent control, which is like one of the dumbest policies of all time. Like, so people will argue. People can argue something like, oh, okay, well, like, do you really care about rent? Because it doesn't seem like it, because you're pushing for policies that don't help. So I mean, like, you could say like, oh, are you saying they don't care about rent? Well, no, they do care about rent, but it's just like the policies that they're pushing aren't affecting the thing that they're trying to change. So it just seems kind of strange. And I think that's
like
kind of the overall
they
point.
think it's working, or they feel they have to go a particular route. If you're a conservative and you have a lot of Christian influence and you're a strong Christian, right? You might want certain goals, but automatically, to you at least, it locks off certain opportunities that you can use to get to that goal because of a moral reason or a religious reason.
To the conservative, women having sex outside of the socially ordained, divinely ordained, controlled format of a monogamous marriage is sinful. It is degenerate. And the primary agent of this degeneracy is, of course, the woman. Now, Republicans don't care that much if guys sleep around. This is very basic slut-shaming logic, right? Like, you can talk about monogamy all you want, but when guys sleep around, it's like, hey, and if girls sleep around, they get shamed and like kicked out of their social circles in a lot of conservative places. In like the Bible Belt.
Destiny, is that the case? You went to Catholic school. Were all the guys?
I mean, they'll always tell you that like nobody should have premarital sex, but like socially speaking, it's always kind of like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge if you're a guy and you managed to do it. But I mean, like they'll always tell you that like, yeah, of course.
Maybe among your friends, but not around. Like, try telling that to your Sunday school teacher. Oh, I'm gonna go. I mean, to your
Sunday school teacher, but I'm thinking more in terms of like how fathers and mothers like relate to their children. I think even in early like sitcoms, you would see this kind of thing where like the daughters are super protected, and the sons are kind of like, you shouldn't do that, but like, oh, good job, son, not like explicitly, but I mean, like, there's also a difference in terms of like the consequence of both as well, right? Like your daughter sleeping around gets pregnant, and that's like a whole thing, versus your son is sleeping around and doesn't get pregnant.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and obviously there's different, reproductive strategies that are available to men and women, just because of how we evolved. But I don't think that there's some broad feeling. Now, I didn't grow up in the Bible Belt, but I would assume there's not a broad feeling among the Bible Belt that's basically like telling guys to go fuck around and telling women that
it's
they have
not, but you're never going to see the same type of charge against promiscuous men as you will against promiscuous women, where promiscuous women are like essentially devalued whores that have no value left to offer a man in a relationship, whereas like promiscuous men are like, well, you shouldn't have done that, that was kind of sinful, do some penance.
Sure,
is that just an emergent sort of aspect of just a woman is pregnant and she has the baby?
I mean, there's a lot of, I don't think it's just that, but I mean, there's a lot of potential things you could go into for why people treat that the way that they do. It just, there's a lot there. Yeah.
like men maybe are perceived more as you go get women and women are to be had in that.
Yeah, there's like the chaser chasey thing, right? It's like what's the old kind of like meme saying is that like a box that's unlocked by any key is a shitty lock. A key that unlocks any lock is a master key, right? Like it's like these types of sayings. Like there's a lot of reasons why people believe the things that they do. It's not just going to be religious or just cultural or just evolutionary. There's a whole bunch that kind of like plays into it. You know?
Oh, I think it is just evolutionary. I think the analogy that you're using there is just to illustrate to basically articulate the intuitions around the evolutionary reasoning, because it all goes back to paternity uncertainty. Like the man doesn't necessarily know if the child is his, and the woman always knows any child that comes out of her is hers.
Sure, it's not very interesting to say something like everything is evolutionary, because I mean, like technically that's true. It's like saying everything is biological, because without biology we wouldn't exist. I mean, that's kind of true too, right?
Right.
But I mean, like we're going to have evolutionary tendencies, and then culturally we're going to pick and choose which things we exaggerate past the normal point of exaggeration.
Sure, cultural evolution is a real thing.
Yeah.
I would argue that the reason I would argue that all of cultural evolution serves biological evolution. Otherwise, the culture would die out, because if the people perpetuating the culture don't continue themselves, then the culture dies just as a point of logic.
I mean,
nobody's using that culture.
It's like a hedge that you can trim.
You have to be really careful where you go with that, because it's like should type 1 diabetics be allowed to live? Right, because these are people that have okay. You know what? You win that debate. Never mind.
But I'm not.
Didn't expect you to bite the bullet on that one, but all right. Yeah.
I'm not making that argument, and I would go further than that, Destiny, because if like our culture is one that we protect people like the type 1 diabetic, right? And I mean, you have a perfect example in someone like Stephen Hawking, which in 3,000 years ago, Attila Hun would have, just pushed him off the cliff, right? But since we've kept him, he's been a major contributor to our society in ways
that's just our culture has recognized that you can get great deal of value from people who maybe aren't physically
yes but that is part of our culture.
But in a way, but now you've transcended the biological into the cultural, right? Because now you're arguing that because theoretically, this is why society is so complicated. Theoretically, we can say the goal of any gene is to propagate itself, right? That's what genes are supposed to do. They copy and they copy themselves.
Yes.
And that's what they do, right?
Sustain.
Yeah.
Yes.
It might be the case that there are some negative strategies that in a microcosm seem to not work well, but in a macrocosm actually end up working well because of how we socialize with each other. So this is, I don't know where we're at on this. I don't know if we can ever know the thing about this, but I've heard it suggested that evolutionarily speaking, there might be an advantage to having gay people in groups of people. Even though gay people don't propagate their genes, having some number of gay people present in a society allows for more caretakers that you don't have to worry about competing with for reproduction purposes, right? So that's an example of it seems like a very negative reproductive strategy, being gay, but having some of these people might give that society more advantage than another one where every single member is competing for reproductive purposes, right? That's just an example of where things can start to become socially exaggerated, or it's hard to say one-to-one, this is evolution and this is society or whatever, because all of these things are interwoven with each other.
Well, that's a huge aspect of any evolutionary talk, whether it's cultural or particularly biological, is that you got to operate on these very large scales a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. It's, isolated stuff doesn't always...
And you're talking about multi-level selection. You're talking about selection at the level of the individual and also selection at the level of the group.
Familiar.
Wasn't that obviously?
Was it Brett call his lineage selection?
Lineage selection,
right? Versus individual selection.
Which we're going to have him on to talk about that, because he keeps talking about it, but not really. No one's digging in. So
right. Well, no, I mean, I think the reason the evolutionary stuff comes up when we're watching Vaush or another, I guess, leftist, is that they primarily ignore any of the biological tendencies. They kind of view people as these blank slates, and then all this stuff is just culture kind of being foisted upon people, forcing them down these pathways, which I don't think you're going to get the outcomes you want if you have that view, when it's really culture is kind of trying to sublimate these evolutionary tendencies in pro-social ways. And you have to kind of understand it and look at it in that way if you want to enact positive change in societies.
Yeah, it's the
and
exact
if you
same
want to
thing.
build better institutions.
Yeah,
go ahead, Destiny.
It's the exact same thing. Like when you want to make government policy to alleviate some issues around poverty, you cannot ignore market forces. If you do that, you're going to miss so much, and you're not going to be able to account for everything that's going on. It's the same thing when we talk about social things. You can't just try to enact social policies or change culture in a way and completely ignore like biological realities, because then you get into weird areas where we're saying that, like, you know, like Kobe Bryant should be able to identify as a woman and play in the WNBA the next day or something, right? Like you have to have some grounding here in what is factually true. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what Lysenkoism was, and why it was such a disaster.
Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me you believe in genes?
Girls will lose everything if they're accused of being a slut, and guys, by the same, I mean, we're talking about divine social standards here, right? You'd think it'd go both ways, but of course it doesn't. It's about controlling women. And
I mean, men have an intuition that they don't like.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, no, let me rephrase it. Men do like slutty women a lot, but they don't think
not to raise their child.
They don't think I'm going to make this woman my wife.
Yeah,
they think this is for tonight, right?
Maybe,
exactly.
Although I don't even know if that's true, because it seems like if you gave a normal guy the opportunity to fuck like 10 different women, they would actually prefer that every single woman they fucked was a virgin. I think a lot of guys would opt for that. So even for quote unquote promiscuous women, they don't actually want promiscuous women. They just want a woman that will only be promiscuous with them. I think is generally the favor.
Sure. But see, I think you're being too charitable to overall to Vaush's point here, because he said Republicans don't care about the fetus. All they care about is controlling women. So it sounds like he's very clearly saying that they literally do not care about the life of the child.
That's because you guys are all very anti-Vaush. I'm trying to stillman his argument as much as
I know.
possible. I mean, like, I
appreciate it.
I'm critical as well, because if you go to my Twitter or whatever, I'll say shit like, you can't just say that Republicans don't care about women. You sound like a fucking moron, and nobody's going to listen to you, because obviously conservatives care about women to some extent, or obviously. But like, I'm trying to give like the best version of what he's trying to say, but he's either too stupid or doesn't understand like how to phrase it correctly, or he's actually too radical and doesn't. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Do you think Vaush turns his ship around, Destiny? I mean, I watch a lot of your content, especially on Vaush, because it's so fascinating to me. Vaush is just so in this weird bubble. I don't think he'll ever be able to appeal to a wider audience. I think his audience is
he
probably...
can't appeal to moderates, because why would you watch like Vaush over me, right? Or any other like, or even like David Pakman, right? So he can't appeal to moderates. So I think he's going back to trying to appeal to the very extreme left and the very extreme right. Like extremists are somebody that he can always appeal to.
He knows the group he can pull from.
But they are super finicky, and they score very low on loyalty. And I feel like sooner or later they're just going to get tired of Vaush, and it's just going to be out the window with him, to be honest.
There's a lot of people who just want to hear what they think. They really want to get that, affirmation of, those conservatives, they are evil. Those Republicans, fuck them,
I see Vaush like a cryptocurrency that's just on the verge of collapsing.
Vaush coin?
I think you're wrong. I think he's going to do strong for a while. Until someone else comes.
As long as these people exist,
I disagree with that too strongly.
I mean,
is Vaush the Bitcoin of
he got so much flack for the J.K. Rowling stuff, but did he gain subs or lose subs?
No, he has gotten fucked in all of his big controversies, which is why I think he's trying to like appeal back to that crowd again. For a while he was trying to suck up to Hassan, but he realized there was like no path forward there, and Hassan never gave him any play. There are some really sad clips. I'm sure Doomer was probably seen them. You've gone through so much where he was like, I remember there was one where Hassan was like, oh yeah, like I'm never gonna affiliate with somebody like Vaush because I hate the debate bro community, and Vaush was like, this is actually Hassan giving us compliments, guys. You just don't understand. It was really, really, really sad to see that. But yeah, I think that he's kind of realized that he's kind of like lost that center or moderate market. So he's just kind of like aiming towards extremists, and he's trying to like realign himself, especially after all the fighting with leftists, with non-compete, with Luna, with Cat Black, and then with the whole like J.K. Rowling thing. He's trying to win favor back with that crowd again. That's why he's got people like Keffels and stuff that he's trying to make appeals to, and then the more extremist rhetoric that he did decently well before.
These extremists want to see blood sports, though, and Vaush is basically in his fortress arc where he's only going to debate yes men. I just saw him. I didn't watch the debate, but I saw him have a second debate with another conservative. But this conservative is just so milk toast. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's actually a good thing.
I don't like saying this publicly because I don't like giving him career advice or whatever. But honestly, Vaush, even though his fan base thinks he needs to do debate stuff, and I always say that because I want him to debate more because I like it when he looks stupid. He doesn't actually need to do debate stuff to succeed. What he really needs to do is just focus on these hot button cultural issues, because he gets really big viewership doing that, both live viewership, donations, and VOD viewership. So I don't know if he's realized that, and if he has, then good, because I haven't given him free career advice. But if he hasn't, he doesn't actually have to do the debate stuff at all. He just has to focus on culture war stuff, and he gets big viewership doing that. And he doesn't ever have to risk looking dumb or anything.
He has to. Did you see the during the like cutting off Destiny arc? Did you see his response videos to you?
Yeah, my fan base links me everything, so of course,
those were some of the most fucking dishonest. I could tell exactly what was going on there. He's like, oh shit, Destiny actually makes me look stupid. I can't talk to this fucking guy anymore. Okay, what's the cope? Oh, Destiny's fucking dishonest.
Bad faith actor. I'm not gonna. Destiny's
a bad faith actor. Yeah. Like, if you want to see the most dishonest Vaush videos, those are some of them. I didn't cover them because I just couldn't really work it in. But if you go back and like watch those debates and then watch fucking Vaush's coverage of it, it is so goddamn
unreal.
bad.
Yeah, it's unreal.
And then immediately following that, the bridge burning Destiny arc, he basically stopped doing debates.
Yeah.
And like if he took a debate, it was with like some random fucking person.
Exactly. Somebody that he knew he could beat. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, that's smart. Like,
it is. And it's working for him. Like, a lot of his audience is literally like, oh yeah, we don't want debates anymore. We like the Fortress arc, like blah, blah, blah. And some people, like in my community, might think like, oh, that's a cope. But I don't think it is a cope. I think that a lot of his community, honestly, like, they don't even want to see him do debates anymore. They just want to see him do like culture works coverage stuff. Yeah.
No.
Do you think that, do you think Vaush has become, in a way, kind of a victim of his own radicalization? Like, he sort of pushed himself down that, kind of fallen into his own trap, so to speak?
Yeah, but I mean, in a way, I victimize myself in every way too, right? We all kind of we learn and we grow, and the things that we've done in the past come back and
You're a lot worse than he is.
Yeah, so I mean, like, technically Vaush and Hassan are like Frankenstein creations for my community, so I have to live with that every single day too, you know? It is what it is. We all live and learn, and yeah.
When you have legal abortion, when you have sex ed, when you have access to contraceptions, in the mind of the conservative, you are facilitating a degenerate lifestyle. You are building for people the availability of that lifestyle, which they don't want. They want.
Is there any aspect, because I'm not too familiar with Vaush. It does feel nice actually. But how much of does he think that there is a reasonable level of kind of like some cultural like, I guess, encouragement to not be promiscuous, or like some limit on, you know, how sexual you should be? Is he?
No, he's fully like.
What is his?
Most progressives will never ever
should be
admit
poly and that.
Yeah. Like Vaush, oh fuck, you guys haven't seen it. It would be a really funny video.
Destiny, you're muted.
Oh.
You're muted.
He thinks like if you're monogamous, it means that like you're manifesting jealousy or something. He's given a bunch of really fucking cringe takes on this. It seems to be a pretty hard endorsement of like the polygamous, like just whatever the fuck lifestyle.
Yeah, I was gonna say Doomer's seen the video. Yeah, there's one where he goes off. It's like a 20-minute video where he says that like every monogamous person is just like super jealous of
I know about that one. I know about that piece of Vaush lore.
Yeah, we covered that one. It was great.
Yeah, he said that there's no difference between your girlfriend or wife having a male friend and shaking her hand versus having sex with them.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Penis. Okay.
Every
I don't know where he falls on that.
So, you know, to answer your question, I don't think he prescribes any sort of, you know, tamping down of sexual urges or promiscuity or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't really like know how to phrase it, like what name for it. Like some kind of like some reining in on, you know, I guess sexual activity. Like it's kind of like a calm down. You don't have to.
Right.
Well, it's like the issue is that I obviously I think conservatives have a shitty view of sex, and I think we should have more sex. I think sex is fun, but like for some reason people on the left don't ever want to acknowledge like the downsides or the potential downsides or the costs that are associated with certain actions. And I guess that's always the frustrating part to me.
Like not everyone's equipped, particularly mentally or psychologically, to be having a lot of sexual partners.
Yeah, or look at all the rape stuff. Like I got a lot of heat for saying if a girl isn't like comfortable enough to stop a guy from stealthing her, she probably should be engaging in casual sex. And people got really mad at that. Like basically saying like I think that women should be raped or whatever. And it's like, well, no, I'm just saying that like, you know, if you're going to be engaging in a lot of you know, like extra sexual behavior, there's a whole list of responsibilities that come along with that to keep yourself safe doing it. And if you can't handle that, you probably shouldn't be doing it. But the problem with a lot of progressives, they seem to want to reap a lot of positive things from behaviors that the right would condemn, but they don't want to look at any of the costs associated. Yeah, and that's just, it's a totally unrealistic view of the world. And you're setting people up for like failure in the real world when you do that.
Yeah, if you tell them that you go out and have all the sex you want, it's going to be great, you have nothing to worry about, it's good, it's you exploring yourself, and it's great, and it's wonderful, and then, things happen.
All 3 of your girlfriends are pregnant.
I mean, that's really true in so many areas. Like, you tell people, hey, spend less money on stupid bullshit and you'll be better off financially. And they're like, what, you think you could just be a billionaire by not buying Starbucks? And it's just like so fucking cringe.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when like 20 years ago, like that's like the least controversial thing ever. Like the first thing that you do if you're a poor person is you look at your expenses. You start writing down like, what do I spend money on? And you'll always find, even as a poor person, like, oh shit, I waste a lot of money on like these dumb things. But people just want to blame like billionaires and like whatever big capitalism or whatever instead. So what are you going to do?
That's what I learned when I started cutting out soda from my diet. Just sort of thinking about, if I get, such and such of this every week, like, holy shit, that shit adds up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, it's easier to focus on like big systemic things you can't change. Yeah, like you can change not drinking soda every day, but you can't change like fighting the sugar lobby or some sort of like big system wide thing, that you can't have any impact on.
Mm-hmm. Well, this was honestly a cut chapter of the video that I almost made. There's like, Vaush is really, really against individual responsibility.
Always.
It seems a lot of the time.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's so fucking cringe. I cut it just because it didn't fit, but that's a very, very good point. There's so many, you could find 50 quotes of him.
Well, that came up
being
with
against the most
Hassan's
common fucking sense advice to help people.
Mm-hmm.
That came up with the Hassan drama, with the, Hassan spending all his money on houses and cars and clothes. And it was like, well, he doesn't have to actually live his principles on an individual level as long as he's advocating for policies.
Oh god, that was the last set of big debates I had with him, because he looked so fucking deranged there. Where I was asking him, I think I asked him, was like, so functionally, should a socialist and a capitalist like basically live the exact same lives? And he's like, well, yeah, I guess, because you have no obligation, blah blah blah, because consequentialism, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, what an absolutely stupid fucking thing to say. Yeah.
Maybe that's why Destiny. Maybe that's why you got blowback about the women and the stealthing things, and implying that a woman has some level of responsibility, regardless of how minuscule. It is a bit misogynist.
Well, the issue is that like people view like personal responsibility with like moral culpability, and that's kind of always the issue with these conversations. Like if you leave your car door unlocked and somebody steals your shit, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that somebody stole your stuff. The moral fault lies with the person that stole it. But with some more responsibility, you could have avoided that outcome.
Yeah.
And that's always the issue. People, whenever they hear responsibility, they instantly assume, oh, you're saying it was that person's fault. It's like, no.
Yeah, it's an aspect of what you deserve. Like if leaving your car unlocked, you don't deserve to get your stuff stolen. But a natural result is you could get your stuff stolen. You should lock your car.
Yeah.
First of all,
we
Adam.
had this thing in our chat with
wait, Rags. First of all, Adam, fuck you. Okay.
What? We can talk about the DQ, if you will, the deserve question. No.
Adam put Destiny's title of the stream on Adam and Sitch, and he put it right in the middle of the screen.
What, did I fuck up my title or something?
No, you didn't. Perfect, Destiny. Yeah, thanks for joining us today. I got it.
So we used to always fight about whose name comes first in the show. Okay. And eventually,
I don't recall fighting.
Yes, we'd always fight, and it was eventually Sitch and Atwell was always. Sitch.
Okay, let's be frank. When I went to look up the live stream of this stream that we're doing, I went to the search bar on YouTube, and of course, I Adam and Sitch.
Oh,
of course.
God.
Look, the reasonable way to do this is
before Sitch, Adam and Sitch. It rolls off the tongue better. It's alphabetical.
If you have a list of things, you want to put the best thing first, so it just makes sense.
That's his opinion. That's not me. That's not Doom.
That is my opinion.
That's why your name was the last Doomer in the title.
Damn.
I just think that Adam and Sitch sounds better, and it's alphabetized.
Okay. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear from the, what was your team name? The Artards or whatever? I don't want to hear this propaganda.
I'm not sure. What's great about Adam and Sitch is that even the and is capital is alphabetized with everything else. So it's like doubly neat.
Wow.
It's perfect.
J-Mac, thank you so much, JMac, for the $200. Our surrogate
Oh,
father
damn.
said, wow, what a lineup. Can't wait to see what insightful nuggets of wisdom our dear Lord and Savior Vaush has for us.
How much of that is mine?
JMac, aren't you supposed to be hanging with the family? Are you taking my advice and sneaking into the bathroom on your phone?
Yeah, you're supposed to be. This is supposed to be family day, JMac. Come on.
Well, we do thank you for the super chat, obviously. Yes. JMac, executive producer of the show.
Mm-hmm. Of the Sitch and Adam show.
Yes.
Of the to carry weighty
Sitch, you got the name wrong.
consequences that they will have to deal with for basically the rest of their lives, you know? And don't get me wrong, by the way, you know, right now they're going after abortion, but they will go after contraception. They already have. Republicans, famously just a few years ago, made a strong effort to prevent birth control from being one of the, you know, obligated aspects of healthcare that workers, what was it, the Hobby Lobby, right? Hobby Lobby, that was the place, their Supreme Court decision. So they don't have to provide...
That was the... Isn't Hobby Lobby... didn't they have some religious thing going on?
Yeah, well,
I thought they had a private health insurance plan between all of the employees, and I think it was religious, and they were worried that I believe the ACA was going to make it mandatable that they had to cover things like contraception, and they wanted to oppose on a religious grounds. That
sounds
right. It's actually it's actually more specific than that. They were opposed only. They were fine with contraception. They were only opposed to like the morning after pill and things like that they say is too close to being an abortion. They're fine giving people condoms and all that other, and the pill and all that other stuff.
I'm not particularly familiar with the lady side of contraception. Is it expensive? Is it hard to get a hold of? Is it
There's so many different
the chat
types
says
of
birth control is cheap, so
there's a lot of different types of birth control pills. Some of them are very cheap. Some of them can be pretty expensive, over $100 a month, depending on what kind you get. When it comes to women and like the pill birth control, it just depends on like what hormones work well with your body, whether or not you need like a lower hormone birth control. It just depends. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Because I just don't know. That's just. Yeah.
But to me, to me, the idea that the Republican Party is going to start trying to clamp down on just, you know, condoms and stuff like this and going forward in the future just seems very far-fetched to me. I don't think this is a realistic concern.
They're going to make it illegal to have premarital sex. Sid, you don't understand how this works. They have a zero tolerance sex policy. Mm-hmm. They want no sex to happen ever.
No sex ever,
outside of the bounds of marriage.
Right.
That's the Republican Party from 50 years ago. I don't buy this. I just don't buy it.
Federally mandated chastity belts, okay?
Yes. See, that's what
they'll put a fresh seal in every vagina. Yes.
Yeah, it seems this is bonkers. But anyway,
birth control. You know,
and it's all a lot of these are appeals to, I've noticed, and instead of like this is what I want and here's why. It comes weighted with this fear of some horrific dystopia that's going to happen if you don't go with my position or what I think is the case.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Instead of just here's what I think it should be because I think that, you know, principally or whatever that word means to him, but morally, whatever the reasons are, here's how I think, you know, the country should be, and here's how I think society could be. I think that's reasonable. It's always just weighted down with that fear.
That's boring.
That's
really boring, Rags. You have to stoke the fear.
Yeah,
I guess for drama purposes, I don't, you know.
I mean, this is populism 101, right? Bernie and Trump kind of like play off of this. It's the idea that things are always in dire straits, that all of the institutions are against you, and then this is like the one way through, like the one path to salvation. Is
I'm the one person that will save us all.
Yeah, but they're doing it for electoral advantage. They're not doing it because they care about people. That's what's so disgusting about it.
Well, you do it for
Bernie was the one person that was going to save us. Okay,
yeah. You do it for status, right? So for a politician, it's going to be for the status that elevates them to get elected. For a video person like us, like streamer people, it's going to be for the status of getting more viewership and money, right? But it's all at the end of the day to elevate you in the eyes of other people.
But the two things could be aligned. Like we're looking for status by actually informing people actual knowledge about the world that we live in. Vaush is trying to gain status by gaslighting his audience into being terrified of Republicans. It's not the same thing.
I mean, as a liberal, I would obviously agree with that. Yeah, of course, but I mean, yeah.
Want to, and you can look all over the place for examples of this. There are plenty of openly anti-contraception Republicans at the federal and state level. You can find examples of them making an effort to legally distinguish certain types of birth control in a way which makes them overlap with abortion, where legislatively, they push against abortion.
See, this is why I feel like this is intentionally dishonest, because it sounds like he knows that the Hobby Lobby thing wasn't about contraception. It was about these, Plan B and morning after pills and all that stuff.
Honestly, you're giving him too much credit. He probably doesn't know.
Okay.
Yeah, we've gotten into conversations before. Like, he wanted to bring up, I remember we got into a debate on a panel where he wanted to bring up that in Florida, everything that happened in the election between Bush and
oh my God,
Gore or Kerry, I always forget which one.
Gore.
It was an example how Bush and Scalia were fascists. That was like his example. But like, he didn't have. He didn't even know he doesn't even know what fascist means, really. But like, he didn't have any examples of like anything. He didn't know anything about the hanging chads. He didn't know how the ballots were decided. He didn't know who did the recount. He had no idea about any of it.
Dude, it was the funniest. It was the funniest shit in the world. Destiny was like, "Can you give me any evidence that Antonin Scalia is a fascist?" And he goes, "Well, I'll have to do my reading and get back to you on that."
I was like, I mean, that's a pretty strong opinion to have. With
right.
not even like a singular example. And I'm not even, and usually when I'm debating people, I'll be honest. I'll be like, I don't need you to like, I'm not looking for you to source me a study, but just like talk to me. Like, what is your feeling about
what convinced you?
Yeah.
Why do you feel convinced? And what got you to that, wherever you were?
But,
yeah.
That was a fucking.
He heard Anthony Scalia was a Republican, so therefore, obviously, vis-a-vis ergo procto, he's evil as hell. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and Scalia's an easy one too, because Scalia believed the devil was real and possessing people. He could have.
Well, that is a little weird.
Yeah.
Abortion, but what is contraception if not a preemptive abortion? There has actually been an effort to.
What is
legally legislatively
abortion?
Yeah, let me go back a second.
You'd have to be a particular kind of person to think that, but I can understand why, like, a really religious person might think that a contraceptive is essentially that. I know.
I don't think that's. I've never heard that argument being made.
It's not like, obviously contraception in terms of like, if we step into the moral kind of framework outlook of a conservative Christian or Christian in general, right? Then contraception is less evil than an abortion is, but they go hand in hand. And you're like, when I was growing up and Catholic and everything, they would say, don't do this, it's getting in the way of the natural whatever it is, and it's not right, and it's stepping in the way of God's way of things.
God's plan.
God
apparently, however, he planned for me to use contraceptives, so
don't stand in the way of God's plan. Yeah, exactly.
It seems like most people can even if they're pro-choice or even pro-life, they kind of understand the other side's position, and there's some sympathy. Like, abortion is a difficult topic, but with just contraception, like, I don't think that's true at all.
In particular, I feel a lot of there needs to be this. You don't want to get each side riled super duper up on how evil the other side is with an issue like this, because there really is this aspect of both of you want something. I don't think either side will ever get what it wants fully. You're gonna have to come to some kind of a middle ground, and you both might be a little bit unhappy.
I don't think most pro-choice people, I don't think, are the types of like, abort the baby till like the day before it's born. I don't think that's the average position.
I watched Dev's video where he had a lot of the graphs and things on. So what?
He said, "Don't watch Dev's video."
You like that?
I'm just fucking around.
Oh, okay. And they had a lot of graphs on what people think about abortion and all sorts of stuff, but it's not like the amount of people who are like abortion always yes, it's not a very big. It's a very, very tiny group of
they push against.
I don't know that the whole Republican Party though is Christian conservatives like this. I mean it's got to be a smaller percent than just. I mean, they characterize the entire Republican Party as like evangelicals. That's a large number, I'm certain of it, but it's not the entire party.
That big difference between yes, I'm Christian, but how far I go with it. Like, do I go to church every Sunday? Do I really go hard into the Christian stuff, or is it just sort of this background detail about me that kind of is a part of me, but it's not like the big focus of? I think there's plenty of people who definitely see their religious beliefs as sort of this, not the most important thing in their life.
It seems also, to be. I just looked it up.
I would assume.
Yeah, what is it?
It's between 60 and 70% of Republicans are Christian. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Are Christian? Oh, okay, but yeah. No, but I would assume it's also different because, like, with contraception, I'm not Christian, but I would imagine from a Christian perspective, it's like, oh, if you're against contraception, you know, God says be fruitful, multiply. So you're really only harming yourself on like a spiritual level or not following Christian dogma level. Where with abortion, it's like they believe that you're literally killing a human being. So it's completely different, like way of conceptualizing.
Yeah, it's this kind of, I think someone in the chat said like passive Christians are kind of how a lot of people are. It's almost like it's like a flavoring to their character. It's not like the defining sort of characteristics of their system. And of course, everyone takes their religious beliefs, however deep they may or may not be, and they interpret them their own way, and they make sense of everything their own way. And they might even maybe they cheat a little bit, and a part of them knows about it. It's like, well, maybe I think this, and maybe this, and I know it's wrong, but it's okay because da 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 da. And people make it work, and they come to their own little, you know, they'll smash that round peg in the square hole however they can. But that's a lot of people about all kinds of things, and
of course
religious beliefs are, they're not
people are being driven by their moral intuitions, not their logic machine.
Against abortion, but you know, what is contraception if not a preemptive abortion? There has actually been an effort to legally cordon birth control in a way that fits it in a similar category. And this is part of a broader process to legally disenfranchise access to reliable forms of birth control. IUDs, you know, birth control, whatever, the shots that you can take, the implants, you know, the goal would be to make these things more expensive, less accessible, and to impose essentially government penalties for the provided availability of these forms of contraception. If you don't think they'll do that, then keep in mind that for decades it has been illegal to fund abortions with tax dollars. Even though abortion is a constitutionally, for now, constitutionally protected right, and even though it is undeniably a form of health care, it has been law that abortions can't be funded with tax dollars.
There is, we kind of gone a little bit, and the reactor in me wants to pause and say something, but there needs to be this recognition, like at least this is base level, the baseline recognition that even if you don't agree with a religious person, can we at least give them the credit of saying they're not trying to do something nefarious to subvert you, but that they actually believe that this is a moral thing to them. It's a moral.
Why would I do that?
I suppose it's true. Why would you do that? But that's not winning, son.
I think
but
one of the
if your goal is to be honest, but I mean, it's politics.
I think one of the intuitions that divides left and right on this issue is that the right wants people to be responsible for their own actions, and the left is more willing to accept that. Well, I that's a bad way to put it, because whether or not it's true is a hard one to determine, but they believe that people are products of their environment, so they're less willing to make people responsible for their own actions and to blame society for their actions. And that's a huge split here.
Yeah, both sides sort of feed into each other. If whether you say that the individual has the most responsibility or the culture of things around the individual has the most responsibility, both of them can feed into each other. The more you tell, we take the more left side, if you tell them that the individual doesn't have any power over themselves or responsibility, broadly speaking, then that just it feeds into itself, and all the problems are it can never be you, and it snowballs, and it works both ways, of course.
Well, saying no to abortion is basically forcing someone to take responsibility for their actions, I think, in their estimation. Yeah.
Planned Parenthood fund.
What's up?
Funds their abortion programs. A tiny fraction of what they do.
To set the
These are just intros?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Here's why we really show
Yes.
Pitt is accurate.
Many of your followers, Luke Beasley on YouTube, and I've been a follower of you for a while, and
it's like the minimum amount of decor you can have for your backdrop. It's like, I'll just get some blue lights. That's fine.
Look at you.
Mr. doesn't show up on camera.
No, it's fine. We're having fun. We're laughing. We're having a good time. Everything's great. He's a lovely person.
Rags,
it just amuses me.
This guy purchased a Shure SMB.
It just the door looks really skinny.
Doesn't have any money for fucking decoration.
Who is this guy? Because I mean, he does a real good job. Vaush does crazy things, and the look on his face are like, "Oh, why would you say?" He's really
Luke
not in,
Beasley is his
he's
name.
really not into what Vaush is selling him today.
I think he's a guy that's trying to get into like political stuff, but he's pretty young. I think he's 19, maybe 20.
Oh yeah.
He's trying to start like YouTube channel. He's a fan of Vaush and everything. Yeah.
Then why, if he's 5 or 6 years younger than Vaush, why is he the one that seems to know what's going on here, and Vaush is the one teetering on crazy town?
Well, age and craziness and always go hand in hand.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess it's just personality.
And maybe you get caught up in your own pit, so to speak.
I think age and craziness are heavily correlated, though. The younger you are, the crazier you tend to be. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
I couldn't. No, I don't know. I didn't.
How about
I have no opinions on the matter whatsoever.
How about we'll just limit
got a lot
this,
of young kids.
Whatever
in the audience,
Sitch thinks, I agree with.
He's placating.
How about this? We'll just limit it to males. The younger a male is, the more full of shit he is. Is that? Will you at least sign on to that one?
I think that's just children.
Young people.
Even then, I don't even know. There can be an earnesty to children. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not ready to sign off on any opinion. the craziness to age
on the age question.
Okay, hold on. So if you take any individual person and you look at them at 18 and compare them to when they're 30, I mean, they're going to be way fucking more ignorant and like hormonal and kind of
at 18. Yes.
However,
no.
This is a however, the difference between people is greater. Like you could have people that are way fucking more reasonable at 18 than the average person is at 30, and that would not surprise me.
We're witnessing it right here in this video.
We're talking about crazy. Oh, you said crazy. Maybe tell me what you mean by crazy, because when you say crazy and I hear it, I'm like, oh, like a super duper far end of the spectrum, mega ideologue.
Look, he's advocate. Look, he's advocate. Cult member is the perfect example. Vaush is here advocating for his audience to go buy weapons. Like, I don't know. I see the average Vaush viewer is like mentally unstable.
I'm pro Second Amendment, so I can get behind that, right?
Yeah, but arming mentally unstable people,
I don't know about
just
that.
doesn't seem
We're
like
gonna have a cult split
a,
here with the arming the mentally incapable. Yeah.
You could say Republicans want to arm mentally incapable people too. To be fair.
Okay. I feel like at least they're pitching you got to have a gun safety course. The Republicans are.
No, Sean. Republicans, no.
That's not really.
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
No.
Most part, no, that doesn't seem to be the case. They're definitely it's my right.
Isn't there some Supreme Court case right now? They're trying to make it like open carry with no license for the country.
Some states are like
when you say
I have a license to conceal carry here, which I do.
When you say the words assault rifle,
yes,
and you get like
and every
a million
person on the right
comments
gets triggered. Yes.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I'm like, are those lefties or righties who are responding in the comments going, "Oh my God, you said the unforbidden words"?
Yes.
My knowledge is that Republicans get annoyed when you say assault rifle because that's often used to denote things that are in no way what is
it's a miscategorization.
Rifle,
yeah. Okay. So it is people on the right. We all agree.
You know, say something just so absurd. I had to reach out.
Look at that. He gets on stream and he slaps him in the face like in 27 seconds. He's like, Vaush, when you say something this retarded, this idiotic, this is so absurd.
It's
absurd. Look, he's going full Jordan Peterson on him. So absurd.
Absurd though is he's like he has a gun there. The whole absurdity isn't that bad in terms of internet speak, right? If someone says, yes, he said something so absurd, I'd be like, that seems low tier for me.
I don't think it's insane that Vaush owns a gun. I don't think it's remotely insane that Vaush.
Oh, we're bouncing.
We're bouncing.
Oh yeah, he probably. Let's hope he doesn't want to kill evil people with it, because that would be.
Well, Vaush is probably definitely a target. He's on the internet saying just absurd things. So yes, he should probably have a gun. I don't know that his audience needs to be packing firearms, but
well, if he's telling them that they need to be thinking certain things about a lot of people, and I hope not. I don't want him to go I don't want one of them to go too far.
Yeah, I don't think.
Hold on.
I don't think having people giving arms is a problem. I think it's having arms and then hyping up the fear that you're on the verge of a civil war genocide is the real key factor.
Listen, his reasoning for why you should buy a gun, Sitch, is because Republicans are going to round you up in genocide.
Right.
It's not for home protection.
Yeah.
I got my gun next to me.
Remind me what it was that I said that's so absurd. Fill me in.
17.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously I get that the tension's running high with the Roe v. Wade news. I'm what the kids call a sock dim, so
you are one of the
most
kids.
issues, but obviously down the road we would maybe disagree. So actually on the policy prescriptions, we would agree on the conversation around abortion, but the way in which you obviously responded to that news was calling Republicans, and then you went on to specify Republican politicians, maybe primarily, were demons in human flesh. And I saw that...
which is medically true, by the way. Scientific studies have been done.
Right.
I can't tell if he's joking.
He's joking.
Fight you on that. And I saw that you talked to a conservative, and I saw the title and got nervous that he was going to argue with you about this exact same thing. But then y'all's conversation went more into him saying, it's not that bad, all these different things. That's not where I want to go at all. I agree with you on how bad any of these given issues. I mean, the fact that you would be pro-life, quote unquote, wanting to minimize abortions, but then also want to ban contraception makes no sense. Not saying I defend. Or y'all got into the conversation around the demonization of trans people and all that. None of those things am I going to be like, oh, don't.
Yeah, it's really irresponsible to demonize a whole group of people. That would be bad if we did that. We
literally demonize.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to do that.
What do you?
Don't call them evil because
I thought he just did that with the Republicans, though. What?
Yes.
Rags.
Adam.
Yes.
You're pointing out the irony. Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Oh, yes. That one.
You're right. It is ironic.
Yes. Yeah.
Point at all.
But
it was definitely a bit.
Here's just to show you. This is what Vaush would say. He would say, "Listen, being Republican is a choice. Being trans is not a choice. You're born that way. It's an immutable characteristic. You can demonize Republicans. That's the way you get them to stop being Republicans." That's what he would say.
Because all of a sudden, being a product of your environment. Wow.
I don't think that's what he would say. I think that he would say that pointing out the evil of the Republican Party is necessary to radicalize people to take action to take the country back. He would say something like that.
Hey, you're just saying that because you watched this already, and that's what he says.
I haven't watched this.
You're a cheater like Destiny.
Has he said a date yet?
I have done my research. Okay, I've done a sad amount of research on this fucking guy.
Done a sad amount of research.
Is Vaush preparing for the next January 6th? It sounds like maybe he is.
That is.
Disavow.
Okay. Ouch.
Tangential. By the way, there are people in chat asking for your name and pronouns, just to be clear.
Yeah, Luke Beasley, and pronouns are he, him.
There we go. All right. Thank you. But yeah, go on right ahead.
We didn't give our pronouns.
Absolutely. So
my pronouns are none. Do not fucking address me.
Okay, fair enough.
I guess I'm not trying to kind of, oh my God, look at all these quotes, but I did write them down just so we could kind of hash them out.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
My biggest concern is, what does it do for our movement?
Yeah, it's something I noticed.
Keep hating your life then,
I
working
look
class
at
Andy.
the scrolling Vaush chat every once in a while, and you see my guy, they just want women to suffer, and I'm like, you see these enough times, and you're like, dang, that's just oof. It really does.
They believe that
all the time.
Well,
they totally believe that. Yeah.
That's first of all, that's every chat. That's like every chat is going to repeat most of what streamer says. But the problem is that Vaush says way fucking more extreme shit than most people do. So his chat is like just, saying the fucking crazy shit that he says.
Yeah.
Using that type of rhetoric instead of.
I love his opening because his opening is basically, Vaush, you're making us look like shit. Okay. You're making us look bad.
Stop calling people demons, please.
Yeah. Come on. We're trying to look sane here, Vaush. Please, you're not helping.
Yeah, Vaush, don't you want to appeal to the reasonable people in
if
society?
Republicans are evil or not? Because that's kind of a pointless conversation in my mind. More so, is it
I would be curious what reason that he would give for why that's a pointless conversation, just to sort of hear it from him. Why it is?
I think he identifies the important part of the conversation is the rhetoric used against him. Like even if they agree or disagree on whether or not they're evil, it's like how should you be talking about that group of people, right?
Right.
Like it's not some kind of a like principled thing. It's more of a tactical thing.
You can't. I mean, if Vaush thinks Republicans are evil, you can't really debate him out of that position, right?
I was going to say.
I guess it depends on how he got to that position, because I would wager that for most people, any position that they've been convinced of in a sort of debate is a position that theoretically they could be debated out of. But if it's a position that they hold for a less than rational means or an emotional one, then it might be really
that's every position.
That's every position. Yeah.
Well, yeah. The thing is, like, I have a lot of experience arguing about whether or not certain people are evil, and it's a cancerous conversation because everybody has their own conception of evil. And like, even if I completely justify, here's what I think evil is, here's the argument, people just don't give a shit. They're like, but evil isn't that. Evil is this other thing, and there's nowhere to go with it. So I mean, I don't know what his reasoning is, but he is correct. It is a fucking pointless conversation.
There you go. Doomer doesn't want to argue about whether the Nazis are really evil or not.
I just think, like, I just conceptualize Luke as the sane one here, but now I don't know if Luke is basically saying, yeah, I totally agree with you that Republicans are evil in, demonic skin suits.
I think you're reading no, he doesn't. I don't think Luke believes that at all.
But rhetorically, I don't think it's a good idea to put that out there.
Listen.
Adam, Luke is a good boy, okay?
Yes.
Okay,
He's a base socked him.
Okay, I hope so. I mean...
Well, no, so I get annoyed because sometimes in these conversations, people try to craft their arguments specifically in a way that they think will be effective to the person they're talking to.
Right.
So, Luke's like, okay, well, I'm not going to talk about whether Republicans are really evil because that's a pointless conversation with Vaush. So I'm going to talk about like the rhetoric we use to discuss this. But then people like in chat and other people will view that conversation and say, well, he didn't actually say Republicans aren't evil, so he must agree with it.
Yeah,
I
don't like that.
I think the viewership, the culture needs to change around that. I think we should be crafting conversations around who we're talking to, right?
Exactly.
Like in this conversation, like I'm siding with Vaush a little bit more than you guys because there's no point in having like a fifth person here to just shit on Vaush. Like, what would be the point? But like the way that we talk to people about certain issues is always going to depend on the audience we're talking to. I think that's fair. I think that.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you can shit on Vaush if you want.
Is this shitting on Vaush?
Of course it is.
I feel like
I'll defend Vaush to the best of my ability.
Mild farting.
Look, I feel like this is more like a rescue mission. Okay, there's a bunch of people who have been abducted. No. Wait a second.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of people who've been abducted by a cult leader.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
We need to break through. We need to break through to those people.
Okay.
Yeah. You disagree?
I disagree. We're not Daryl Davising Vaush's audience.
Wait, disagree that it's a cult or that we need to rescue?
Yeah, Vaush is not a cult. Vaush is definitely a cult.
No, I disagree that
Come on now.
I disagree that we're doing that activity.
We're doing God's work here, Sitch. What the fuck are you talking about?
We
are on a rescue mission.
We're heard that. We're on a crapping on Vaush for our audience mission. Okay.
Destiny, since you are
on a mission from Gad.
Since you are taking Vaush's side in this, just I don't know why, but what is good about what Vaush is doing in this debate?
Well, I don't think anything is good. I'm just trying to make sure that his positions are.
There we go.
I just want to make sure his positions are represented as strong as possible. Otherwise, it's just dumb to just shit on somebody and then not actually make the strongest versions of it.
Are his positions though? All his positions just seem like BS used car salesman shit though. I don't see any like philosophical underpinnings to any of his positions. All of his positions are just demonizing Republicans because they disagree with me.
The underpinning, the idea is that there's going to be some level of political action that should justify people being able to take up arms and defend themselves against like actions of the state is the idea. Now, what he's done is he's trying to identify if we've gotten to that point. I would agree with the first part. I think everybody would, whether they'd admit it or not. Everybody agrees with the first part. There's going to be some level of violence that the state can enact. Yeah, but it's just a matter of do we agree factually for if we're there or not yet. And his goal is to make the argument that we are there.
Yeah, we need to treat that line with extreme reference.
Now we're actually getting to some substance, which I actually like. Like we've talked many times on the show about how we can define those points. One of the things that I've brought up is if we got in a position where a Supreme Court justice couldn't be confirmed unless the president in power controlled the Senate, I think that would be a point that you'd go, okay, something is definitely wrong here. Obviously, they put off Mayor Garland in Obama's last term, but it would be something different if they did that to an Obama during his first term, like during his
I would argue that
first months in office.
I already did that to Obama. I don't think it matters first or second term, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. Maybe it'd be a little bit worse, but
yeah, no. If the president just came into office and a Supreme Court justice drops dead, and they hold off confirming a justice for the entire term of his presidency, maybe they hold off for 8 years. He's president for 8 years, and he doesn't get confirmed because the opposite party controls the Senate. I'd say that's pretty fucked up.
That would be a sign that there's some major problem with the institution. I don't think that would be a call to violence, though.
But it would be.
Some people might see it that way.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that.
I wouldn't go for violence for 8 years. Supreme Court holdout, but that's me.
I mean,
8 years. 8 years.
I think it's really bad, but I wouldn't start.
Listen,
trying to shoot people.
How about this? How about this, Sitch? A second Supreme Court justice drops dead. Now there's 2 open seats, and they're still putting it off.
I definitely can be on Sitch's side in terms of how hesitant we should be to go that far.
Listen, and then the Republican president steps in, and they confirm like 2 Supreme Court justices in 2 weeks. It's like, at some level, you're like, this is completely unfair.
It is, but I don't. When it comes to enacting violence, I think there has to be some direct threat of violence first from the government that is being threatened or that's going to be implemented.
I think you have to be a little bit more forward thinking there, though, in terms of, because like by the time it would get to that point, if you haven't like resisted at any point of the way, you're basically too late, right?
There is going to be more acts of political violence, so that there are, because people are going to feel justified in doing that. Which, I mean, I don't condone that kind of thing, but I feel like that's a pretty strong indicator that institutions are breaking down.
I want to be clear, Adam. You're on the record that if someone held up a Supreme Court pick for 8 years, what are you exactly saying? That someone should be able to violently attack congressmen or something?
I'm not saying that you. I in no way want to justify political violence. I think obviously you've got to try to fix it.
Wait, why not? Our whole country is built on political violence. Well, I don't like that statement. I don't think anybody believes that. Wait, hold on, wait. Let's be really clear. If we don't want to have a conversation because of YouTube TOS, I think that's perfectly acceptable. That's fine. But when we can't say statements like nothing would ever justify political violence, because we all know that's not true. There's obviously some things that would, right? If the government issued a mandate that everybody had to become femboys, or else the FBI is going to show up.
If the Republican Party starts rounding up LGBT, like obviously political violence is.
Well, but is that the line for you then? What if it got to the point to where Trump was able to find a way to get Pence to rescind the election results, and we had 8 more years of Trump? Is that like, no, that would be immoral to do anything?
No, see, I would say that would start peaking on that border of maybe justifying violence if something like that happened.
But you say, then why does the erosion of the executive justify it for you, but not the judicial? Because the Supreme Court judicial holdup is essentially the same thing, just in a different branch of government.
Because there's a difference between the president basically saying, fuck the system, I'm going to do something, which I would assume is illegal, to just throw out the votes, and to basically potentially give himself power forever, versus the Senate just doing procedural things to basically stonewall the president, which they can technically do under the framework.
I mean, they can technically, but we're getting into the breaking down of norm. I think a lot of our government, we can bring in legal people, because I don't know 100%, but I'm pretty sure a lot of our government is kind of ran by norms. It's not all of it is like 100% dictated in law. Like, so for instance, if the executive didn't want to enforce a law, it could technically. The executive doesn't really. They've
done it.
Yeah, so like
they have done it.
But you can get in these areas like, well, they're not technically doing anything illegal. Congress said they had to do it. And the president's like, whatever. This is why they call them constitutional crises, right? Because it's like, well, technically, there's not like a mechanism in place for redress here, or it might not be 100% illegal, but it can happen. And then I think you have to kind of figure like, okay, well, what is like the line here, or what do we? And that's kind of what Vaush's conversation is about. He says we're past the line. I would disagree. I think most of you guys would disagree. But I don't like statements like I would never justify political violence, because no, we all would, and we would do it before an officer of the state is like holding a gun in front of your face and threatening to kill you. There's going to be a line before that where it's going to be justified.
Sure, but I assume you would agree that there's a big difference between, you know, Trump throwing out the votes and saying, just declaring himself president for another 4 years and holding up a Supreme Court.
I don't think so. I think that what happened to Obama was one of the worst things that have ever happened in the history of the United States government. Obama won the right to that Supreme Court pick when he won his second election. Garland was the longest holdup of any Supreme Court justice by far in the history of the United States. I think that was such an unimaginable breaking of norms. Yes, it was an unimaginable breaking of norms.
I thought they've done it like 2 or 3 times, though.
Not to the length of what Garland was held up. They didn't give him a hearing. It's not even like they voted him. It's not even that they voted him down or they didn't confirm him. It was that they didn't even give him a hearing. That was unbelievable. It was outrageous. I think people downplay how
I think it was
horrible
unfair too. Yeah, I think it was unfair too. But the reason that I brought it up specifically was because it's difficult to find tangible markers that you can point to say that we're on the path to the point where you would condone political violence. And I want to find those markers early. Where Vaush, I mean, he's kind of just out to lunch on this whole thing because he's not really even taking real political markers into consideration.
Maybe another marker here is that there's some alternative that can be solved via, you know, our elected, you know, our democracy. So with the Supreme Court issue, you know, it can be solved via, you know, people just voting who they want the Senate to be made out of.
Just to be clear, I agree with you. You should be forced to do peaceful options first. That should be kind of our obligation.
Yes.
But there is no redress for Merrick Garland. You can't, voting on a new Senate doesn't give you that back.
But you wouldn't condone violence over that, right? I mean, we're in agreement on that.
Listen, I think what happened with Garland was super fucked up, and I was very much on this topic when it was happening. But I just think that's very different than, you know, you can vote to have, you know, you couldn't fix that problem at the time, but you could vote to have the Senate be Democrats or Republicans or whoever, where if the president throws out the vote, there's no real way to address that with voting once that happens. That's sort of like, that's it.
Sure, but I mean, like, I can be empathetic towards people that are complaining about rulings now that are going to be coming from the Supreme Court that we kind of had an ability to address.
Oh, they're going to trace it. Yeah, they're going to trace it right back to Merrick Garland.
Yeah, we didn't, because we've got a heavily conservative Supreme Court. So if you're going to get really bad decisions coming out, and it's likely that this Alito ruling on Roe v. Wade will be a 5-4, or so I've heard. If that does come out as a 5-4, now you're like, well, fuck me. I voted for that Supreme Court justice. I voted for Merrick Garland when I voted for Barack Obama, and I didn't get that was my democratic thing afforded to me, and I didn't get it now. So it's like, you know.
They feel jilted.
Well, no, hold on. They weren't. It's not that they feel jilted. It's that they were deprived of their democratic representation through a historic breaking of norms. That's what happened. It wasn't just a jilted feeling. They actually got fucked. By they, I mean the Democratic Party.
Well, isn't that the same thing? Getting jilted and
getting jilted is like when somebody does something mean and it irritates you. Like somebody like killing your dog. I don't think is like you feeling jilted. Like there's a difference.
I was old school jilted about.
So
like,
you're taking it up.
Wedding.
Yeah. So that intuition might be why you're more leaning towards political violence over something like this. Then, I mean, you feel like this is someone killed your dog.
A Supreme Court getting denied a Supreme Court pick is a really big deal. I would say, yeah, that's one of the most important jobs of the executive branch is nominating a Supreme Court pick. I would say.
No, it's fucked. It's totally fucked. I agree, but I don't know if it's killing your dog.
Do you think that there should have or could have been some violent repercussion to that would have been acceptable?
I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. But like, if there were violent protests, I don't know. I would have to think about it. But I lean more on the side to where I don't know how much I would condemn them. Yeah.
I certainly sort of by default am like, let's call it.
Think about it. If there's any other,
it's a big deal.
If there's any other markers, because that's one of the few markers that I can point to and say, look, you know, this could happen, and that would be evidence that we're moving more towards Tim Pool's Civil War, even though I don't want to admit it. So that's why I want to look for tangible shit. So
look, we can fix this through the system. Okay, I'll run for senator on the platform of packing the court. Okay, we'll get all of this sorted out.
Well, is that another thing? I mean, packing the court kind of would be another.
That's true. That would have been an alternative.
I hate that.
That would also be.
I hate it too, but
I was joking. That would be a historic breaking of norms in itself.
Well, actually, how is that decided? I don't. I mean, I'm assuming the president just can't decide it. Does it have to
well,
be
that's
voted
no one
on?
knows, but like I don't. It's not like the Constitution doesn't call out a specific number of people on the Supreme Court. So theoretically, the president could just say like, "Oh, I'm gonna do like 4 more nominations in front of the Senate. Let's see what happens."
When FDR did it, did he just do it? He just said.
I think FDR threatened to do it. He didn't actually do it. But
I thought I could have swore he did. Didn't somebody extended the court? Didn't they?
Well, the court has. I think the court has been extended a couple times. I think, right? But it's not.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
It used to be one judge.
Let's bring it down to let's bring it down to 1 and really up those stakes. That'll be exciting.
That's horrible.
Terrible.
I wasn't being serious, but yeah.
Strategy I know. To be calling them that for our own movement. So you kind of feel like that's good? Agree to
that? Yeah, I do. I think we're rapidly reaching the point where our ability to achieve our political goals is going to come down to convincing liberals, like yourself, that this is no longer a political conflict which can be won exclusively through, traditional institutionalist political discourse, because the Democratic Party isn't really willing or able to operate as an effective agent of change on our behalf. Instead, that we need to be preparing for more dire civil conflict. And in so doing, we need...
I mean, he goes straight to that, to like, maybe, why is that not the case? Why are the Democrats not the force we need them to be or believe them to be?
They're not radical enough, dude. They're not radical.
Convince more people? Do we need to reach out to a broader kind of, the segment of the population? What can we do with these sort of, bottom-up solutions to things?
It's funny that he's so in favor of democracy, because when you have these fringe political beliefs like Vaush has, you're never going to get a majority to sign off on them. It's just impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's why they push for this? That deep down, that it's just
he's pushing for political violence because he knows his people will never vote for his policies.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you think that he, in his mind, he recognized that my positions are radical? There's no way I'm going to get enough people to think as I do. How can I get around?
I don't think that's.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think Vaush is a bit delusional.
I think there's this issue that all progressives have, where they think that their policies would actually be loved by everybody in the United States if they just.
Oh yeah, true.
Them. Progressives always have this idea that, like, well, this would be so much more popular. We just need to tell them better. We just need to inform them. And so that kind of leads them down these roads to where if they're losing elections, there's only 2 possible reasons why progressives can lose. Either 1, because of manufactured consent. None of them have read the book. But that's either 1, because all the corporations and everybody have actually like rigged the media landscape in favor of bad candidates. Or 2, it's because people just don't know yet, so they're uninformed. There's never a good reason why a progressive has lost an election. It can't be that their policies are unpopular. It's always one of those 2 reasons. Either the election is rigged or like the consent has been manufactured.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For all their standing for democracy, they really don't know how democracy works, which
nobody
is
really gives a fuck how democracy works at the end of the day. People just want to expand their political power, and democracies can be a useful scapegoat depending on the conversation, I think. But
it's true. Yeah, very true.
Gotta have those principles.
The stakes to be understood fully. Which, obviously I want to impress upon my audience. And I do fully believe that.
Yeah. So one of the things that bothers me whenever I hear people talking about we can't keep going with what we're doing, and the lack of action from our current Democratic Party is proof that anything other than kind of dramatic, maybe revolutionary type actions isn't going to work. And they'll say like, an example of this that's outside the conversation we're having is people will be saying, oh, they've been saying reform the police for ages and nothing's happened. That's why we have to completely abolish the police or something. And to me, it's like, yeah, but they've been saying that and we've never gotten people in office, or at least enough of them, who are actually going to try to reform the police. So it's the same thing with this, where you're saying we're past the point. We've seen time and time again, this isn't your...
I certainly think the abolish the police folks have certainly poisoned a lot of that side of the discussion. It's that kind of... like that's a step way too far, and so that gets mixed in with more reasonable kinds of discussions around that, and it just goes to show, don't be so radical.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a stain that spreads.
Well, Biden said it hurt the defund the police hurt Democrats in the last election horribly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Well, but that's what's just annoying about the way everything's just like this kind of tribal reaction, because instead of like the moderate left broadly just saying, defund the police is stupid. That's a ridiculous thing. There's like this tap dance of like, well, it doesn't actually mean that. It means this other thing. And just to me, it feels like it would have been much more effective to just say, this is dumb. We're not doing that. Ignore the extremist.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they need that. Maybe they need that force on the ground to enact change or something.
Yeah, big problem that people have is that like somebody will point out that like here's the thing that's happening in the United States, and then people will point out like, well, this is a really small thing, so we shouldn't worry about it. Now, I agree with that to some extent, but the problem isn't the small thing. The problem is all the people that will come out to defend that small thing. And then once a crazy amount of people have come out to defend the small thing, you can't afterwards be like, well, it's a small issue. It's like, okay, but if it was a bigger issue, you'd still defend it, wouldn't you? I think that's the issue that a lot of people don't want to contend with sometimes, and it hurts. Yeah, it hurts the discourse.
Mm-hmm. Well, the issue is not a small issue, though. Police brutality by any means. It's a solution that's the problem. It's
well, no,
a solution that they propose.
People calling for defund the police, there's not that many people actually calling for that. And I mean, saying that it's a small number of people advocating for that is fine. It's just, it should be, there's a small number of people advocating for that. And I think that's crazy. And that second step is very rarely taken. It's always sort of this like dismissive, oh, it's a very small thing. I'm not going to give a strong denouncement of it whatsoever.
Right.
Wording, but the party or the left in this country tries a certain strategy while the right goes further and further right, and it just doesn't work. And to me, an actual progressive movement that doesn't go all the way to kind of like violent rhetoric could dramatically change the political landscape and bring over a lot of the quote unquote moderates or center rightish people who don't want to murder people.
Right.
And
so let's
who are demons.
I think he's completely correct, but the problem is assuming that Vaush's actual goal is to like manifest political power in the real world and change hearts and minds, which I don't think it is.
Right.
That is true, but if he's going to state that's his goal, then you can at least attack him there, right?
Right.
True.
Yeah.
Well, for me to give Vaush some credibility or some charity here, he did, push everyone to vote for Biden. And I don't know if that would have helped him on a purely cynical level with his audience, because I thought it was pretty surprising from his audience when he did come out for that position.
No, because when that was happening, he was still poising himself as like kind of like a moderate, intelligent person, right? Like that was still his.
I see. So you're saying now he's
because now he's changed his rhetoric to like we've already lost the next set of elections, and Democrats are toothless. Right. They're not going to do anything anyway, right? So it's kind of hard to square that away with like we should vote for people like Biden,
Has he denounced his vote for Biden at all?
No, I don't think he will. I think he'll still probably advocate for people to vote for Democrats, but it'll be a little bit like weak, like, oh, I guess you could vote for him. But he's like speaking out the other side of his mouth, saying things like Democrats are useless, they don't do anything anyway. So
right.
Well, there's a useful chunk of the rhetoric, even if it's changed, where like he was basically trying to make Trump out to be Hitler, right? So if you think that Trump is Hitler and Biden is like a flaccid, do nothing Democrat, that's much preferable to Hitler.
Right.
So like if your primary goal is to make the Republicans out to be as bad as they possibly can be, you could still argue the same thing. And that is what I usually heard him say. He wasn't like, oh man, Biden is so fucking based. It's like, this guy is going to, genocide trans people, right? So.
Right.
Let's hone in on this. You talk about nonviolent rhetoric. Okay. So I'm a big advocate for defensive violence here. I do think we're in the.
That's why he was totally supported Kyle Rittenhouse. But let's continue.
Preliminary stages of a genocide against queer people in particular, but probably adjacent groups as well.
Well, but this is annoying because this is how all these conversations start. They're like, oh, this is defensive. This is Russia saying, oh, we're defending the ethnic Russians in Ukraine. Everyone uses this.
Or conservatives saying they're defending themselves from a mass migration of brown people.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Right. Everyone uses this defense excuse.
Noam Chomsky pointed this out when like when the name was changed to the Department of Defense. Like this is very, very effective propaganda.
Right. Yeah.
And Vaush said the same shit about all kinds of shit. Like he was saying that the rhino killing of Danielson was in self-defense. It's like,
oh my
like,
god,
walked
Wait,
up
he
behind him
said
and
that?
shot him.
Really?
Yeah,
How
that's
can
like
you
a whole
say
fucking
that?
chapter of
What?
my video.
I
Because
forgot about that.
I'm so glad that
Go-
that killing happened. This sounds dark to say, but like, because I was always wondering after the Rittenhouse stuff, I was like, if there was a reverse thing, there's no fucking way these guys would be saying the same shit. And that Reinhold thing was like the perfect like counterexample of like, dude walks up, shoots a dude in the street or whatever, and people are like, oh, well, you know, the guy he had a knife, and it's like, no, he didn't. Like, oh, well, he was threatening. There's no proof of that. Like, oh, well, and it's like, okay, dude, yeah, you obviously don't give a fuck about anything you're talking about. No principles, yeah.
It's okay when we do it.
Yes, and that's the way they characterize the Rittenhouse situation. They characterize the Rittenhouse situation as the Reinhold situation. It's so fucking evil. Last I heard, Vaush was a submit to the mob guy, though, so I don't buy any of this defensive.
that was a good meme.
And in such an environment, I think it is politically irresponsible to treat the agents of that genocide with anything other than the greatest possible degree of moral condemnation. See, there are historical examples of your strategy not working, usually when fascist governments begin to take power.
And again, this instant jump to genocide, this instant jump to, let me find the worst examples, the worst atrocities, and link that without even saying, but it's almost like this understood, not even going to establish why or how. We're just going to jump there so that you've already linked these horrific things, the worst of the worst things, to what's happening now. We've already linked them subconsciously.
But there's another important thing that's going on that happens a lot that fucking annoys the shit out of me, which is like, fascists always do this. This is something Vaush says all the time. We have like 2 or 3 data points in the whole of human history. Like,
for fascists.
We don't have enough information to know what fascists always do. We just don't. That just doesn't exist.
It seems to be things I don't like, though. So you really should probably.
We do have some good studies on authoritarians, though. Authoritarianism we've been studying pretty rigorously. So
that isn't the rhetoric that he prefers.
Vaush actually is an authoritarian by those studies. So yeah, it's authoritarianism. That's the problem.
It is that people kind of, it's you always have to escape it. If you're a Vaushite or that kind of person, you have to escape the authoritarian label. It's something you're constantly running from. I wonder how many of them realize they really are that thing. Do they try to rationalize it as, no, we're the good authoritarians, though? Do they push it away in the back of the mind and try to rationalize why they're not really the thing? It's the kind of like what I was talking about earlier with like kind of more passive Christians. There's a part of them that says, yeah, that thing you're doing is bad, and that other part that says, but it's fine because XYZ reasons. It's
I think it's very simple, and like, this is the logic. I'm not an authoritarian because authoritarians are bad and I'm good. And like, that's
true. That is that aspect. The instant label of, I mean, it's you can see it. The other side are evil. They are evil. Republicans are evil. And I'm fighting the evils. I mean,
demons
we're
human
called
flesh.
Antifa. We're anti-fascists, guys.
Would Vaush vote for a authoritarian type personality on the left? If they were running on a platform to end democracy and install socialism in America? I kind of feel like he would.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, there's so many copes to get around that.
Yeah.
Like there's so many ways to define that as not authoritarian. I mean, the thing is, it's just Sitch's law, right? You just end up playing fucking word games.
Well, the question is, I mean, first of all, no one would run on ending democracy, but they would enact policies that would sort of push you slowly in that direction. And then we would get into this exact question on the right, like, well, when is political violence,
acceptable? Yeah, exactly.
Acceptable. And I guess, and I didn't think about it until just now, but, would it be couldn't the political right say, hey, if the Democrats took power and they tried to get rid of the Electoral College, like, would that necessitate, or would that allow them basically to have violent revolution because of that?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't. But they would say that. But again, there's just easy cope, right? It's like, well, the Electoral College is undemocratic, so getting rid of it is more democratic. I mean,
well, it depends
like,
upon procedurally how they did it, though. That would be the important part.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
this is why it's so important.
I don't think so, because
things be bipartisan. Like,
well, the thing is, like, I'm not fond at all of Trump, but like, he did get elected, and like, Vaush has a tendency to not acknowledge that, right? It's like, Trump did get elected, and a lot of the things I really don't like about Trump are popular, right? So it's like you can't just a priori say it's undemocratic when a guy wins the fucking election.
What I'm saying is like
does what people want him to do.
But the way it is done would matter, because I assume that if you want to get rid of the Electoral College, it would take a constitutional amendment. And if they tried to do that without a constitutional amendment, it would. I mean, it'd be hard for me to say that I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't take up arms, but it would be hard for me to denounce people calling for some sort of violence if that happened, something like that happened, and it didn't follow that process.
If it did in practicality require a constitutional amendment, I just don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime.
I understand that. I'm just saying, but that's what I mean. If
they would circumvent the
if they tried to do it without
a
constitutional amendment.
Yeah.
Or there is a outspoken liberal contingent that mocks, downplays, attempts to civilly reason with, pull people over, and then of course invariably they're silenced or killed. The fascists take power anyway, because people just seem to be more responsive to alarmist rhetoric, you know.
Yes, I'm not talking at all.
See, he says he just said people are more responsive to alarmist rhetoric. So we know.
That's okay. Well, that's just true.
We know that's
that's just factually true.
Yes, but we know that Vaush knows that. That's the thing. That's the important aspect here. Because that's what he's doing here. That's exactly what he's using.
I mean, he's worked in politics for years, so of course he knows that. Yeah.
Oh, really? How do you know that?
He's got a YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
Well, minimizing or standing by. There's a difference between you could be super alarmist. This is so dangerous without saying this is a class of people that is, and just so you know, I'm not like morally horrified. Oh my God, he called them. I'm literally just thinking from a strategy point of view.
See, he's totally tiptoeing around. He's like, dude, I hate Republicans too. I feel you.
No, I think it's a good strategy. He's trying to have the more important discussion, which is surrounding the rhetoric and not debating the merits of whether or not Republicans are evil.
No, Luke is giving an argument as for like how we can win elections more, and Vaush is doing something that, let's be real, maximizes his sub count on YouTube.
No, I completely agree. Luke is doing the right thing here, but he's not.
Right, certainly.
He's definitely speaking only to the left.
Yeah, but that's the point of the conversation.
Like, if I was going to have a debate against a conservative about reducing the number of abortions, I would say something like, let's talk about how birth control can help. Now, I'm not saying that birth control is like moral or good, but like, wouldn't it reduce abortions? Like, I would constantly reframe it that way, because I don't want to get into a debate on whether or not abortion is like, or whether or not birth control is good or bad, right? Morally, but just
conception does. That's all they want to debate.
Yeah, so I think that Luke's strategy here is good. It's a good one.
Yeah. Well, I agree, but I'm only pointing out that his position for me is unclear, which I always like to know.
It would be nice to have the whole, I don't actually think they're evil.
Yes.
That would be
until
cool.
you have
but wait a minute. Wouldn't that sabotage his position that he's trying to advocate right now about rhetoric?
How?
Because then Vaush is like, oh, well, you're only saying that because you don't think Republicans are evil.
I'm just saying it'd be
doesn't change the debate.
Nice.
It kind of does, though.
I mean, I don't know.
I guess there's the elements of we'll debate the rhetoric because we agree, or we'll debate the rhetoric because we're trying to get a goal started.
It does only in the sense that Vaush will immediately have zero trust for Luke, because
that's exactly exactly. That's exactly.
It doesn't change. It doesn't change the reality of the situation. It doesn't change any of the facts.
Yeah, no, it changes the reality of the conversation.
Look,
not the reality of the facts. Who cares
in
about
Vaush's mind, because he feels slighted, because he feels.
Yeah, but Vaush is half of the conversation, right? We're not robots. We have to be mindful of how we approach other people. Otherwise, we're just going to shut down the conversation completely. And Luke's goal here is to not win a debate; it's to have a conversation, right?
Right.
I mean, like I've done almost exactly the same things that Luke is doing, just because it's smart. Like, you don't want to throw something out that's going to identify you as the fucking enemy. You want to be someone who is a reasonable ally. Talking.
It's smart or it's sneaky, Doomer.
And it's like it can be a little bit of both, effective. Right?
Yeah. Both.
Okay. Sure. Okay, got you guys. No, he should just go. Didn't he just slap him in the face in the very beginning?
He said it like he did. Well, absurd is kind of pretty mild for calling Republicans demon in human flesh.
Right.
So.
Okay.
There's a big difference between saying your take was stupid and saying Republicans aren't evil. Those are
You're
very,
right.
very
That's
different.
That is a
Vaush.
sad thing, Doomer. That's exactly what I'm dialing in on here. What kind of world do we live in? That you get chastised on social media if you're on the left, if you just admit that Republicans aren't demons.
I mean, like I've been through it myself. Okay,
it's
society.
That interesting comment in his chat, Vaush, big difference between what this guy is saying and what saying Republicans are demons does is we're not trying to do a revolution with that rhetoric. We're just trying to get ready people for when the right wingers start to get violent.
Yeah, I mean that's look. This is you will see this 100% of the fucking time because it's very, very effective rhetoric. You don't say you're going on the offense. You say we're going on the defense. And if you aren't actually going on the defense, if they haven't actually done anything yet, you just say, "Oh, well, they're about to. We're getting ready."
Yeah, they're going to. We're getting ready. Yeah, we're prepared for it. We know they're gonna, because especially if they're evil.
I mean, this is true. I'm pretty sure this is true of like almost all conflicts, right?
Yeah, even
like,
in
if
debates.
you're gonna go to war with someone.
Like I'll say in debates, like I never open a debate insulting somebody. If they insult me first, I'll start to do it. But then I always have the appearance of being the victim there. If I open a debate right off the bat, I'm like, you're a fucking moron or whatever. People are going to view me as the aggressor. But if I let the other person lead on stuff like that, it always makes me look better. Even rhetorically, like that's a true thing.
I got to try to do that. That sounds so smart. I can't help myself. Jangles drives me insane. What am I going to do?
Damn, Jangles.
Yeah, Adam, you fuck that up.
I can't help myself.
I know.
People into a non-human category because I feel like I heard you talk about this on stream before.
Non-human category.
Even with people like Nazis, if we say, okay, they're monsters, they're not human, they're something different, then we're not, yeah, I definitely have heard you talk about this, then we're not able to understand, okay, how do they get there? How could we take them out of it? Or how could we even fight them? Because you don't really know how to conceptualize
a better strategy to take
an inhuman monster.
I agree with that from an analytical perspective when we're talking about average people, not so much when we're talking about politicians. You know, for instance, there's a difference between some random 16-year-old neo-Nazi and Nick Fuentes, in that Nick Fuentes not only perpetuates the system but actively benefits from his participation in it. Same with the Republican politicians. You know, I think that oftentimes pulling people out of very far-right movements is about helping them understand they've been duped, misled, their life is being harmed. But for these people,
do you think he purposefully is making sure not to say, but not pulling people from far left positions? You know,
well, he's not going to view that as a problem. But I mean, I don't think that's how you pull people out of far right positions. I think you have to do the Daryl Davis approach. You have to show people that, you know, you can both be part of the in group, that you're not an other. You can have share common interests and, you know, common values.
What's pretty interesting is that pulling people out of being Nazis used to be a really big thing that Vaush did. It was a priority of his. And he has his own perspective on it. That's quite a bit different than Daryl Davis. But
well, no, didn't he never did. Wait. He never did. I thought he claimed to do that because of Faraday Speaks. And wasn't there someone else that said that?
It's my perspective that he probably did some good in that regard.
Damn,
I don't know how much, but that definitely used to be the thing. But like, hey, I will be based and fucking defend Vaush, okay? When he does things that are potentially effective. So one thing he said was that he'll go into arguments with Nazi people, he'll go on the kill stream or whatever the fuck, and he's like, it's less about being right and it's more about looking strong. And I think there's a lot of truth in that. If you can make someone look stupid, that's far more effective than telling an effective argument. Because let's be frank, the audience doesn't even track the argument half the time.
Yeah,
the audience knows who is what's it called, projecting strength in the conversation, right?
Yeah, Vaush definitely used to be a de-radicalizer. That used to be his big thing. He could go into right-leaning spaces, kind of like me, and then have arguments with people and not look like a soy boy fucking leftist. That was his goal early on, and I think he did that decently well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't Caleb said he was de-radicalized by ContraPoints?
And me. I was mentioning that article as well. Thank you. But
oh, that's right. No one cared about you because you were not a trans woman. So Contra got head billing and you got
straight white male. Obviously, you got moved to the bottom there.
Caleb, the other day, told me that Vaush was actually not a socialist and he's just a liberal. So I guess he's become radicalized himself now, which is sad.
Ouch.
People, their life isn't being harmed. Matt Gaetz' life is not being worsened by being a fascist in power. It's benefited significantly. So at that point, it's no longer a matter of convincing.
What did Matt Gaetz do that gets him the label of fascist.
Yeah. Do you could an actual fascist get elected in the Republican Party?
Trump did.
Well, I don't know.
I think given the opportunity to be, Trump would absolutely be a fascist. Our institutions, thankfully, were strong enough for him not to be, but he definitely has all the markings of the kind of person that would be. Absolutely.
I don't know that. I don't know that that's true. I'm reading Kellyanne Conway's book, and she was his most trusted advisor, and
I mean,
the
Trump
picture
did
she paints
everything,
of him,
like the stoking of the racial fears constantly, the idea of banning Muslims and Mexicans from coming to the United States, wanting to supersede election results because he didn't disagree with them, looking for every possible way to break institutions and get around them to enact what he wanted to, saying things like we have a national security crisis and that's why I'm going to go and enforce my own immigration policy on the border, constantly making enemies out of like every country that we used to be friends with, the hyperfixation on isolationism when it came to economic policy and like military things. Like Trump is in every way, size, shape, or form. He's like a fascist.
You've got your CNN talking points memorized.
It's not talking point. I'm just saying that, like, given the opportunity to do so, Trump absolutely would be a fascist. This is like it's part and parcel of what he does, for sure.
So look at the clearing the park story. Do you know that's like fake news? That's not a real story.
Bullshit, but it's not anything having to do with him being a fascist.
Right, but
though. That's not what I
think.
Hold on.
I think I think Adam. I think it comes down more to not. Well, first of all, I don't think anyone here is going to argue that Trump has some ideology that he's really focused on. I think it's more just that Trump want to do whatever he wants to do, and he's not going to he doesn't want to let any rules or institutions stop him. And that can very easily lead someone down the path of being, authoritarian.
Yeah, that is like a fascist thing. Like, look how often he was saying things like the media is the enemy of the people. I want to open up libel and defamation laws so I can sue the media when they publish bad shit about me. Like,
well, the people do want to. I mean, defamation is a problem. People lying in the media is a problem.
But I mean, like when your president is telling you that he wants to be able to sue the media for posting bad shit about him, that's a red flag.
Well, that's obvious. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that's Right. Like, if you're in the president situation, but the media is actually lying about shit. And listen, Trump had his attorney call Kellyanne Conway and try and get her to rig the straw poll in the CPAC straw poll or whatever. And she wouldn't even rig. He couldn't even get the fucking straw poll rigged.
Yeah, but that kind of helps Destiny's argument. That's
exactly the point. He's trying to do shit, and people don't let him.
Right, but that is any politician. She said. She literally says. She literally says.
No, that is not any politician.
Bullshit.
I would have agreed with you until the election shit. The election shit in 2020 is maybe the scariest shit I've seen in my life.
Having a president call a governor saying, "I need you to find 23,482 votes." That is wild. That is unprecedented wild shit.
That is fake news too, because he was not talking about making up the votes. He was talking about actually counting votes.
Okay, hold on. That's not fake news. You can literally listen to the phone call, which we did. And number two, he was looking for the number of votes that he needed to win the election.
You listen to a out of context clip of the actual phone conversation.
Adam, no.
Wait, hold on. Wait, explain to me the context.
There's a longer phone conversation out there. I listened to the whole thing. Okay?
What is the appropriate phone?
He is not talking about breaking the law in any way, shape, or form. Let me get back to the straw poll thing, because I wanted to tell something to Doomer here. Kellyanne Conway has run the straw poll for years and years and years, and she said a lot of people call her and ask her to fucking rig the straw poll. So it's not just a Trump thing; it's any fucking politician.
Okay, I don't know who brought up the straw. I don't care about the straw poll. I'm talking about our elections for president of the United States. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what the straw poll is.
I agree. I totally agree. But
his behavior is unprecedented.
Yes, I completely agree.
And the goal was to overturn the norms of how we elect a president, right? Are we agreeing on this, or?
Yes, it was. Normally, people would have stepped back and said, I concede. Obviously, it's a close election.
No, that's not. I'm not talking about step back and I concede. I'm talking about expecting the vice president of the United States to not certify the vote. I'm talking about making phone calls to governors, asking them to find illegal votes. I'm talking about constantly undermining every part of the electoral process, saying the mail-in ballots were rigged.
First of all, Dustin, I'm not contesting. I'm not contesting. The only thing I'm contesting is that phone call, because there's a longer version of the phone call, and obviously the media has spun the story as in Trump was asking them to fake votes, fake ballots.
He wasn't asking them outright to do it, but it was like a, don't you think there's some illegal stuff here that we can probably find?
No, in the longer version of the phone call, he talks about counties that they originally had won in the previous election and then flipped the other way around, and that he only wanted a recount in these certain counties. And that's why he's saying, I only need to find this many votes, and that's why I'm only focused on recounts in these particular counties.
Just listen to what you're saying, right? He's literally quoted as saying, what I want to do is this, I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have because we won the state. This doesn't sound like a good faith what other phone calls did he make to other states trying to...
There's two positions here. There's Trump is calling an election official to say, make up a bunch of votes and just stuff them in there and we're done.
Well, he's not going to say that outwardly.
And there is the position that Trump believes the election has been wrongly counted, and that we need a recount, and we need a recount in certain areas.
Let me introduce a third position. He doesn't like the election results, and he's going to do what he reasonably can without making himself look like a complete. Well, he did look like a lunatic.
Yeah, he looked like a lunatic already. Tolerance. You can't say that.
Basically, everything he reasonably could.
I hate to Godwin's laws, and I don't think any of you are Nazis. I don't mean that at all, of course. I've never said it. But this is like the equivalent argument to when when Nazi apologists are like, well, there's not a direct order from Hitler saying we need to kill all the Jews, and it's like, of course, Trump is never going to call someone to be like, guys, we need to rig the election. Obviously.
Destiny. First of all, I didn't vote for Trump. I could care less that Trump didn't win the election. The thing that I care about is honesty in media, and that you've got to admit that story.
Trump was saying the election was going to be rigged 8 fucking months in advance.
Yeah,
on his
true.
Fucking Twitter. He's going off like fucking crazy. Did you see his fucking Twitter during the election? It was terrifying. It was fucking mental.
And then the speech that he gave beforehand.
You're getting completely triggered.
So fucking I'm triggered. It was terrifying.
The speech that he gave at the White House that we have to fight back for our democracy and shit.
Doomer, I didn't realize that you had TDS. I'm sorry that I didn't.
Oh no!
Actually,
the TDS claim has come out.
I'm sorry that I didn't put
look, Adam,
trigger warning on this conversation.
I'm proud to be the first person in history to have TDS and VDS. Okay, I have DS about everybody. Okay, I've got ADS, I've got SDS, I've got RDS, I've got all this shit. Okay, I'm fucking. That shit was scary.
There is a longer version of that conversation.
That conversation is one data point of 200.
And that even the longer version isn't a good look for a president to ask for votes. But I mean, I do agree with you. There was no conversation where Trump said, hey, we need to rig the election. That's true. That conversation never happened. But that's never going to be a conversation that somebody trying to rig an election is going to have, of course.
So you're saying basically that he's asking for it without asking for it.
Of course. Absolutely.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that is your belief. I mean, I can't read minds or anything. So, I mean.
Well, I mean, we can look at his other behavior. Did he call other states?
Thankfully, Destiny can read minds. So
let me try and build a bridge, Adam.
Destiny, how do you?
Hold on.
You can't build a bridge.
Hold on, he's building a bridge. Let him build a bridge.
Adam, let me build a bridge. Do you think that Trump's behavior was the most fascist thing we've seen from a presidential candidate in 30 years?
January 6th was insane. I think what he did on January 6th was insane and totally fucking stupid, and like his entire speech on January 6th.
What he's asking is, has there been a president that's been more fascist than Donald Trump?
Well, I feel like it's a
no. It's an obvious no.
Well, let him answer. Maybe.
What about Nixon? I mean, Nixon was literally fucking bugging the office of the fucking Democratic National
Nixon's shit
Committee.
was bad, but honest to God, compared to what Trump did, I think Trump was way worse.
Nixon literally did espionage on his political rivals. So
Nixon sabotaged peace talks to continue the Vietnam War. Nixon was pretty fucking bad.
He was, for sure.
So what the fuck? That
was 60 years ago. So he's the most fascist president in 60 years. We don't need to split hairs. Oh, is he a fascist? Isn't he a fascist?
Technically, Trump was impeached more times than Nixon was. So, I mean, that makes it worse.
Well, is it just the term? I feel like it's just the term fascist that you're kind of hung up on, Adam.
When I think of fascist, I think of like one bend of fascism is this concept of authoritarianism. It's this concept of like you are above the democratic norms, you are above the institutions, you are above the law. And Trump acted like that every single step of the way. And him constantly attacking our electoral process when you're the president is a pretty scary thing. And I think there's a lot of evidence of that.
I mean, I don't know that he did think he was above the law, but
well,
I mean,
you would say he didn't have
you
respect
could definitely
for,
make that argument.
You would say he didn't have respect for the processes and institutions of our country.
No, I would say that he's constantly trying to undermine them. I would make that statement way more extreme.
Right. No, I'm saying for Adam, so I'm kind of soft.
Well, did he have respect for those institutions? I mean, he does when they work in his favor, and he doesn't when. Yeah, but hey, listen, Destiny, how is this any different than Vaush's position?
It doesn't need to be.
Wait, Vaush wasn't president. I mean, if you're going to try to get me to defend Vaush's position, I'm not. Vaush would be a fucking fascist if he had the opportunity as well, without the racial bend, sure.
Right.
I have no doubt that Trump believes that he won the election and that it was stolen from him by, like, he probably watches Dinesh D'Souza's movie with like just, oh my God, they can't believe they did this to me. Like he watches it like it's real. Yeah, he believes that. So
every single person around him told him no. His intelligence agencies told him no. Barr told him no. Like,
yeah, but he doesn't trust any of those.
He doesn't trust anybody. Well, at what point then are you like a delusional? Like, fine, then maybe he's like a.
No, he is delusional.
Okay,
I'm not going to argue Trump is not delusional. What?
Okay,
you think I'm crazy?
Okay, I'm going to build a bridge now. Okay, I'll meet you halfway. I would not call Trump a fascist. I'll call him a schizo-fascist. Okay, he was a fascist, but only because he had like this schizophrenic understanding of the world, where he was just so delusional that it drove him to try to break every single democratic norm we ever fucking had. So I'll meet you halfway there. Okay.
Well, he did break norms. I mean, I'm not arguing about that, but.
Well, and also, I mean, whether what your intentions are, whether you think you're acting honestly or not, I mean, that doesn't really have anything to do with fascism or authoritarianism, right? Like you can think you honestly won and then break all the norms. It still would be an authoritarian power grab.
Well,
right?
True. You're discussing the reasons behind it all. Why?
The thing is, though, if you believe, like the institutions have already been subverted in his eyes. So
I understand.
The damage has already been done.
Have they been subverted, or did you just think they've been subverted because he
I don't think
they've
been. I do not.
No, I'm saying,
what
did
not
he
think that they've been subverted.
Probably,
I
don't think he thought.
Isn't it? What was his one quote? Like the polls are real, but the news is fake. Like when you're picking and choosing this hard, at some point you got to say, I just don't think he's a good faith actor,
right?
Or he is a schizo-fascist, which I was willing to accept if you want.
Well, listen, I appreciate Adam Steelmanning the chat. Okay.
We need. I mean,
dude, fuck the chat is so wrong.
The
chat is so
don't install our chat, Doomer. Okay.
Let me go look at Destiny's chat. That's probably a lot more.
Look, the call. If you listen to the call, it's the perfect duck rabbit thing. You can hear it either way. It's pretty obvious. So
sure, but it was the same thing with the Ukraine call, which I think was far more obviously, wrong.
Right. So Sitch, I'm interested. Do you think?
Well, I have resident. I'm the resident TDSer on the stream, so I'm trying to like.
Well, no. How do you? What? Literally, it just seems so implausible to me that he would call up an election official, and the votes are either out there or they're not out there. But to insinuate that he covertly wants this election official to fill in a bunch of ballots or just make a bunch of ballots up or hire people to make up a bunch of ballots or flip a switch on some machine somewhere.
This guy literally announced that he'd won the presidency before even the votes were fucking counted. It was Pence that walked us back from that cliff on election night.
Hold on. I'm focusing in on this one point, Destiny.
Yeah.
Do you accept, though, that why would I call somebody on the phone, some election official that I don't have any kind of relationship with? What exactly am I asking them if your narrative is correct?
You're asking them to see what they can do, wink, wink, to maybe drum up some votes.
But what is that?
Who the fuck knows what it is? Trump doesn't know anything about any of the electoral process. Maybe it's finding a box of ballots somewhere. Maybe it's discounting some ballots. Maybe saying some votes shouldn't have counted. I don't know. It could be fucking anything. But it was obvious.
I find it hard to believe that Kellyanne Conway wouldn't step in and go, that's a little fucking, you can't do that. That's insane.
Here's a question for you, Adam. if Justin Trudeau did exactly the same things during an election that Trump did, would people on the right call him a fascist?
Absolute. Sorry.
I don't. They do call him a fascist. Yeah. Hasn't he done some more things?
I don't give a shit about Canada. Okay.
I mean,
I don't know what goes on up there.
Listen, Canada's not even a country in my eyes. So, I mean, I'm with you there.
It's an outpost for maple
Northeast
imports.
Dakota.
That's where we get our hot celebrities. That's all I know.
Canada's like in Stardew Valley, south of your base, when you put fucking maple things on the trees and you just go down every couple days.
We should move on.
Okay.
Just remember, I was right about this. You guys, one day we'll hear the entire phone call, and you'll be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe Adam was right."
He was just genuinely concerned about the Georgia election process. How did I miss Trump's genuine concern for this one state that might have been pivotal in winning his election, and then calling for the exact amount of votes that he needed +1 to win? Of course he was just concerned. Fuck, I'll listen to it afterwards and I'll see. Maybe my mind will change.
I mean, I think you just have to realize that he was focused on a recount of the election. Like, he had assumed ballots were incorrectly counted. So he wasn't looking for just finding new ballots. He was saying, hey, we need to recount, and these are the counties that are likely where the mistakes were made. That's basically what he was saying. But anyway, let's move on.
Let's move on. From TDS to VDS, let's get back to where we're supposed to be, okay?
I feel like the guy in the Judean people's front saying, brothers, the Romans, they're the real enemy.
Destiny, you have to come back on again, too, because we need to talk about Jordan Peterson. I don't want to get into it here, but you constantly, like...
You're going to drag us into a different conversation.
I know. We can't do it now. We can't do it now, but I
think Jordan Peterson is based, as long as he's talking about psychology and nothing else, because anytime he opens his mouth about anything else, he's a fucking moron. I
just don't think you're being fair on the Jordan Peterson front, but let's talk about that next time. Let's move back on to this.
Yes.
This communist demon in human form.
One quick second. I have a message from a friend of the show. Okay.
Yeah.
Deb says Trudeau actually did something comparable with the SNC Lavalin scandal, telling the Minister of Justice she didn't see what she thought she saw. I don't know what the fuck that means. Deb wanted me to say it. We
right.
Continue on.
The blackface photos. You didn't see that like you thought it was.
I think it probably had something to do with the elections, but anyway.
Nice.
Them, removing them. It's a matter of fomenting a suitable degree of political opposition, which obviously I believe is farther than what you might believe it needs to be.
The crazy thing, though, about this new sect of the Republican Party, this we think of as the more fascistic, far right kind of category, is they are very much, not on some things, they're still very pro-corporate a lot of times, stuff like that, but in the areas that really define them, they're actually representing a lot of their base very well. And so in a democracy, they're just very clearly self-interested politicians who are seeing a increasingly radicalized base that wants to get meat thrown to them all the time, calling for that, and they answer. And so it's not.
This is what's called in political spheres the big weld strategy.
The what?
The what?
That is, you know what? We're gonna let that one sit there, and if you want to, we're just gonna carry right along. Is what we're gonna.
Well,
do.
no, but this seems like a sort of inconsistency because I think Vaush says in this conversation in the earlier videos, he's like, I'm not blaming so much the voters.
Yeah,
he's blaming the politicians, but the politicians are doing what
catering
to
the voters
want.
Yeah.
No, that's not how a lot of people view politicians on the left or
right. Well, I know
anymore.
he doesn't view it that way.
People think that politicians act independently and that getting votes isn't like a real thing. You just get them because you buy elections or whatever. That's a really popular.
You don't buy that though, right, Destiny?
No, that's absurd. But nobody views the electoral process as being valid in the United States anymore. People on the far right and left think that it's all bought and paid for. Basically, it's all theater.
Though, I would think, like, if it were to come to violence, I don't think Vaush would really, if we're in the midst of like some violence, the left and the right are shooting each other, I don't think Vaush should be out here saying, like, brothers, just shoot the police and the politicians, don't shoot like Republican voters. I don't think that distinction would be made.
Of course not. He'd be like, oh, look, a Trump sticker on a car. Get him!
Not like, to me, someone who's evil, and kind of what you were talking about in your video that I'm responding to was, listen, we can reason and understand people when they're doing it for their own gain, but we can't understand people when it's literally just to make somebody suffer. And in the case of the politicians like Mac H that you're talking about, it's not just to make people suffer. It is making people suffer, and it's horrible, but it's out of complete self-interest. As you just said, he's benefiting from his base loving him because he's doing all these radical actions.
At least he knows it's inadvertent, he's saying. So,
and I think if you're willing to accept that the voters aren't just, demons in human flesh, well, then the politicians aren't really either, just really self-interested people.
Yeah, Vaush's political understanding is so naive. He thinks they're doing it because they want to torture
just
people.
Want to hurt people.
He doesn't understand that they have their voters have desires that are in conflict to the desires of him and his voter base.
Yeah, there's that understanding with a lot of people.
So simple.
I'm sure there's plenty of politicians and a lot of normal people who realize, yeah, the things that I want politically, some people will be negatively affected by it, and that sucks. But like this recognition that I'm not some utopian, right? Like, not everyone's going to benefit from this, and I don't like that, but maybe I just think that's going to be the best overall.
Immigration is a hot button topic because there are economic winners and losers in any change in immigration. So obviously there's going to be conflict over that. But the easiest thing for Democrats to do, and what they've been doing this forever now, is just to hit everyone with a racist stick. And immigration is a great place where they can do that. Now they can do it with the trans stuff as well.
In terms of stay in office,
in terms of their moral, how I would judge them morally, I can't say there would be that much of a difference. The only difference is how you can treat them in terms of what approaches are politically efficacious. And I always think that it's more acceptable to take hardline stances against people in power than just random citizens, even if they have the same political positions. Also, of course, even the farthest right random Republican dipshits can potentially be convinced out of their positions. You can't convince a politician out of their positions.
Right.
Their whole job is to do the things that they say they're going to do. You can't.
Look, he kind of gets it here.
Kind of, but he's actually missing it. That's not true. Politicians will change their views to reflect the voting population.
Sure, of course they will.
Look at Biden and Hillary changing their stance on like 15 an hour minimum wage because of things like what Bernie said and how popular those movements got. Like politicians will update their views to reflect their constituents.
Or the
to stay in power, yes,
was kind of hiding his position on gay marriage.
Oh, of course,
Biden kind of usurped it. But that's why his position doesn't make sense here, because if he thinks you can change Republican voters' minds, then that's how you would change Republican politicians. I mean, I guess maybe.
Well, no, he's saying the politicians operate independently from voters.
Right, he thinks they're
like their own
paid off by some evil force or something.
Yeah.
The manufacturing consent view of the world, which I guess he thinks the power or the views come top down as opposed to. I mean, I guess they do come top down. I guess it's kind of mixed. To some extent, it's a back and forth, obviously.
Right.
We want to be in like a persuasion mode, not a violence mode. Go ahead, Dustin.
I think there is an Overton window that encapsulates everything that the American public thinks about a given set of issues, and politicians' goal is to try to find where that window is and then speak to the people that exist there. That's the goal. So, I mean, politicians and think tanks and everybody can also move the window around a little bit. People can move the window around a little bit, but like a politician's goal is not going to be to dramatically move the window. That's a losing strategy. And you see this happen time and time and time again, where people think that they can change everybody's mind on issues, and they're going to bring out all these voters that normally don't vote, and they're going to actually, and you can't do that. You can move people a little bit, but for the most part, people believe the things they do, and you have to identify that and then play to that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to think about it, because I think too many people view Trump as like he radicalized the Republicans, when I think he just found where the Overton window was. He just found a niche to kind of sneak in there that no one was really speaking to.
And he brought in a lot of never voters, so that's always celebrity.
Well, it seems it's almost the same thing. Like, we hear this so much from a lot of mainstream media sources that like YouTubers and Twitch streamers are radicalizing their audiences, but I kind of feel like it's the opposite. I feel like it's, you have these political commentators and they see that their audience generally is more, unidirectional. Their audience kind of radicalizes the streamer.
I think you can radicalize an audience, but the relationship there is fundamentally different because we're more, as creepy as it, we're more like friends than politicians because you're spending hours and hours and hours consuming our content. We have a higher chance of actually shifting your point of view on something than a politician that you might only see, a few days.
More interaction is possible.
Sure. It just seems to me like whenever we talk to someone or we watch their content, the chat seems always way more extreme politically than the actual person is. And there is sort of this audience capture thing that happens.
It's probably a lot easier to be that way when you're just some person in chat. As
that also depends. Might be people hiding their power level too. It kind of depends.
Of course,
on
right.
I mean, we're definitely seeing that in your chat.
Not our chat. Our chat. I love our chat.
Were you looking at your chat? I don't know.
I was looking at our chat and seeing that as nothing but nuanced.
I'm watching all that, dude. There's this guy in chat called Luke, and he hates me, man. Oh my god.
Really?
Oh yeah. There's a few of them in there. This Gene girl too. Woo! There's a lot of spicy chatters out there, but it's fun. It's all good.
They don't like you?
No.
Maybe we should ban them.
No. I like the hate. I'm basking in it.
What is your since we're talking about Trump again? Thank you, Sitch. What the fuck?
I didn't what?
You brought Trump up again. You did. Do you have a take on Steve Bannon, Destiny?
What about him?
What is the take on the left about Steve Bannon?
I don't think we think about Bannon anymore.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Why did you bring that up? That seems so random.
Well, because I hear a lot of sometimes I hear people on the left making the argument that's like Steve Bannon is the power broker. He's the Karl Rove of Trump.
I think for a while people saw him as making a lot of. Wasn't he the one? I could be wrong, but wasn't he the one that ultimately decided to support Roy Moore? Wasn't that a big thing that he decided, or am I making that up?
I don't remember.
In the book, he seems to have like no power whatsoever, and he wasn't even in the Trump administration.
There was some issue that he pushed Trump to support that ended up blowing up in his face, and I think that was sort of the beginning of their fall. I don't remember what it was though.
I thought it was Roy Moore. Somebody can check me if I'm wrong, but maybe it might not have been.
Maybe
Kellyanne Conway basically just destroys Steve Bannon in this book. It's not,
sure, but weren't they like also like politically rivals too? Like, wouldn't it make sense that she would be shitting on Banner a lot?
Yeah, well, I think
he was a political rival with her. Yeah, definitely.
Kellyanne Conway just sort of like a normal, Republican,
a normal person. Yes, exactly.
No, I mean Steve Bannon. I don't know what exactly.
Steve Bannon. He's more like is weird.
Yes. Isn't he sort of flirting with the neo-reactionary sort of side of things, or Kellyanne Conway is just kind of
that was his background in media. Wasn't he the head of what was the name of the media thing that he
Breitbart,
was? Breitbart,
yeah.
Also, wait, hold on. Kellyanne Conway, she was fucking insane, wasn't she?
I don't remember.
Was she the one that gave us like Bowling Green and like the fucking alternative facts?
Look, Destiny knows how to use Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Wait, Wikipedia what?
To look up the crazy
I know what you're looking up.
I'm not. Hold on. I literally, my job is talking about politics. What do you mean? You think I have to Wikipedia the crazy fucking statements that Kellyanne Conway made?
She does address the alternative facts thing in the book, and but I haven't got to Bowling Green. I don't know what that is yet. So.
Yeah, it's nothing. It was either her or Trump made the statement like, "Look at what happened." Oh no, there was the "Look at what happened" to Sweden. But it was she referenced something called the Bowling Green massacre, and it's just like not anything. It's not a real thing.
Oh yes, she thought there was some like immigrants came across the border and killed people. That never happened.
Okay, well.
Anyway, Destiny, Lucas wants you to know that he actually loves you and just wants you to unban him from his chat.
Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. He said that I was one of the only chats that he'd been banned in, so it must be an extremist chat or something like that. Yeah, well.
Yes, Steve Bannon. Hex says Steve Bannon is 100% for the Dark Enlightenment. Okay.
Oh, so he is a neo-reactionary. Wow.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Not a fan, but
can't debate them out of that.
Right, but if someone's listening to you walk them through, okay, these people, picture them, are demons in human flesh, then it stops there. Like if I'm running down that logic train and
I hear someone say demons in human flesh and I'm instantly just like, oh, I'm gonna go somewhere else. You're crazy. I'm leaving.
Vote Biden.
I'm thinking, okay, this is the person that I fully.
To be fair, I could imagine Biden saying.
I know. If you told me Biden is a demon in human flesh, I might believe you. I mean, he seems old enough to be.
Trust. I would stop the analysis there because if someone is truly purely evil, they're just Satan, then they're just trying to harm people, and I can't really understand how do we combat them because they're just going.
No, Vaush thinks the way you combat them is combat.
Yes, literal combat.
But if you understand that they're just trying to represent a radical base, and then you also understand that the best thing you can do to change the radical base's mind is not address them in such a way, then the goal, now you have an actual
I think you're conflating a few things. There's nothing mutually exclusive there. You can say a person is evil while also recognizing there are socioeconomic justifications for their behavior. Evil isn't really
not the analysis that you had. It was just like, that's it. Game over. We can't pull them out of it. But we totally can pull voters out of it.
I've never made this an intrinsic thing.
I'm so glad you played the clips. He never made a socio-economic argument for abortion or anything like that.
No, his I mean, we didn't watch the whole thing, but his only argument was that, you know, Republicans just want to control women.
Yeah, that's not.
That's just what they want to do.
I mean, unless he's going to control them, like they're going to make cookies and they're going to sell them or something.
It's only through socioeconomic reasons why.
What he means is like, I'm assuming what he means is like, oh, if someone, you know, is carjacks someone and kills someone, they'd be like, well, you know, the socioeconomic conditions place them in that role of, you know, being poor and engaging in the carjacking, you know, yada, 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 yada. But I don't think that applies to his rhetoric when he talks about Republicans being evil. He's not really giving some sort of justification at all, really, for their beliefs.
Right. Yeah. That's the problem that we have. But I have it. At least. Doomer can think whatever he wants.
This isn't like people being born evil.
Well, yeah,
maybe you could say it's their job to be evil. But even evil isn't like a real moral category. The closest thing that I could really come up to it, you know, outside of rhetorical shorthand is the axioms that they are attempting to maximize with their behavior.
Isn't evil a moral category?
Yeah, so Vaush learned a couple words from me about like ethics, and he doesn't like actually know any of the anything surrounding it. So basically, anytime Vaush starts talking about ethics, you can just fast forward. The whole conversation is basically going to be him saying in fancier words, good things are good and bad things are bad. And he does this over and over again. And it's so unbelievably painful to listen to him try to stumble through. And he'll do this. He'll reiterate this a few times when it seems like he's justifying something. He'll be like, well, you know, consequentially, if it led to good things, then I would say that it's a good thing. But, you know, if it didn't, then it would. It's like, okay, yeah, but that's the whole point is whether you think it would or wouldn't, though, right? Like he does this type of thing a lot. It's really cringe.
He's beyond it. Yeah, it's fucking insane. The thing I noticed him doing over and over again was that, like, if someone on his side did something bad, he would start talking about their motives. Right. And then if someone he doesn't like does something bad, he'll be like, oh, motives don't matter. I'm an actual consequentialist. Right. The only thing that matters are the outcomes. And it's just like, dude, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's pretty classic, you know, self-serving bias from a group.
It just doesn't, I think it's called the fundamental attribution error. It's where you will, whenever you do something bad, it's because you have really, really good reasons for it, or when somebody you like does it. But when somebody else does something bad, you only look at the action and then you judge them for the action and you don't look at the actual. Yeah.
Terrible.
So kind of like if we like make up a bunch of excuses why Trump would call a governor to look for 11,400. I'm just kidding.
that was aimed at me, guys. If you guys didn't recognize that,
I missed that.
That is called a callback. That's comedy gold right there. Thank you, Destiny.
Callback. Like
you've added great value to our show.
Thank you. I'm trying.
Yeah. Wait till you listen to the call. Hopefully you're on stream with us when you do. But
it is a comedy show, so
let's continue.
A real moral category. The closest thing that I could really come up to it, you know, outside of rhetorical shorthand is the axioms that they are attempting to maximize with their behavior are in stark contradiction to the
pause for 1 second.
Axioms that
okay, so I just want to be clear. Everybody might be trying to maximize different axioms than you. By definition, if they disagree with your meta-ethical position on what is good or bad, that would make them evil. Otherwise, if we're to accept Vaush's definition that different people just try to maximize different things, then there can be no evil. Because everybody's trying to maximize different things, right? Using Vaush's example here, I could say, well, you know, Hitler was just trying to maximize the axioms of creating the perfect Aryan race. So can I really call it evil? It's not really evil with respect to him. Well, of course, with respect to an individual, there is no evil because with respect to them, they're always doing some self-serving thing to maximize their own ends. So it's just, that's what I mean when I say a lot of, when Vaush starts talking ethics, all of it is incredibly vacuous. He's using so many words to say good is good and bad is bad. And he just says nothing of consequence. It's so irritating. But
well, but is it Do you think it's intentional that he's basically labeling evil so broadly that you can use it any way he wants?
It's not
or
intentional.
Is it just
He knows like a little bit to navigate the conversations using some of the right words, and then he can kind of trick himself. I don't think he's doing it intentionally. I think he just doesn't understand. Yeah, I think he's kind of like tricked himself, and I think he's got like a really enlightened position on ethics, and he doesn't see like that there are 15 different like pitfalls that he's like wandering into every time he starts trying to make these analyses. All right, go ahead, dude.
Yeah, he's bullshit.
I think it's worse than that with all the fucking supererogatory shit. Like,
oh, dude, the guy that taught him that word messaged me. He felt so bad. What a horrible thing for him to learn.
Was it Lewis?
I don't remember who it was. I just remember a long time ago somebody messaged me like, bro, I had a conversation with Vaush where I introduced that concept of supererogatory, and I feel so bad for it because he uses it for like to escape. He has so many good escapes. He's learned like so many different words so that he can say absolutely nothing but like escape from every responsibility necessary, and then condemn people with all the conviction that he could ever want. It's just like
just to explain really quickly, supererogatory basically means something is morally good but not obligatory. Okay.
Right.
Now this is a very fucking fringe idea in moral philosophy. So I went to try
the shopping cart.
I went to try and read papers on it, and there just aren't very many because no one really talks about it.
Right.
Like when people talk about morals, they talk about duties. It's like, what must you do?
That's the whole point of a moral.
That's the entire fucking conversation.
Yeah.
That's the whole of more. Like, this is a very fucking fringe thing. And Vaush will say that like basically everything is supererogatory.
Yes.
It's the most
every single thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like
you're
not obligated morally to do anything.
Yeah, which is what that's what essentially moral obligations are. Like you're talking about basically saying like a neutral action has no obligation. You can't say like a morally good action has no obligation, but by definition morals are oughts. They're things that we're kind of obligated to, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say like majority of the time I hear the word obligation, it has moral in front of it.
Typically.
Are you saying I have the same obligation to tip as to not cheat on my wife? Is that
no. I mean, there could be like a different gravity behind certain obligations, but like you wouldn't say that like there's something that would be like morally good, but like whether or not you do it is like neutral or something. Like there's still going to be degrees of good and shit we talk about. It's just he had to find this word out. It helped him escape the idea that socialists should have any sort of responsibility whatsoever to acting a certain way in society. Because I don't know if you've noticed this, but every socialist on the internet,
Hassan, he bought a big house and a nice car.
Huge car. Yeah, they all live as like the most hyper-capitalist, hyper-consumist people in the world. But Vaush has like discovered a word that lets him escape literally all responsibility or obligation for living his values. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, and this
nice to have such a simple existence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know.
But this whole sidetrack for him is, I mean, not sidetrack. This whole conversation is kind of bullshit because he's the one that brought up the term evil. He's the one that called them evil demons in human flesh. And now he's trying to be like, well, what does evil really mean?
Yeah, they're just trying to maximize different axioms.
Like, it's like, well, why did you use the word then? Because you know what it means.
But he almost said, I think he said this. You can go back. We don't have to go back, but I think he actually said, like, well, when I said evil, didn't he say at the start of this, I didn't mean that in a moral sense?
Yeah, right. Which is ridiculous.
What other kinds of evil are there, Vaush? What does that mean?
Yeah, that's
just
what
in
I
the
stopped
technical sense.
I don't mean evil in the sense of a moral category. And he's like, but that's what it is.
Yeah, totally.
That's literally what it is.
Well, and even
things are good and evil to morally categorize them.
Right. And obviously his audience takes it that way, the way that everyone else takes it, even if he has some like really weird hyper definition for it.
That I would like to put about. So, for example, if they're fascists and they believe in a fundamental sense, in rigid hierarchy and the promotion of like an anti-degenerate social order, that would starkly contradict with any invocation of my axioms because it would entail genocide against queer people. So in that sense, you might say, well,
hold on real quick. So he's saying this would entail genocide, and he's given an example of something that's not necessarily evil, okay? But it would entail genocide, but it's not evil. They're just trying to maximize different axioms. It's so vacuous. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. This is all dumb. I don't care about this.
No, it's great. No,
it's so vacuous. It's so stupid.
If you're not going to call genocide evil, then like, what is the point? Your moral system is just useless.
Well, you know what? I'll bite the bullet. No. And I'll say in front of everyone that genocide might not be great.
Nice.
Genocide is evil.
So brave. Yes. So brave.
Yeah. I'll do it. I'll be.
We need to make a word. What is the opposite of supererogatory? Where like it'd be good if you did it, but you didn't have to. What about one where it's like it'd be bad if you did it, but like if you don't, it's not bad. So there's got to be like an opposite definition there.
It would be bad if you did it, but you don't have to.
Something like it wouldn't make
I almost feel like that framing. It would be bad if you did.
Being a dick.
But it's not a big deal if you do.
Or like, oh no, it would be you shouldn't do it, but if you do it, it's not bad. That would be the contrapositive of it. There,
like not returning the shopping cart.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Anti-erogatory, maybe, sure.
It actually is a word. I just don't know.
The philosophers do this.
You know,
kind
if you
of
say
stuff.
it, we know what you mean. It's a word.
Yeah, there we go.
Axiomatic outcomes are mutually exclusive to mine. You know, they contradict.
And then he goes to the beard stroking. It's just weird. It's just weird.
It's a medical thing, okay?
I think it's a tell. I really do. I think this is
it's a nervous tell?
I think this is are they buying my bullshit tell right here.
Adam,
Just
no.
like,
Adam, I do that so hard, I pull a hole in my beard.
This is like I just went all in and I have nothing.
You're
like
dead
in my
wrong.
hand.
Are they buying my bullshit tell is when every time he finishes a sentence, he glances over to the side to look at chat to see how they're responding.
Yes, he's doing that. He's doing that now.
What I meant to say was maybe if I say axiom a few more times.
Isn't that what he's doing? It seems like he is reading the.
If you watch the Dankula debate, he does that like every single time he says some stupid shit. He looks over the fucking chat.
To see how the reception. Also, if you want the real black pill, every streamer does this. But
yeah.
You always glance at your chat and be like, am I on some wild shit right now, or are they actually following me? It's like when you're high and you're talking, you kind of look around. It's like, you guys actually following what I'm saying? You know, everybody does it, but Vaush does it.
I have not
more
really
than
looked
us,
at the
okay?
chat. I have not really looked at chat at all. I had more fun with the chat before the stream even began, but.
Oh, well, I guess you're just better than us, okay? Good job.
I am. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Good for you.
Listen,
I like good for you, dude.
I'm not willing to defame an American president just because the entire media decided it was a good idea to do. Okay.
Good for you.
Well,
it's called principles.
Okay, wait.
Destiny.
Adam,
oh no.
Adam, I can agree that the media said tons of fucking wrong shit about Trump.
True.
Tons of fucking wrong shit
Hold
about
on.
Trump.
No,
Why are we not
lies?
again? No.
Lies.
Aiden Paladin for $10. Thanks so much, Aiden says. This is the coolest group. This is like the coolest group of people all at once. Much love. Thank you, Aiden.
That's
Maybe
true.
you should.
That's an astute observation. I agree.
Maybe you should read some $20 super chats if you have them, just because.
Even if Adam's here, I agree.
People like to super chat. I don't know how you. Destiny, I've never heard you read a super chat in my entire life.
Speech. I did. One guy donated $20. Said, "Here's some dollars for recognizing the fundamental attribution error." Thank you, guy. Usually I have a text to speech that just reads them automatically. So
I should get one of those. I actually have a Sitch that reads the super chat.
Wait. Wow. Should you, Adam?
That's because you wait. That's because you can't read Adam. That's a little different.
I know. It's bad, but. So we do $20 and up super chats during the stream.
Jesus.
So people tend to do the $20 ones because they want to say something or be included.
Well, we're
in
kind
the
of behind
conversation.
though, so I want.
Yes, that's how it works. That is the.
Well, I mean, why not read a couple and get some more going?
Okay,
I mean,
you're right.
We're not communists here.
That's true.
We're not bread tubers.
William Vance for $20 says schools shouldn't teach fringe political views until college. Keyword is fringe, meaning when we say political, we mean a tiny minority believe it, just like when Destiny says nobody thinks that. There you go.
Nobody thinks that what? You can't end a sentence on that.
That was the end of the sentence. I don't know. J-Mac for $20 says, I learned sex ed from watching Species and reading Song of Solomon when I was a kid.
What a base set of horror movies. Who remembers Species, guys?
I remember that movie.
I remember Mutant Species.
Is that Natasha
Yeah, she had to fuck guys
Henstrix?
to make an alien baby, and that was
yes.
like hell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that.
She was like a giant bug or something inside. It was gross.
She was like an alien, not a bug, dude.
I thought she was like a bug.
Incredible metaphor for women. How artistic.
I know.
Oh. Exactly. I feel bad for you, Jay. I had to read Song of Solomon in high school. That book is fucking insane. Lots of weird incest and crazy sexual shit going on, but terrible.
Was that just the Bible, Song of Solomon?
And it's based off. That's the title it comes from it, but no, not the actual Bible.
Oh, okay. You said Solomon and incest, and
there you go. You just gotcha. Lord Hank of House Hill for $20 says, "Great lineup. I'm glad to see you guys get Destiny, a woman's name, on again." There you go.
Lord Hank of House Hill.
Righteous Indifference for $20 says, queer theory is trying to label itself all over LGBT spaces, superimposing the political onto the LGBT people and introducing toxicity into the general populace. People need to do better at differentiating LGBT from queer theory.
Agree. Yeah. Totally.
Investigator One Quim for $20 says, did you guys see Lilith Lovett twisting herself in the pretzels trying to justify Vaush's state on Dev's Tubecast outtakes? You guys should really talk to Lilith about gender ideology.
I think it's Tubecast, not Tubecast.
Oh, excuse me. I don't know what Vaush
can't be
state on
asked.
Dev's Tubcast outtakes were, but
Yeah.
Who is
I
Dev?
I'm not aware of him.
Dev?
I thought Dev and Lilith
fat
were.
otaku.
Dev is short fat otaku.
I thought Dev and
Oh.
Liv. I thought they were besties. It seems like they
are
might not be.
besties.
Okay.
they do a stream together.
Right.
They
yeah.
they argue like we do. Yeah. They're so
Oh,
best.
nice. Yeah, I like that. Frenemies.
Yes. Anyway.
Yeah. So
Hubba mates.
I understand what you're saying, but it all is a rhetoric game. And if you take someone who's, I have a few friends who I would say are from center left, center, and center right, kind of all around that little spectrum. And watching their engagement with politics is super interesting because I got in a conversation about abortion with a family member, and afterwards she was like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know if I still feel like I'm pro-life. I don't know if I agree with you, but that actually makes a lot of sense. Like it's about all the reasons we say about autonomy,
That is all
baby
well. That's all well and good, but beforehand, did you call her evil?
Did you
Probably would have helped out a lot.
did you spit
Yes.
in her face or punch her or anything?
Yeah.
Yes.
or to be baby, the fetus being biologically dependent on the mother, so then she has the right over it. And she had not even heard that explanation laid out for her anywhere. And so I'm picturing her being like, gosh, the right wing's pretty crazy. And she flips over, okay, maybe not this person, but someone who's younger flips over to your channel. And your response to the news is not, oh, we really got to deprogram people, but the leaders of this movement
program
are just
them more.
I don't know how exactly. No, yeah, let's see. They're just evil, fundamentally evil, not human beings.
I feel like
It's gonna go like, wow, okay, that's definitely radical too. And then we have a bunch of people who are just status quo, excite,
Yeah, I am pro making the dehumanization of other people associated with radicalness. I think that's I'm pro that.
Yeah.
That used to be a fairly common position.
Yes. Yeah. That's a path to genocide right there. First you start dehumanizing people, and the next thing you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about the status quo.
I feel like the
because
problem,
everything else is radical.
What you're talking about right now is kind of like the liberal myth, like the starry-eyed dream. If this was the case, why
eyes
has
are very
none?
Someone will have to fill me in on the liberal myth.
Oh, he's going to right here. It's great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Fantastic.
Why
Get
has
ready.
None of the moderate
You got
or
your
like
seatbelt on?
center-leaning
I am strapped on. I'm strapped in.
talking about right now is kind of like the liberal myth,
Be better if you were strapped on.
like the starry-eyed dream. If this was the case,
My
why
eyes
has
are very
none? Why has none of the moderate or like center-leaning or bipartisan messaging of the Democratic Party brought over anyone? Republicans
exactly,
were
this
as
is what I'm talking about.
galvanized.
Because they co-opt.
Has there? I feel like there hasn't been a lot of bipartisan rhetoric
No,
from either
none.
side recently.
Has there
None.
been?
Yes.
I'm not sure what
I don't
he's
know if I
referring
agree
to.
with the premise. I'm not like super.
Yeah. What's their pitch to moderates?
Well,
Yeah.
it seems like the strategy, at least on the news, obviously the news is a little different from politicians, is just to beat everyone with the racist, sexist stick.
Totally.
Which is obviously not trying to appeal to moderates because it's trying to basically force people into accepting the position to avoid the label.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Assume the position by force.
right.
It's basically rape politics.
There was David Shore tweeted out, that was the guy that got canceled and then hired by someone else for saying that, hey, maybe BLM shouldn't riot because it leads to Republicans winning elections. He's like a pollster guy, and he tweeted out a study that showed someone did like a giant analysis of like 100 different countries' elections in the last 20, 30 years. And that even, he said that in most elections and in the US, 75% of the times when one side wins, it's because they're able to sway the moderates in the middle who are undecided. And only 25% of the times does one side win because they're able to draw in new voters.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that really, to me, shows where a lot of the left is completely missing. Because when I hear more, far left people talk, it's always we need to draw more voters, and they always kind of dismiss the middle as being
huge
applicable.
myth. It happens over and over and over again. It happened with Bernie. People always seem to forget this. This idea that we're going to mobilize a band of voters that never voted before. We're going to bring these guys. We're going to do, and
kids.
And it never happens. These motherfuckers never show up to shit to vote. So why waste your time appealing to them?
Yeah, I gotta. What is that study, Sitch? Because that's what I was saying with Carl about the kingmakers. Like that's 75% are the moderates that are the kingmakers. It sounds like this study I should have this on my computer.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Adopted that language. You understand it as much as I do. The quote unquote moderates in Congress / the Senate, the House and Senate, or even Biden, are not actually moderate in the country. They're just more friendly to business interests, more friendly to the status quo, stuff like that. They're not at the center of the country.
That brings them closer to the middle.
Yeah, sorry, go for it.
Well, that brings them closer to the middle. It's not like Republicans aren't pro-business and pro-economic elite. They're more so.
No, but you
see
it in situations like West Virginia. We talked about like this a lot with Joe Manchin, because people will say, he just has to be conservative because West Virginia is conservative. But then you look at polling, you're like, yeah, they're conservative on a lot of issues, namely social issues, but a lot of economic issues are actually super progressive. So they call themselves moderate to get away with keeping the status quo. But I think the center of the country is very willing to do some change.
I'll just be a bit more direct here.
Go for it.
I think that for interpersonal conversations, it's very important to adopt certain rhetorical approaches to make people feel like they're understood and to address their concerns.
I'm wondering where calling such a broad swath of humanity evil and demons enters into that aspect. But maybe we'll discover that as we progress.
Well, he's saying interpersonal, so he means like in personal conversations, but now he's about to advocate something different widespread conversations, right? So he'd probably say personally, you should never call somebody evil, but when we're making like widespread analyses, maybe we'd call people evil is what he's going to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
I also feel like we're on the precipice of a genocide. And I know looking at history that your approach has been ineffective, to say the least. Would you have told the Jews back in 32?
Look at this. He's just stepping on the gas.
In Germany, that they shouldn't be calling Hitler evil because they may yet convince some moderate-leaning Germans? Of course not. You would understand that past a point, you just need to ferment as much radical opposition as possible. What we're living through right now is an era of unprecedented partisanship, and there just isn't that much evidence.
Yeah, thanks for helping.
Yeah,
he's just fermenting that.
You're responsible for this, Vaush.
We're just playing into it.
Evidence to indicate that on a broad scale, we're going to pull the Republican Party apart. The QAnon believing, January 6th defending, Trump really won the election believing Republican Party apart. What we can do is socially stigmatize them, and that is an effective form of rhetoric. After the civil rights...
To who? I guess. Like, it can be. I mean, certainly. I suppose you got to be really careful on who you pull the trigger on stigmatizing, right?
No, I give this the same argument all the time. I think when we stigmatize things, we assume people are changing their beliefs, but what's actually happening is we're just not looking at it anymore. I think that part of the reason why Trump caught everybody by surprise, me included, was because we'd stigmatize somebody that believes so much, we assume that no one else in society could have held them anymore, but that isn't the case. What actually happened is you just didn't see it anymore. And then when Trump came out, there were like 4 different points during his campaign where we were like, this is it. Like, he can't survive this. He can't survive McCain being a pussy, or calling McCain like a war captured guy. I don't like him. He can't survive the grab him by the pussy thing.
Grab him by the pussy.
But the issue is that these views still exist in the United States. We just stigmatize and push them aside so much that we didn't even know they existed. So I don't think that's an effective strategy for dealing with people with differing beliefs in your country. Not in a country like this with as many different beliefs as there are. You have to. Have you
heard the term preference falsification, Destiny?
Probably at some point, but explain to me.
Where people, it's the concept where people basically agree with people just because they're agreeing with the crowd, but their preference is diametrically opposed to that. And it's the idea when in these like communist regimes where everyone's lying to themselves about how great stuff is, they're really just keeping quiet because they think everybody is down with what's going on. But none of them are really down with it. They're just afraid to speak. So
it's like a good example would be like pollsters asking, "Are you going to vote for Trump?" And they say no, but they actually are.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah, exactly right. So, but there's a point when it flips and people are just like, "Fuck this shit! I'm not holding my tongue anymore," and everything is like outed. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, you get to that point before the Nazi regime takes over.
Act was passed and Dr. Martin Luther King.
It was every time you say that they're going to take over and they don't, or it's like the end of the world or the rapture. It's always around the corner. It's going to happen here. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, it just it tunes people out, or it dulls people's wariness of it. So when it does actually come around, you know, people don't
I think
believe
people on the left are completely lying to themselves with the amount of racism, sexism, and homophobia that's actually in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like it's a social game that people kind of play, or like a status game even, maybe, that like you have to kind of buy into certain things because it's what everybody around you is doing. And you don't want to be like the odd one out. Yeah, because people's definitions of like where racism and sexism and all that shit are today are insane. That's why I think that like if you take a deep breath and then take a step back and you look at like the LGBT genocide, like the fact that we're even having conversations today about children taking puberty blockers in school because they may be that's like an unimaginable step forward compared to 15 years ago, where like trans people didn't even exist in pop culture. Right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So the idea that you think we're on a genocide now when we've made like such an unbelievable amount of progress in such a short time, like something is wrong there. You've got like some kind of issue.
There's so many movies that were made in the 90s with trans people actually being the villains that just could not get made today because of that. And it was just a complete blind spot for people.
What we can do is socially stigmatize them, and that is an effective form of rhetoric. After the Civil Rights Act was passed and Dr. Martin Luther King.
Yeah, he's saying demonizing people is an effective form of rhetoric?
Like, stigmatizing them, yeah.
It's effective for solidifying your base of insane people. Yeah, it does make you feel better to demonize people.
We got him off Twitter, guys. We won.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're not going to
ban, guys.
You're not going to win that moderate.
Did not you know?
You're not going to win that. You know, you're not going to be in that situation where 75% of elections are won by the moderate base swinging.
Wasn't Vaush talking about like Fuentes or something earlier, and he just streams on some whatever platform most people haven't ever heard of to he's got a big audience there?
Didn't it turn out he was lying about his numbers or something?
I don't know.
Who knows? It's hard to say who's lying about what. Lots of claims being made by lots of people.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this, Sitch. I think we got like 25 $20 super chats in a row.
Well, I wanted to hear this.
I know. It's just funny.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. Most Americans didn't like the man. Thought he was too radical.
Okay. Vaush keeps making this claim, and it drives me crazy. The reason that public opinion turned on MLK towards the end of his life had nothing to do with the civil rights movement. It was because he was like one of the first people to publicly come out against the Vietnam War when no one else was coming out against it. And that's what people had a problem with. He keeps framing it like, oh, you know, America didn't like black people, or America didn't like his radical.
Well, that's what your mind
advocation.
goes to whenever you say Martin Luther King. People just assume automatically civil rights.
Right. But I don't think he doesn't know. He just saw some poll that said, oh, there was, 40% approval of MLK near the end of his life. So therefore, it must have been because of this. And he's never looked into why.
We didn't make people and make social life less racist by calmly debating the issue or reaching out or being bipartisan. We did it by shaming. I think it's high time that the perpetrators of a potential...
Like, is that the case? We shamed the racists, and that's how we became a less racist society. Is that like?
I feel like the shame probably came after the arguments were majority won, but I don't have the background to say.
Because I assume that the nature of shaming is something that's done primarily to the minority after something has been generally decided upon as the way things will be.
Yeah.
You can't preemptively shame people into doing things because you just look like a weirdo.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, as if the majority agrees with something, obviously you literally couldn't shame them because there's like, well, you're the one that's doing the weird thing.
Genocide be referred to as what they actually are. This liberal hand-wringing has not brought Republicans over to us.
Okay, yeah,
they are evil. They're murderers, and I think it's okay to tell people that. If that makes them go out and buy guns and ammo and prepare for a day where they try to enact that genocide, then all better for it.
But you're telling them, like, almost like this is what you need to be preparing for, this one thing, instead of this broad. It's sort of loading the reasons why you should be doing this. This is what you need to be watching out for in a more specific sense, potentially. Instead of like there might be a line one day that is crossed by the government that becomes like tyrannical, or do it to protect your family or your house or things like that. It's just do this to achieve this political goal almost, and it was like it just rubs me kind of this weird way, like it's not how it should be done, because it should be, it's one of these things that needs to be treated with such immense respect, and I feel like it's just being used, this thing that thrown out there, that it's just go out and do this thing that you should be, you should be very wary of. You need to have a lot of respect for. Just go out and do it for this political reason.
What's he saying to do? Go out and do what?
Go out and get guns and stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't like the fact that he's scaring the shit out of his audience for his own political gain. That really is detestable to me. But go ahead, Sitch.
Well, I'll just say you can tell people to be prepared for violent conflict without demonizing some group of people as, demons in human flesh. And that's where I call bullshit on the whole defensive thing. Because you could be like, listen,
that's the thing,
right, you could say, listen, things get crazy. Who knows what will happen? Make sure you protect yourself, form community watches or whatever. You can say all of that without throwing all this, language at the other side, calling them demons.
Yeah, there's that big divide that I feel when I listen to this here, and when I hear a sort of, maybe you should have a gun if you feel like you need to protect yourself in general, or your house, or something like that. And there just seems like to be a big difference between these two things.
Right.
Oh, there we go.
Are already in this country. I would rather them be in the hands of victims than victors.
Yeah, lots of stuff to respond. First of all, I know in comparison to your language, I'm gonna come off naturally, which I hate, as the pro, bipartisan.
Oh no!
It's definitely not actually my positions. I am sickened every time I have to hear a person in power, get super turned on by the idea of pointless bipartisanship and all that type of stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. There's a big difference between heavy shame and trying to socially stigmatize certain ideologies and understanding as of.
I don't know. I guess the more it sits in my head, the more I kind of don't care for this concept of almost like discounting being bipartisan.
I mean, again, I think he might actually be that far left, but it could also just be he doesn't want to fight with Vaush on this, because there are a couple trigger things that you bring up where if you just even mention something, they're going to lose their fucking mind. Like if I was going to debate somebody about the concept of toxic masculinity, I'm never going to use that phrase ever because I know if I just utter it, the conversation is over. It's going to be a new battleground. So he doesn't want to appear like the moderate that wants bipartisanship, because lefties hate that shit. So he's just trying to avoid that characterization as much as possible.
And that's the shame too.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I got you.
Now, the block of people who truly believe those things, like we're talking about right now because of the mass shooting, the great replacement theory, how Tucker Carlson's talked about that, and lo and behold, in this guy's manifesto, he's talking about it, and a lot of people believe that, but I think it was 50% of Republicans think there's some strategy going on to replace voters. And if there's a block of not even just liberals, don't you agree that liberals are a part of our movement? Because otherwise, the people you classify as actually a part of the movement that you're a part of is so tiny.
Well, they're not part of my socialist movement, and they can't really be part of an anti-fascist movement either unless they're actually willing to act on it.
This is always a fun one. Liberals can't possibly oppose fascism.
I think I like this a lot now that I've read a little bit more, because I hear lefties make claims so much I have to read more so that they can't. I think it's really funny because this mirrors a lot of the rhetoric between the KPD, the NSAPD, and the SPD, the three big political parties in Germany around the time when the Nazi coalition was starting to grow, was this idea that the communists could never align with the liberals. They were never part of their movement. And even if they didn't 100% line up with the Nazis, the more extremist rhetoric was things that they were willing to get on board with. They just didn't think the Nazis were going to become as big as they did. But it's funny because Vaush is actually mirroring that rhetoric here. I would never be part of a coalition with liberals, ever. That's inconceivable. I think that's kind of funny, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to actually bring that up later because he kind of mentions that specifically. It's ironic because it's actually the opposite in Nazi Germany. As you were saying, the Socialist Party refused to work with the Liberal Party, and that actually split the vote and allowed the Nazis basically to take over. And they even had a term for it. They called
social fascism.
Yeah, they called the liberal moderates social fascism. And, that was this idea that basically the liberals were the worst enemy because they created false consciousness and they made revolution impossible, where they kind of said, well, we don't like the Nazis, but if they get in the power, that will just make people, more revolutionary on our side.
So by the way, if anybody wants a citation, when Vaush's conversation with Hakeem, he's talking about social fascism and the justification for genociding liberals. So you want to go tune into a spicy fucking
really?
conversation about that.
I missed that one.
I don't think I used clips from that just because I got tired of making the fucking video.
He uses that term, social fascism?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Is an insane guy, though. That's an actual tanky, right?
Yeah, it's a tank. And they basically agreed on almost everything.
Wow.
Wait. Hold on. Which one is Heem? Not Dr. Heem, right?
No, not Dr. Heem. Hakeem.
Hakeem. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I said Heem. Yeah. Hakeem. That guy is the ML, the crazy tanky dude. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Heem's cool.
Okay.
I think liberals are the easiest people to bring in. Well, it's not easy, but
that's what I'm trying to do.
Options are going to be the easiest people to bring over into anti-fascism.
I agree. Liberals need to be dissuaded of their weird, ahistorical, paternalistic delusion that fascism is something that civility will work us out of. They need to be buying guns and operating militantly.
I don't like this is the issue that I have with Vaush, is that like he's given you all the prerequisites to go kill Republicans. Like we cannot work our way out of fascism using the system. This civil or this civility that liberals have deluded themselves into thinking and is so stupid. And Republicans are fascists, and these guys are fascists, and the election's already lost. It's like you've walked us like right to the edge. Where like, well, what are we supposed to do?
Moderates you think are okay?
Yeah, is that essentially like it seems like that's he's given us all the arguments to get there. It's very frustrating. That the same guy that would have been arguing against like a great replacement, like alarmists and everything so long ago, is essentially doing literally the exact same type of rhetoric that they did. And it's like, okay, well.
Yeah, there was a similar situation that played out in the U.S. where, probably 100 million people were convinced that like the election was stolen, the government was being stolen. Maybe there might be some consequences to that.
Mm-hmm.
You mean January 6th?
Yeah, I mean, not just that, the entire lead up to it.
Yeah. Bad shit. Trump should have just conceded. Why wouldn't he?
Brain, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says Carl is on V's channel crying about having to feed guests. I hope you dorks can do better than that.
You get food?
We'll try. You don't get food here. Sorry.
Oh.
Joe the Mig.
If I knew that before, well,
I know you have to get your own. Sorry. Joe the Mig, thank you so much for being 3 months. Says Vaush is probably the grossest offender regarding stochastic terrorism. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Paste.
Well, to do, by the way. Liberals need to be afraid. They should be afraid. We're at the precipice of a very difficult social situation. Their fear needs to be politically effective.
Any day now.
What? Wait. What is?
Yeah. A genocide's about to happen, and we need to all go get guns and.
That right there.
And also the liberals need to be afraid. He's like, okay, all right.
I love the fact that Tim Pool spent like a year, 2 years working up to this point, and Vaush just does this arc in like 2 weeks. It's like,
speed running's popular, man.
What the fuck?
That's funny.
We're not a part of the same group. No, we're literally like, if you look at any like lead up to a genocide like charts, like where are you? Here, like. It's not ambiguous. Those charts weren't written by leftists. I mean, we're at the point right now where, right-wing media is coordinating to condition their audience to think of all queer people, or even people with colored hair, Jesus, as groomers and pedophiles, which is a clear element of dehumanization.
Do you think a lot of this is because of the groomer thing? Like Vaush has been called groomer too many times in one day, and his mind has exploded?
No, it's just a popular political issue.
Yeah, I think the groomer thing is just it is pretty dumb. The Republic but we argued on that earlier, I guess. But yeah, the Republicans leaning into that groomer thing a lot is pretty spooky and not probably good.
What is it? What is the genesis of this? It's so bizarre to me that he's made this crazy turn. Maybe he's always envisioned Republicans in this way. Maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, Adam, you could watch my video and go to the dehumanization section and pause. There's 50 quotes of him calling Republicans literally Nazis.
Right. This whole idea, though, that we're on the verge of Republican-led genocide. It's so weird and so detached from reality.
Listen, he had a couple of rough months. Got to drum those views up, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's my question. Is it just cynical? Is it really just for views? It's that.
Well, he never lays out in this conversation what is he looking at? Is it just the groomer? He never says what he's looking at that leads him to believe that we're on the precipice of genocide. And he actually kind of hand waves it away after Luke leaves. And he's like, well, I mean, what am I supposed to go through 100 pieces of legislation? And it's like, well, I mean, if you're advocating for violence, I think that's kind of important.
Yeah,
the
definitely.
The foundation of that.
You could at least make an argument.
Right.
Yeah.
Not just like assert positively that it's happening, like a priori or some shit.
I don't know if you caught it. He said too that if you don't see the lead up the way he sees it, then you're not on the same team.
Right. Well, I guess I'm not on the same team then, because this is insane.
But he's saying this to Luke.
That.
He's like, oh, Luke, do you want to be like on the correct leftist side, or are you like a dirty liberal?
Oh, he's pressuring him. I know liberal's like a jab. I've heard him say that in other streams.
Of course. Yeah. Liberal's an insult. Yeah. You never know when somebody calls you a dirty lib. You don't know if they're far left or far right anymore. It's really good.
It's scary. Yeah, exactly.
Which leads up to legal oppression, which we're getting through currently, right now, unstopping, and following that, you know.
So here's the big difference, though. That is not something that even a large portion of everyone who's to the right of me believes in fully. Almost every single person I talk to, and if you look at polling,
look, he says he doesn't care.
I feel like he should.
He just said, listen, they don't all believe that. Only some crazy ones believe that. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
Well, this is another like rhetorical tactic, like the supererogatory thing. This was the whole conversation with who was it, Irrelevant, where he was like, I don't care about hypocrisy. I don't care. And it's like, well, what the fuck do you say? It's like, we could just be hypocrites, and
he wins. I don't care. That's an auto win thing, dude.
It's scary.
You're a hypocrite.
That's not cool.
Yeah, and
I guess
it's like Giga Chad.
Yeah, fuck me, I guess.
Giga Chad with a man bun.
Exactly.
But you should care, because for a genocide
they don't have to believe it
on the horizon, there has to be a significant portion of the country that has enough people in power that could make that happen.
Wait, they do.
Whereas right now, the vast look at any polling on any LGBTQ issue. Vast majority of America is.
Can you imagine Ted Cruz going to his colleagues in the Senate and saying, listen, guys, genocide, what do you think? Come on.
I'm tossing around this idea.
I know, it's just insane. It's insane. I mean, I don't like Ted Cruz, but I just can't imagine.
Listen, Ted Cruz is willing to blow up the economy over the debt ceiling. Okay, anything's on the table.
But he didn't. The funny thing is, he didn't know, though, that he was going to blow up the economy. Well, I guess he did. Never mind. He knew he was going to blow up the economy. I guess if a genocide made Ted Cruz look good, he probably would float it, wouldn't he?
Well, the thing is, you're thinking of genocide in like, the actual definition of the word, not where like a genocide is like passing a bill to restrict trans kids from being able to go on puberty blockers.
Right. Yeah. But
I mean, if you put it in those terms, it's a lot more reasonable.
He said it's not the same thing, though. He's definitely out. He's talking about rounding up people, and he's talking about the real deal here.
He's doing both. He says round up people, and then when he's questioned on it directly, he'll probably come up with a software.
Yeah, he backpedals. Yeah.
It's very not on board with
the Weimar Republic was the most progressive place in Europe before the Nazis took over. Republicans in 2024 are probably going to have all four branches, well, 3 branches, 4 segments, the presidency, the Senate, Congress, and certainly the courts. If you don't think they'd be willing...
So surely, like, I know very, very little about 1930s era German politics, but is the idea here we want to link the moderate to liberal-esque progressiveness of today, or just that concept, to the Weimar Republic, which leads to genocide? Is that the strategy here? Yeah. Which, I mean, wasn't before the Weimar Republic, they had like a king, right? I mean, Germany had kings Kaiser? They had a Kaiser. Like, Germany's been an empire, had various kings for hundreds of years. It's not like in America, we've, for hundreds of years been a liberal democracy. And I think, we have those traditions and institutions, which have taken, definitely a lot of hits. But to say that we're on this precipice the way Nazi Germany is just ludicrous.
But they didn't have a king. They didn't have a king after World War I, though, right? I mean, World War II happened.
But that's only 10 years. Yeah, but if you're a country that's had a king for hundreds of years, then for 10 years you don't. I mean.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
And I think the goal is just push back on this idea that like like the liberals trying to say, well, look at how far society's come. And he's like, well, the Weimar Republic, they were actually so far along too, and they still fell to fascism.
Right.
That's the goal, is to push back against that idea. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't know in here that the Nazis were democratically elected and then disbanded their parliamentary system.
Obama.
He in here doesn't. He thinks they took power outside of democracy.
Well, initially they were elected democratically, but there were definitely some flips at the end that were illegal or undemocratic in order to, enabling acts and everything and gaining power. To stay in power, yes, definitely, yeah.
Well, the joke here too is that basically the guy who won the election in Germany, who appointed Hitler to be chancellor, he would have lost if the socialist candidate had dropped out and supported the center moderate candidate. That splitting of the splitting of the vote between the far left and the moderate left is basically what allowed Hitler to come into power.
Don't tell Vaush that.
But they literally advocate for the exact opposite of this stuff most of the time, which is why it's like they're so ahistorical.
Right.
Even though he wants to bring up Nazi Germany every chance he can get.
Because I guess to me, I'm just not. Because I'm not huge into politics really, but there is this aspect of that's a tough sell to give to me to say that being progressive leads to genocide.
I don't think he's trying to say so much that being progressive leads to genocide. He's trying to say that having a lot of progressives won't necessarily stop genocide. Being a super liberal is not enough. You need to be a socialist. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
He's saying that you're basically your argument fails. You're not safe. Shut up. Go home, kid. I just have to read this super chat really quick. Danimal the Bruce says, I'm going to use my free milestone chat to say I just listened to the Trump call entirely while doing work, and Adam is 100% correct.
Oh my goodness.
If we want, we can divert and listen to the call right now. But I mean,
no.
I mean, it might be fun, but I don't know. Next time we'll do it next time.
Actually,
how long is it? Isn't the full call like 15, 20 minutes? How long is the full call?
There won't be.
It's pretty long, yeah.
There won't be a next time because I'm sure Destiny will watch it later and be like, "Oh fuck, I was totally wrong. I'm going to shut up about this."
Oh, the full phone call is an hour long.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, okay.
We can't do that, obviously. Destiny, just come on. I thought you were Team Truth, for heaven's sakes.
In full stop legal oppression. Like their messaging for decades, they've been signaling this. What do you think the lead up is?
Genocide?
Huh?
I agree. You look at I'm in Texas, and the law that Greg Abbott tried to do of classifying gender affirming care for children as child abuse. That's legal oppression 100%. Is that what you're talking about?
The legal oppression precedes other behavior.
Okay. And
do you sincerely not believe? Like, do you think
he just has such a weird demeanor in this call? He's just so. How dare you threaten
he's trying
my
to tiptoe.
status?
He's trying to tightrope walk this thing. But so he says it leads to other behavior. But what is the other behavior? The most extreme example is the one Luke just gave, and that got struck down by the courts on a local level.
Right. Yeah, it didn't even make it to the federal level.
Right.
The obsession with degeneracy in America, the belief that there's an effete elite group of liberal or leftist academics that are controlling our children, and the popular belief that non-whites are being brought into the country in order to replace the white population.
That is such a fringe belief in the Republican Party. I cannot. That's not mainstream at all.
Well, he's laying out.
Which way? What part isn't mainstream?
Yeah, there's parts of that are right.
Because I would argue that like the Great Replacement is pretty mainstream-ish. Maybe not on every part of that point, but I think Tucker's been talking about it for a long time. I don't know if anybody wants to polling data or if there is polling data on it, but like when fucking 43% of Republicans believe that there's like some satanic sex cult shit going on, and then like when I think more than 50% still might believe the election was stolen, I'm pretty sure a lot of them believe in the Great Migration stuff.
Is that where you're getting your information from? Like how many people believed QAnon? I don't even know those numbers.
QAnon is significantly more radical than the Great Replacement, so...
but what are the numbers? That's not like mainstream Republican Party.
I'm pretty sure for the QAnon stuff, I thought it was like 40-some% believe that there is some satanic sex cult-ish stuff of Republican voters believe that. I can go look it up.
I heard 25%.
It might have been 25. Okay, like 25 is still a huge number for those things.
It was shocking to me how high the number was. So and they weren't like softball questions. They were like, I mean, it was pretty mask off shit, and it's like 25%.
Hillary Clinton broke their brains.
It's not a lizard man constant thing.
So there's a poll that I looked up that Vaush cites later in this conversation, and it says 18% of Americans believe the government, media, and financial world in the U.S. are controlled by a group of Satan-worshipping pedophiles who run a global child sex trafficking operation.
18% of Republicans?
No, I think it's 18% total. Or maybe it was Republicans. I'm not sure which one.
Okay.
But
it's pretty shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but that aside, it's interesting because everything he just laid out is basically the same conspiracy that Vaush and leftists put out for capitalism, is that there's this elite cabal of rich people who basically pay off all the politicians to get whatever they want and ignore the will of the people, and they're influencing culture in such a way to keep the socialist revolution down.
But that's objectively true. Sitch. I mean, that's completely different.
Right.
I understand.
With the Republican Party signaling that they're going to attempt another coup if they don't win, but they're probably going to win and hold all houses. This isn't something which you think merits a sufficient degree of alarm on your part?
Reflection.
Oh, 100%. I'm 100. I mean, look at.
Didn't under like the first 2 years of Trump, didn't the Republicans control everything too?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we didn't have fascism. We didn't have LGBT people rounded up on the streets in Trump's first term or anything like that.
I mean, there's a bit of a difference between merits significant degree of alarm and they're going to round them up and kill them and put them in camps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't understand. Vaush is just trying to scare people to the polls so that doesn't happen.
Of course.
Don't know that he cares about the polls.
My own content, there's tons of things to be alarmed about, and it's exactly what you're talking about. But one of the things that I think you did do a very poor job of conveying, and okay, let me finish what I'm saying, but then I have a question as well, was you didn't at all divide until maybe the very end of your video between politicians and voters, and then went on to talk about political violence, build our democracy, kill them, and then you pause.
I mean, I would imagine Vaush probably hates the voters more than the politicians on the other side.
Well, he's saying that he hates the politicians more, right? That's the argument he's given. But
right.
Yeah,
This for a long time was like socially, politically, and they the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party wants to personally murder every minority that lives within the border of the country, and then tell people to get guns. To me, that's expediting some sort of huge violent clash between two groups in the country, but not at all moving us faster towards squashing the fascistic element of the movement.
You squash fascistic movements by winning the violent clashes.
Jeez.
Probably not good, but...
So your political plan...
But where are these fascistic violent groups? Like, has this happened already? Or is
it's the Republicans and the legislation they're trying to enact, right? That's the argument.
Well,
that's what we talked about earlier.
No,
There's like
that's not violent. That's not a violent clash. So you can't really define legislation
Vaush is
passing
kind
as a
of
violent clash.
He's kind of intentionally jumping back and forth between talking about laws that are being enacted or will be enacted, and there's going to be roving bands of fascists in the streets somewhere.
Well, there is
doing this intentionally.
I mean, there are these back and forths between Antifa and various right-wing organizations, Proud Boys and whatnot.
Yeah, but is that it really? That's
that.
like, yeah, but so what?
Those are the violent clashes.
That's the downfall of American society, is that the Proud Boys and Antifa get into some LARPing contest where they punch each other on a street corner?
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But even, I'm assuming Vaush knows he can't point to that because that's just so, no one would buy that.
Yeah, ridiculous. It's totally LARPy.
Is to prepare for a civil war and then fight it.
I don't know if a civil war is the right word. There's certainly going to be violence in this country during my lifetime. And if there is going to be violence, then I would prefer the people with...
Yeah, but your lifetime is that's a long time if we're just already. But even then, I often wonder. I don't know. It's like this. It's this maybe like it's this concession that it's just going to happen, and we need to in this implication that you guys listening to me need to arm yourselves so you could fight this political fight, or is it maybe is the better maneuver to try and stop that violence from happening, or don't feed into the, I guess, the radicalization that leads to that end.
Well, he's giving himself wiggle room, because earlier he said, there's going to be violence when the Republicans win in 2024, and now it's sort of, well, in my lifetime there'll be violence.
Right. Didn't Scott Adams make the same claim about if Biden wins the election,
Republicans would be hunted?
Republicans will be hunted.
The Scott Adams guy is actually, I think he's gone like mentally, like there's like issues with him. He needs to be on medication or something.
What's he doing recently?
My man.
What's he
doing? Yeah. I agree. Scott Adams is insane now.
What has he been up to? I haven't seen him since like the 2020 election.
He's still doing his thing.
Do you still listen to him periodically?
Yeah, I still listen periodically.
Occasionally, I think I'm gonna listen, but then I don't. So,
well, it's funny. He still tries to. I mean, Scott Adams is a weird guy because I like a lot of what he says, and I don't like a lot of what he says. There's not a lot of middle ground, and he still tries to defend that claim whenever something he can sort of tag onto that. He'll say, "Look, people laughed at me for saying Republicans would be hunted, but look at this." So he's still defending that one.
Oh wow! Okay.
Satoshi was a reptilian.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Satoshi was a reptilioid for 200 Knock Knock says, "Congratulations on getting the famous transport tycoon streamer on for some classic Vaush dunking. I'm of course talking about Doomer. Yes, this dumb pun was worth a donation. Thank you."
Yes.
Gavin McLean for $20 says, "I work in the medical field in the U.S., long-term care specifically. State agencies do determine standards for medical institutions, including appropriate treatments, requirements for licensure, minimum requirements of care, etc." So there you go. It relates to, I guess, the transgender care that we were talking about earlier.
Well, and all medical care. Yeah.
Right. Rona Zorro is here for $20, says, "Charismatic Christian conservatives pushing faith-healing prayers as alternatives to medical treatment is a better comparison to woke pushing trans ideology than conservatives pushing affirmative care as a way to deal with the gays." I guess, I mean, you'd have to parse out what you mean by transgender ideology, but on the extreme end, I would agree with that.
Obama.
Brian for $20 says, "Destiny, if trans affirming care is to prevent suicide in children, then shouldn't there be millions of unsolved suicides from children before the internet and social media? Where are the bodies? It's mass hysteria."
What does unsolved suicides mean? You don't solve a suicide by figuring out how it happened, number one. Number two, trans people make up a really small percentage of the population, so even if a good proportion of trans kids were committing suicide, it's not like there'd be millions of them. And then three, you could think that a kid killed himself because they were depressed, and that could be the case, but they could be depressed because they were trans, but nobody would ever know otherwise. That guy made an unbelievably stupid point in very few words.
Do you think there are people who are depressed about other things and they fixate on the gender stuff when it's like not really, they don't really have gender dysphoria, it's a false positive?
Yeah, that's absolutely possible. It's also possible there are people that are super depressed about what they think is depression or other stuff, and they have gender dysphoria, but they don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's less likely today. That probably was more likely in the past.
Because so many people are going to point to gender dysphoria and say this is the problem. This is likely the problem. It's one of the first places they're going to look.
Well, that super depends on where you are. That would be a really extreme area. If a kid is depressed and like, oh, he must be trans.
Right. If you're in San Francisco, yeah, of course, that's the first place they're going to look. Yeah.
Daniel Bruce for $20 says, "What became queer theory was originally independent of gay rights. Think of the proto-queer theorist as akin to Malcolm X and Frank Cammy and Marshall Kirk. After the ball types as akin to MLK." Yeah, I know. I've heard Andrew Sullivan make that argument. He said, I haven't looked into this, but he claims that the queer theorists were originally against gay marriage in the 90s because it would normalize being gay. So I've heard that claim too.
The better morals who are appropriately armed and prepared.
But
my
right
actual
now,
guess is that there's going to be an increasing divide between red and blue states, and that with control of the federal government, Republicans are going to attempt to impose federal law to control the blue states, because they can't control it with state law. Blue states, some of them will refuse, and then there might be clashes between state guard or police. You know, some police might try to enforce it, but like others will say like, no, don't do that. There might be attempts at ousting. Remember during the Black Lives Matter rallies, you know? There were like those Patriot Prayer dumb fucks rolling their, $60,000 trucks through like urban neighborhoods with a bunch of guys with guns in the pickup trucks. When that happens, I want people to be able to take shots at them from apartment windows.
Jeez, that's a rough quote.
Yeah, they're just driving through the neighborhood. Listen, they had a MAGA flag, so they had it coming, right?
Yeah, because it sounds like he's just saying literally just driving through a neighborhood, you should be able to shoot someone.
If I want to be like ultra super duper charitable there, maybe he meant that if they were driving through
Good faith Gary.
Yeah, but that's like we would never extend this level of charitability to like conservatives saying something like this. It would be wild.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I don't want them to just be victims here. We have to be ready.
Look, he's
gotta be ready. Yeah, it's just this. We gotta be ready. We gotta be ready.
Ready for what? Man. I mean, during a Black Lives Matter.
It's like, you gotta be so careful when you're telling people to arm up and you're giving them all
to shoot at people as they drive by.
Genocide is coming. We gotta stop them. Violence is the only way. The only way you stop fascists, as particularly is how I've defined them and how everyone believes them to be in his circles, is this thing. It's just so I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. It doesn't taste good. There needs to be so much reverence, because I'm a big Second Amendment guy and a lot of guns. I'm big in that, but there needs to be a a deep amount of responsibility and reverence towards that sort of thing that I think people are just too flippant with, and I don't like it no matter what direction it comes from. It's a serious thing. It's a serious thing, and people will get killed and hurt if you don't treat it with respect.
I think the gun sitting on the counter in the frame. It's such terrible optics. He literally has a handgun sitting right there on his desk.
Right.
That's a weird looking one too. What is that?
Exactly? Is it real? Is it a BB gun?
No, it's real.
That's kind of how
I think he uses it. He pulls it out at the end. Yeah, and like cocks it and stuff. Yeah.
I'm trying because he's laying out this whole like there's going to be evil right-wing fascists driving through neighborhoods terrorizing people. Once the Republicans are in charge, they're going to be, putting the National Guard to overthrow what state governments want, all this other stuff, which is, we saw none of this during Trump. But also I was thinking, we had the Chaz for however long that lasted, like 2 weeks or a month or whatever.
What a magical time that was.
Yeah, and I'm like, would the country have put up with a right-wing version of that? Like if there was some, I don't know, white ethno-nationalist communities, took over a couple blocks of a city.
No.
I feel like the police would have cleared that out very quickly if that happened.
Yeah. I don't think it would happen though, to be honest with you.
It's annoying because I feel like Vaush and a lot of other leftists, they have no respect for the fact that basically the majority culture in mainstream has been captured by the left. And they just have no respect for that fact whatsoever.
No.
What state do you live in? You live in the States, right?
Texas, yeah.
And
Austin,
you better be buying guns.
Jesus.
You better be buying guns.
To me, there's a huge difference. What did you say? It's easy there? Oh, to get a gun, yeah. 100%. The amount of people who are willing to conduct any sort of violence right now, as opposed to people who sort of like a person who watched Tucker Carlson is like, oh, I kind of like this stuff, the Great Replacement Theory, yeah.
They already have guns.
But we're not seeing this mass movement of people. It's still very fringe to me.
Well, and the largest mass movement we saw recently was the BLM protests. And a lot of them did devolve in the riots, and it was based on like this rhetoric, which was this idea that there was, thousands of unarmed black men just being gunned down by the police. And when you looked at the statistics, that all turned out none of that was even true. I mean, we haven't.
Doomer blames Kenosha on Vaush in his Vaush video. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Stochastic terrorism. Good fucking argument.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say it was Vaush's video in particular, but the style of video that Vaush and Hassan engage in is absolutely like one-to-one the reason why Kenosha happened, of course.
Yes. Yeah. He makes a pretty powerful argument in that video. So.
Yeah.
Vaush wants more Kenoshas. That's what he wants.
Was the Kenosha protest the Coward House was part of that wasn't about Michael Brown, right? It was about the guy who
was about
was
Jacob Blake.
Jacob Blake, yeah, who was 100%. They were justified 100% in shooting him.
Yeah.
That was the guy who took the car with the
Yep.
The kid's in
Okay,
it.
Gotcha. I'm just trying to keep all my names straight, you know.
Right after he
I
had
could, I could
been
go through the details if you want. It was
tased
pretty fucking
twice,
bad.
I think
and the police tried to tackle him and all that
I think
stuff.
I'd watched some of Destiny's discussions with some crazy people trying to say that Jacob Blake wasn't justified and stuff like that. So I knew the name was familiar.
Right.
I just needed to make sure I was thinking of the right thing.
The TLDR is the police have two options: shoot Jacob Blake or let a car chase happen. That's like maybe crash into innocent people. Those
That
are the
has
only
kids in
options at
it
that point.
that they
kid
think
with
are
the
being
car.
let him
kidnapped.
kidnap children.
Yeah. Right.
People often forget a car is a deadly weapon.
Right.
Maybe we should just buy cars.
People who are
Buy
like,
cars.
Stock up on your cars.
conduct violence. And
Doesn't
so then
matter
for
if they
us on
want
our
to.
side to be like, okay, it's time for us to be getting guns and preparing to shoot each other down the streets.
Well, first of all, the right's been doing that for decades. This whole feds are gonna take my guns. We better arm up. They've been getting ready for decades. So we got to catch up.
They've just been keeping
Second
the
of all, it
guns.
doesn't matter
They've
if
just been
they
holding
want to
on
go
to
do it.
them.
Well, they do this shit wherever, and you know this if you have guns. The price of ammo and guns always goes up whenever there's a fucking Democrat in office. They start talking about it because everybody wants to run to stores
Right.
and buy shit or whatever. It's happening in Canada right now too. Like,
Yeah,
But
I'm
doesn't
saying
this-
it doesn't like it seems to be that they just get more of them. It's not under this assumption that you need to go out and do stuff with them.
Oh,
You
right,
need to
yeah,
get them
exactly.
Because of like price reasons and because you might not be able to in the future. You should get them now. It doesn't. I never get the sense that you need to get these so that you can use them for something that's upcoming.
sure, maybe yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say this seems to undermine Vaush's point because if the Republicans have been doing this for years, there hasn't been some explosion of right-wing militia violence. I mean, the closest thing I could think of was when was the ironically enough the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management thing.
Waco?
No. After that, remember there was it the I want to say Bundy's, but I don't think that's right.
What's it
Remember
called? Yeah.
There was like
I don't
the
know.
rancher that took over some Bureau of Land Management building in like 2007
Yeah, what's the name for it?
or 8 or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They'll say it in the chat.
Whatever. We haven't seen this explosion of right-wing fascistic violence, despite them buying all these
The
guns for
right wing
years and years and
does.
years.
I mean, they have the meme, the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of tyrants every now and again, right? But they're not putting a date on their calendar. They're saying,
I
you know,
legit
if that
think that
happens,
it's like
I'm going to be
yeah.
prepared.
Mhm.
But Vaush is basically saying, no, this is going to happen in the next election.
Right.
Well, I mean, the examples they would give are the Michigan attempted kidnapping of the governor in January 6th, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
they-
right.
They foiled that. Bundy Ranch is what you're thinking.
Bundy Ranch. Thank you. I was right with Bundy. Yeah. Well, then the response is that was all set up by the feds, but I never looked into that enough to make a
Did-
determination on that.
Out of curiosity, the January 6th stuff, did they bring guns to the Capitol? Was that a...
No.
There were no shootouts with cops or anything
Yeah.
for whatever that's worth.
I don't think they recovered any firearms from people they arrested.
No. Yeah.
As if there never was. Interesting.
One
I guess,
protester was shot.
Yeah, but by the security.
Ashley
not-
Babbitt
By
or whatever
security,
downstairs.
yeah.
That wasn't like
Yeah.
a gunfire was exchanged between.
Right.
But that was
a
kind of the
officer
moment.
in the Senate.
That we covered that one right after it happened, and that was kind of the moment when Ashley Babbitt got shot. There was no fight by the crowd or anything like that. Like if it was going to, turn into all-out violence, that would have been the focal point.
Yeah.
But everybody just fell back. Oh,
With
fuck.
January 6th, it seemed that it wasn't like there was no plan. It just was like
No,
a
it was
a
LARPing.
protest that devolved into a riot. It wasn't like people gearing up to say, let's, infiltrate Congress and, force
This is
them
part-
to
this is-
vote for the way we want them to.
This is part of the problem people have in like conceiving of a civil war is they don't realize how cowardly people are. Like you see someone get shot, it takes like you gotta be fucking Dylan Burns to like see someone get shot and walk forward, right?
Yeah.
It's like fucking around in Ukraine. God knows why.
Yeah.
But, like
Most
very few
don't
people
know
will
what
do
blood
that.
smells like, man. It's
I mean, if I saw someone get shot, I guarantee fucking T. I'm a coward. I'd run. And fuck that.
yeah, I'd be like, I don't want to get shot. That looks
Yeah.
awful. That looks terrible.
That does look
way.
awful.
That looks
She
awful.
died. She died just fucking around. It's so awful. Yeah.
Any shooting. You know what's actually going to happen? Police are going to try to do it first, and then they're going to support the police. Go look at any genocide in recent history, past century. The way you think it plays out ain't how it plays out, It's not like a bunch of people vote, or like there's a poll, how many of you want to kill the minorities, and like 50% say yes, and then they go start doing it. You know, there's a creeping assimilation of political power as the right ramps up genocidal messaging against.
The funny thing is that when he says
genocide,
genocide, he probably couldn't name like more than one ongoing genocide right now. And they're not going to be like fucking like Hitler in World War II, Nazi Germany. Like that's really all he's talking about. He's
totally.
Just kind of funny. He's like, well, look at the current genocides. Like which ones in Africa do you want to talk about, Vaush? Like tell me the creeping liberal political power. Like, come on, dude. But,
the number of civil wars is up though in recent years. Yeah. I saw.
Yeah, but is this in liberal countries that have democracies?
No,
or is it,
obviously authoritarian regimes. Yeah.
Well, in his rhetoric, I don't see how his rhetoric that he's using now could 100% be applied to justify BLM violence against police officers and just the populace. Because they'd be like, oh, well, you know, there's a genocide against, you know, minorities by the police, essentially, would be the argument.
Them of being the weakness within the country that's tearing them and civilization apart. Then you see like
I mean, that's basically what he's saying about the Republicans, that they're tearing civilization apart.
You have to frame this in a way that we have to make the other side seem like the thing that I'm definitely not doing.
Right, yeah.
Right-wing militias acting alongside like police units to enforce unofficial or official legal restrictions against certain minority groups or left-leaning areas. This is happening.
Like what though? Like when does this happen? Or just give a prediction of some kind of law or some situation. I mean, unless he's talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, maybe that's what he means.
They believe Kyle Rittenhouse was working with law enforcement in that way and killed people indiscriminately. People believe that shit.
Yeah, but so fucking don't be a coward though and say that. I mean,
this is why I kind of like people get mad at me when I do this, but this is why I like to bet these people. Like, if you really think this is gonna happen, let's put some money on it. Like, do you think there's gonna be actual roaming militias killing trans people? Like, what? Like, let's put some money down on something if we're gonna make these types of like extreme claims. So there's some accountability to what you're saying. Is it actually true, or are you just like stoking flames for a political cloud, basically?
I agree. Yeah. Get them to put some money down on it.
I mean, the cops were pretty promiscuous with a lot of the BLM protesting that turned into rioting and looting.
Promiscuous? What do you mean?
Promiscuous, yeah.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Permissive.
Like banging people on the
permissive,
side?
sorry. They're very permissive.
Oh,
like, I heard of fuck the police, but
there you go. Look, they want to turn it around.
As a good progressive, okay, I'll endorse the cops doing that.
There you go.
But is it bribery or is it rape? That's the real question.
Oh God.
Before. And by the way, that militia group shit's already happened, ain't it? DeSantis recently, didn't he try to form like some Florida
his own state guard?
Yeah, wonder what he wants.
What's going on in Florida, Sitch?
This is such a nothing story because it's like, so I looked into this. It's like, first of all, 22 states have active state guards.
California does, of course.
California does, and it's when you look at it, it's like it's a pretty 50-50 split of blue/red states for it. And in Florida, it's actually a pretty justifiable reason that he gave. It was for storm, flooding, and hurricane preparedness and reasons of that nature.
National Guard kind of stuff?
Yeah, having a state guard, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not going to wait for Washington to save us. Come on, Vaush.
Because that doesn't seem like it's anything that should be a left or right issue. I mean, you could...
Well, it is if you frame it like DeSantis wants a state guard to like crack down on the trans and black people.
He's going to send his army in to invade Georgia and fight their army.
No. He's going to send the state guard in to like arrest teachers that are teaching CRT.
That's what Vaush believes. Yeah. Right. Do you, Destiny, do you have a position on CRT? We talk about CRT a lot, but I don't know that I've ever seen you do a video on it or anything.
CRT to me it's the same thing as the like grooming shit. It's just like a conservative boogeyman to like drum up fears about education or whatever.
Oh, great. We'll have you. Yeah, we'll have you back.
It'll be its own debate.
Wanted that for one makes you wonder. Right after an attempted political coup, why would one of the most right-wing governors in the country, maybe the most, who's gunning for president in 24, want essentially a private army? Obviously, it doesn't operate exactly as a private army, but you know he's played it fast and loose with the rules before.
Backpedal.
The guy, a guy who lost an election, is trying to make a private army.
I think that there was I believe 5% of the people that showed up at the Capitol did have some organized plan. So insofar as, now I don't even think Vaush knows this because he's following, but insofar as if you wanted to make an argument that there was an attempted coup, I think you can make that argument with the 5% of people there that did have some sort of plan to like literally circumvent the electoral results with guns and all sorts of shit.
What is that? Where's that information coming for? Is that like FBI probe or what?
I believe, I want to say it was the FBI released that there like 5% of the people there approximately had been involved in some larger plan.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, but plan to impede the election.
Yeah, to impede the election was essentially the
goal. Yeah, I mean,
were they working together, or were they, you know, two groups of two people who were just delusional people who?
I think my understanding was there was some level of coordination between all of them, but I'd have to go and look up the exact.
That's a little disheartening.
Or, man, we need guns. And it's defensive, too. I'm not talking about initiating violence. I'm only talking about making sure innocent folks can defend themselves when they come for them.
Yeah.
Well, what it is it's saying you're telling people essentially to get guns and arm up, and then you're saying that guy next to you, he could punch you at any second. He will kill you at any moment. It's coming. I promise.
Well, even worse, he's saying,
like, oh, it's
you know,
defensive. It's being defensive.
Governors are getting their own.
Wait, can I just click a thing and discover that? Wait, did that? I didn't think I could. Can I actually do that?
Destiny, you're muted.
They're going full Eric.
No, no, I was a different question.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I think right now public opinion is in a place that the way we can defend ourselves from all of that is by grabbing power and being like a fun little movement of online people who scream about well, no, that's not how I would want to say that, who's just screaming about preparing for a huge violent clash does not have broad appeal, and we need.
Look, he's grabbing the gun. He's hiding the gun.
Oh jeez. Oh my gosh.
How dare you call me a fun little movement? Trying to get the gun.
Oh my god.
He did. He stopped himself because he knew. He was like, a bunch of people acting like complete idiots online is probably not a good way to win the next election. Like, this guy's thinking in terms of actual, you know, electoral politics. He's just trying to chill Vaush out. Yeah.
Brawl in our movement to have any chance of getting power. One of the people I think about a lot is Bernie Sanders. Obviously, he sort of came out of nowhere in that first run and did pretty well. Didn't win, obviously. But one of the things that was super notable about him, he definitely conveyed his views. He's definitely very, you know, raises alarm about the anti-democratic stuff with the Republican Party, all of that. But comes off and in his rhetoric comes like, he could be a moderate dude. Now, of course, the media pretends that he's super radical all the time, but there was a lot of people that I knew who generally usually saw themselves as the center, and they're like, oh, Bernie's kind of cool, even though he was the most left candidate. And I think if generally as the left, we and online progressives, we adopt messaging that has broad appeal, we could very, very easily get in power and do the actual foundational things that will prevent them from being able to enact any of this type of stuff. Because that's what we need. I'm telling you, a bunch of Vaushites fighting against a bunch of like Proud Boys, that's just, it could definitely happen in the increasing rhetoric on either side currently, but that's not gonna save us from a fascistic takeover. We definitely have to get enough actual political power, and the only way you do that is to have broad appeal in your movement and not just sound like, oh, see, there's radicals on the left and radicals on the left.
I don't think,
because our policy prescriptions aren't even radical. Maybe farther down socialist.
So they call us radical either way. They call Biden radical.
People understand the difference. People call Bernie radical, exactly, and it didn't work with Biden. They'll call you that, but if it lands on people, it's a different thing.
Republicans have called Biden a communist. I don't think my rhetoric. This is
Carl.
Sure, some people will call some people anything, but that doesn't change the fact that you can't just call anything whatever you want and not get broad appeal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for your blows to land, you have to have some semblance of truth, right?
Right.
You can't just call anybody anything and expect that it'll stick unless you've got like some reason for it to stick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where, with respect, I think this is liberal brain rot. I don't think
with respect,
acknowledging that you should arm yourself in preparation for a genocide and that the people who want to kill minorities are evil is an optical harm. I think you're falling for civility politics.
But I'm saying that,
I mean, you see, he just jumped ahead. He's like, listen, you think it's an optical harm to call the people who want to kill minorities evil? Come on. It's like, wait a minute.
Just establishing they just want to go out there and kill minorities.
Right. That's the part needs to be established, Vaush.
Nah, you don't need to establish that.
Yeah.
In my own, you have to understand that a lot of people who aren't, I don't like using this because I know Destiny has like a thing against online.
Ooh, Destiny.
Uh-oh.
Destiny mentioned.
Careful. Destiny comes up in every political conversation.
Beware.
It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying.
Absolutely true.
Jesus. Every time, I don't know how much you watch Destiny, but every fucking time I was discussing the video, people would be like, what about Destiny? I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Absolutely.
You're talking about Vaush. What the fuck?
It all comes back to me.
Well, Destiny is responsible for Vaush, so it makes sense.
True.
Destiny, you are bringing people to more moderate positions, which I think is a force for good in the world, even if Vaush hates your guts. So,
wow.
Lefties, and it sounds like you have a.
Even if you're wrong about the Trump phone call, I'm willing to forgive it.
Take the good with the
I
bad.
think it's a net good what Destiny's doing.
Thanks.
Even his Jordan Peterson hate. I'm gonna forget. Even his No, I can only go so far here. We'll talk about that
Obsession
later.
with it. And I'm not super obsessed.
Do you
with
think it's a crazy
online lefties, but
online
wait,
lefty
let
thing
me
to arm yourself in preparation?
Hold up. Just let me finish the thought.
Okay.
My point is, most people, even who consider themselves liberal, who are a part of our broader movement, definitely don't think of the Republican Party currently as being preparing to slaughter minorities.
That's what I was
And so when you say that, people go, well, then you have to explain it in a way that comes off as sort of logical. The way that you explain it.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't assume, you have to understand that people don't buy this wild claim that you're making, and the people that do are already pretty far in a certain direction. I feel if they're willing to just kind of accept that.
Do you think those people vote? I mean, it's completely, uncredible, but
I don't know. I don't know if they're young. Probably not.
I mean, what's the point in voting if you're on the verge of civil war? I don't know.
They vote for that's owing legitimacy to the system that's going to genocide you, and I don't want to do that.
Right.
Yeah. I feel like this is discouraging people from voting.
For sure.
Kind of, yeah. If you're telling people, instead of telling people go out, go vote, be active, get people to actually do things and participate, you're telling them to go get guns and bullets. And I just feel
they had to contend with that. They had to contend with that in 2020 because there was all this like rhetoric about the election being stolen, and then there were like runner-up Senate elections and shit. And it was a big fucking problem for Republicans because, like, why would people go out and vote if they think the election's being stolen?
Yeah.
Right?
One of the things that I said is that I unironically think the Republicans might have thrown the election by being so doomer about mail-in ballots because the margins were so close in so many areas. Like, they might have actually, maybe they could have won if they wouldn't have been so discouraged about them. Because I bet there were at least a few that didn't show up to vote and they didn't want to mail in a ballot because they thought it was rigged anyway. Like,
sure.
Yeah. And I thought historically before COVID, the Republicans usually won on mail-in votes anyway.
Yeah, it was pretty beneficial to them generally.
They did when the mail-in votes were, because normally the mail-in votes are predominantly military and military leans. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So that's the reason. COVID is a completely different situation.
Than don't vote.
Right. Well, but I guess if you're an extremist movement and you kind of want to cultivate this radical attitude, I mean, you kind of want that. You want people to feel like they don't have a change so that you can advocate for these radical solutions.
Yeah, you don't vote. You can't make a change, but don't vote because that's just, I mean,
Right.
This is, I think, why so many people on the left are demoralized by the Vaush situation is because they feel like Vaush is popular enough that he really could have some impact for them in electoral politics, but he's kind of not really moving in that direction.
It's the same thing with Hassan. It's the same thing for Mike. It's the same thing with all these popular lefties. Like, they don't do anything with any of their political power.
Yeah.
It's like they just make a ton of money and do. Yeah.
If you chat,
so all the people who care about, all the people who care about harnessing that political power, sitting back going, if I was in their shoes, I would be doing something useful. Yeah. It's very sad. Go ahead, Rex. Oh, you left. Okay.
Damn.
It's as if you're just as, even though because I've watched you, I know you're not, so I take it more seriously. But for someone else who hasn't, doesn't have that underlying understanding of kind of your thought process, then it definitely comes off as just as kind of detached.
I talk to my audience,
right,
but I've explained my rationale dozens and dozens of times. about the necessity of forming strong neighborhood-based political blocs, whether you're leftist or liberal. This isn't about socialism here. This isn't just about building communities that aren't going to roll over when authoritarians try to tear apart our democracy. I don't, like, the thing is, to me, like, you are the one more out of touch with America than I am here, because you're the one who flinched when I said you should buy a gun. You know, I'm in touch with Americana here. Now, I'm in touch with Americana here. Guns are. Why shouldn't we own them? Dozens of them. Thousands of rounds of ammunition. Armored.
I didn't punch.
Armored vests.
I am very shocked by what you're saying. So don't worry. My feelings aren't hurt.
I don't think Americana's in the space of we need to all start arming ourselves to get into communities to prevent the fascistic government from marching our streets. Yeah.
They're like, oh, I might need to protect myself, my house.
Yeah.
You know, it's very much like that. That's probably
crime is going up. All these liberal prosecutors are letting people go.
There you go.
The vast majority of people who that kind of person's mindset is not, I might need this for a violent revolution against the fascist government who's rounding up gays.
They're trying to recall our Los Angeles district attorney because he's so soft on crime, Sitch. So it's not. I mean, it's
I
real.
saw that was the hit and run video. It's from that is your district.
There's a bunch of them. Yeah.
That was pretty crazy. That guy who intentionally hit the woman with the baby and he only got 6 months.
Wait, hold on. We need to clarify. He hit the woman and the woman had a baby? Or
so a woman was
to hit the woman?
Yeah.
A woman was walking her baby and this guy intentionally drives into her while she's has her baby in the stroller. Fortunately, the baby, I believe, was fine and she only suffered minor injuries. Someone immediately crashed into that guy to prevent him from fleeing the scene. And it was very controversial because I think the kid was underage. He was like 16 or 17 and he only got 6 months in a juvenile facility for doing that. So
that's fucked up. Jeez.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to call people like that evil, I'd be more agreeable than just massive segments of the population.
Right.
He was a Democrat actually, so
at least he wasn't liberal.
So Vaush is totally forgiving him.
Right.
But it turns out that the baby was a Republican.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, that story would have blown up nationally if the woman that was hit was, not white, because they would have assumed a racial animus to the crime.
Right.
But
I explained my rationale well enough. The precursors to genocide, what leads to it, that's a broadly recognized thing, not just some crazy lefty theory-based thing. The issue with liberals right now is they don't understand the stakes, Liberals should be treating Republicans as what they actually are. Evil and immediately threatening. Now, you can talk with them all you want. I love talking to folks.
Nice.
You saw that convo I had with the LDS person.
That's a big thing to say. Like an immediate real threat.
Right.
Yeah.
We're starting to get into you might be able to justifiably shoot them in self-defense kind of levels, and I'm like, whoa, we need.
I think we're a little bit past that. I think we've gotten there already. But
yes.
Yeah.
And he says he loves talking to people, and I'm like, the type of people that I don't like talking to. People who are immediately threatened. I have this thing that I just try to avoid those people.
Yeah.
Well, he sort of in his next conversation after this, he's another hour and a half long conversation with Rose, and he kind of tries to, bullshit his way through that conversation. Whenever he's posed like, well, if you're saying it's immediate threat, does that mean people can take preemptive violent steps? And he doesn't really want to.
He just gets mad because he thinks he's getting baited, even though it's just by his own words.
Right.
Yeah,
that's completely a valid question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Are you Fed posting right now? Are you baiting me here?
Angry Man for $25 says Destiny titled his stream on Adam and Sitch. This is proof that A-Team reigns supreme.
Wow.
Disgusting.
Very, very based.
Just naturally what your fingers and brains want to do when you type that out.
Wrong.
I know.
Well, listen, lots of things are natural. I would never make a prescriptive moral system based on biological essentials. Brian Town said, for $20 says, to be fair, you can be called all those words for just disliking Black Panther or Captain Marvel or The Last Jedi. So I have no faith when I hear someone call someone else those words. I assume they mean racist, sexist. Hi, Rags. S-Class
hi.
is best class. And R-tards are cool, too. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Afro Cook for $20 says, as someone who's extremely pro-life and libertarian, I'm willing to compromise on funding contraception. Republicans need to be flexible on this issue. Also, Destiny makes for some good conversation. Hi, Rags and Doomer.
Hello. I agree on all those things. Yeah, sure.
Last night, friendly convo. I don't want to, you know, it's not an intrinsic thing. Bring Republicans over, save them from themselves. But the threat right here, it's what we faced in Germany. By we, of course, I mean the progressive left and everyone else, by the way. It's that the belief that this type of political movement can be squashed by anything other than militant, aggressive political action has failed in the past. So that's what we need to do. We got to bring liberals on board.
What is the movement? What is happening that requires this militant action?
The genocide, bro.
What genocide?
All of it.
They got to own the guns. They have to be practicing at the ranges. They have to be treating political organizing with the same sense of fatalistic engagement that Republicans do. You know, we need people out there as crazy as the Republicans in those school board meetings. We need them showing up to all those local town hall groups. We need them to be psychotic. You know,
Jesus Christ.
I don't know about that.
What the fuck is this conversation?
Generally, want to avoid telling people to be a psychotic, but especially when they got the guns and they're going to ranges.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking spicy, buddy.
Break the law. I don't give a shit. Don't hurt any innocent people.
What?
Did he mean? Wait, he didn't say break the.
He said break the law. I don't give a shit. Just don't hurt any innocent people. But he wouldn't.
Good thing Republicans aren't innocent. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't define cops and Republicans as innocent. Jesus Christ.
Be psychotic, do crime.
Be wacky, you know. Throw some bricks. Don't care. They need to put the.
Don't throw bricks.
Is this TOS?
Please. Stop throwing things. Don't throw things. Don't do it.
I'm legitimately not sure. I haven't read YouTube's TOS in detail enough. This seems borderline not TOS.
Susan, we disavow Vaush. Just so that we're clear.
Guarantee. First of all, yes, we disavow. I can almost guarantee you that this is a TOS violation. You know, he's literally telling people to go out and commit crimes. So.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. Jeez.
The fear of God in Republicans. No, we're talking about the greatest country on earth. The God.
So what's going to happen is if you do that and you go out and do crimes and you throw bricks and destroy property. I know that you love destroying property, but the Republicans are going to use that against you, and they're going to say, "Look at all this violence," and they're going to show all the violence, and they're going to say, "All right, you need to do the things we want to do." Because people are throwing bricks and being psychotic and committing crimes. That's what they're going to do.
Right. Well, I mean,
polarize people against you.
I forget who we were talking to about this, but it's like, you know, for someone who's so worried about, you know, the history of fascism and authoritarianism, I mean, historically, people generally choose, you know, extreme order and authoritarianism over chaos. And if you start going out there causing all this chaos, you're just going to incentivize, you know, people to turn to the right.
If they feel like, they're in danger and the social fabric is falling apart, they just might, they might go more authoritarian than they normally would for the sake of getting things straightened out. And you don't want that.
Of course, but be wacky, you know. Throw some bricks. Don't care. They need to put the fear of God in Republicans. No, we're talking about the greatest country on earth, the God-given U.S. of A., and preventing the takeover of fascism. This is the line?
And we have what do you mean?
What is the line?
The union organizers in the turn of the 20th century were out there like warring with the police and getting neighborhoods bombed. But that right there, like precursor to genocide, throw a brick, that you flinch at, like this is the issue here. I'm not saying I'm going out there and, you know, doing something.
Well, I mean, it's not just the throwing of the brick. It's the you telling people to go out and doing the throwing of the brick. That's like, damn. Oof.
I mean, it's just a trick, right? He mentions the least extreme thing that he said when he said like all kinds of shit that is fucking insane. He's like, "Oh, I'm just saying throw a brick." Like that's no, dog.
True. Okay, hey, listen. I love you guys. It's been fun. I commend you and I wish you the best of luck on the rest of your thing. I'm gonna take off though. Okay, I gotta sleep pretty soon.
Oh, wait. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
But before you go, I do need to tell you, I was listening to your Ukraine debate.
Oh boy.
And when the Newland phone call keeps being thrown in your face, And if you don't have time, we can talk about it later. But that whole thing about the Newland phone call is 100% fake news.
Yeah, I mean, we've listened to the full phone call on stream. It's just two diplomats talking about who they'd prefer to be in power or who would be more flexible. But
no, there's another aspect to that.
What is the?
I'll give you really quickly. Is that what they're talking about is that Yanukovych offered that position, the prime ministership, to Yats. And they're just saying that they want Yats to take it. They're not talking about having the government after Yanukovych.
Sure, I know. Yeah, but they phrase that wanting as though like they're going to do something about it, like when there's no proof of that. That like the U.S. is going to like install some dictator or do some shit. But yeah,
right.
Yeah. Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful. Rip on. Okay.
See you later.
Yeah.
Take care, man.
Safe.
Thanks for coming on.
Bricks.
Yeah.
We'll do it again.
Don't throw any bricks.
Bye bye.
Okay. Good job, guys. We did it.
What's on?
We're at our own Vaush support group. How amazing. Feels good, man.